finishes the over off, trying to get forward. He's got a big long reach, but trying to counter that swing as much as he possibly can. He realises what Nice is trying to do, trying to keep the ball up, get the ball swinging in the air, and he's got to be very, very tight in that forward defence.
So Sam Whiteman taking guard, having watched what's unfolded in the last 4 or 5 minutes, and there's Mark Steckety, who's got the most wickets in Shield cricket in the last 3 seasons. He's going to bowl around the wicket. First ball for him. You have all the competitors in the bowling side of things in Shield cricket. Last 3 years, Steckety 105 wickets, McAndrew 100 and Chris Tremaine 94, and 30 odd wickets in each of those 3 seasons.
You just know what you're getting with Steckety. I mean, he's very consistent. He's not a fella that really swings the ball a lot, but you know that he's going to hit the deck and he's going to be in line. Just that delivery there, just backward of a length, and just angled away, and he's so consistent.
Ooh, good delivery there from him.
I mean, the thing when you look down at the list of the Queensland players, I mean, there's a fair bit of experience amongst this group, whether it's in their batting. They've got a number of test players there, but their bowling, there has been a strength, and the way that they bowled the Gabba and the WACA, which are similar in a lot of ways, they've got that experience, and they know coming here what the plan is, and all you got to do then is execute it.
Bat on ball this time for Whiteman. I think that's for all teams, isn't it, in this competition? I think the team that bats best this year will win the Shield, and we've seen that in recent years. All bowling sides are very strong, but the amount of runs you makes what makes all the difference.
Yeah. And we're seeing wickets being quite conducive to the seam bowlers in a lot of cases. So your opening pair, look, Bancroft and Whiteman last year, and their top order was pretty solid, and that's why they've been so consistent over the last few years.
Ball hits him on the pad, might be bounce on this occasion, or just outside the line. We'll have another look at it, but umpire Sam Nagasi saying no.
Whiteman trying to get forward on that occasion. That's what he will try and do, to try and counter any sort of movement and give it less time to the seam to come in. Steckety looks like he's got a bad decision there, but I think that was what you said. It's going to be probably the height.
Well, generally is here at the WACA, isn't it?
It's that bounce.
Yeah.
And that's an example there, just back of a length. It can leave on length here, and that's what the good players tend to do. Whiteman, a lot of experience. He'll be trying to play the least he can early, and anything just back of a length he'll be trying to leave. Even if it's sort of pitched on stumps at times, you find that they let that go. And you can see the angle there too.
So we can start here for Steckety. Ooh, and there could have been a little touch there. Bit of an appeal. Another over comes to an end. Still Western Australia on 2 for none. So Wayne, you're best established to talk about this, the pitch out in the middle.
That you haven't really baked, so
you're on there, Wayne.
Oh, sorry. That's my new experience. I'm a junior. As I said, it's got a lovely covering of grass. It'll be a nice green tinge, and there's been a bit of rain leading into it, but there'll be plenty in it. But the thing about it, I think the way the weather will be, it'll be pretty consistent for the 4 days.
Good news from that aspect. On the move, Marsh, looking good in defence there. Last Shield game for him was back in March 2023 against Tassie here. Got 108. So about 18 months since his last game in WA colours in 4-day cricket.
It's been a great turnaround for his batting over the last 2 or 3 seasons, and all it is about confidence and attitude in the way that he plays. that he comes out positively right from the start. Now, a really difficult situation today, but he'll still try to be decisive.
Careful defence there. Yeah, I've just loved how he's gone about it since the call-up at Headingley, and 100 in a session, just backed himself, and it's continued on. He's had a little bit of luck at times, been dropped by fielders, but that's not his fault.
You've got to have it.
You've got to have some luck, that's right.
But the thing, when I use the word decisive, it's not about hitting fours or anything, but it can be decisive in defence. You've seen when he's come in today that he's trying to get forward and he's trying to be nice and positive in the way that he can do it, even if it's in a defence, or the way you leave the ball.
What does that one go past? No, he's outstanding in the 3 tests against Pakistan last summer on the back of that Ashes, and some handy wickets with the ball as well. I don't know how much bowling we're going to see from him in the next few years. I hope he can just sort of be part of the team mainly as a number 6. And great catcher as well.
Yep. And has led well. I mean, his leadership, I think, on and off the field, I think has been a positive for him. But again, when you're facing guys like Neza and Steketee on these type of wickets, you've got to have that respect. They're not going to give too many loose balls.
Ooh, nearly getting the outside edge on that occasion. Nicely bowled once again. Neza right in the channel here at the moment.
He just pushed and prodded at that one, didn't he? It wasn't as positive as what we saw, but a nice piece of bowling. Just drew him a little bit wider. Still pitched up.
Four slips in the gully behind the wicket there in catching positions. Down the leg side. He's doing a good job there, as ever.
The thing is, a batsman that can make the difference in these sort of situations is the ability to get a bad ball away, because there's not going to be too many of them, or try to make a good delivery into a single. You know, there's gaps there, trying to rotate the strike, and especially when you've got a left and right hander here, that'll be the aim of these two, to try and turn it over with singles and put pressure back on the bowler.
Inside edge, maybe on that occasion. Good shout from the Queenslanders. But the umpire again says not out. Another over completed, and it's still 2 for none. I'm going to hop out, Wayne. You can talk us through that shout, perhaps, and David Clear's going to hop in.
Yeah, that one probably angled down leg side the way Marsh played that. It's a bit hard to tell just on a slight angle here. We might see the replay and just have a little look there. There's Nisa. Yeah, just ball, just angling, probably just missing that leg stump. Marsh trying to flick it away, and the umpire didn't have much doubt there to say, well, no, there is doubt in that, and we'll give that not out. But another good over there from Nisa, and the pressure right on the West Australians now.
Morning, Wayne, as Steketee comes into bowl. A confident drive, fluent drive through the covers, and that'll be 4. First boundary of the morning. Sam Whiteman just leaning forward, and he knows this fast outfield will do the rest.
Yeah, that's a delightful shot there from Whiteman, and one of those shots we see a fair bit at the WACA. You don't need the big flourish here to try and get the ball to the boundary, because it's such a quick outfield and you know the ball's coming on so nicely. It's really like a bunt drive in a way. He just made sure he got forward and just pushed it through that cover region.
This one squares him up. There's Marsh backing up a long way. But no overthrows there, but that one's squaring him up. And Steketee, as you said, Wayne, he'll just keep pitching it up, won't he? Him and Neza, we've seen them have success here at the WACA ground before, where they bowl in combination.
Yep.
And they're always asking the question.
And they've got the ability to do it, to bowl that ball in the right position plenty of times, and it just builds the pressure. And that's why it's important from a batting point of view, if there is a over-pitch delivery like we saw there to Whiteman, is that you put it away without a big flourish, keeping your disciplines. And the other thing, as we've discussed, is to try and turn the strike over as much as you can, to make the bowler suddenly have to change his angle. You know, Steketee might then have to come over the wicket to bowl to Marsh, and you know, you allow them that period of time that they can just concentrate on one batsman, they'll do it well.
Skillfully left. That ball clearing the top of the stumps. And that's where Whiteman and Bancroft have been so successful over the years, judging the bounce of this WACA pitch. That ball going right over the top middle stump. And here we see the replay. The line was good.
Yep. And angled in, as you're coming around, but he's got the confidence because of the regular bounce that you do get here.
Again, squaring him up, and a slight misfield by McDermott at third slip allows Whiteman through for a single. It's one of those early season ones, Wayne, you might get on the sort of side of your wrist or something like that, quite painful.
Sting, yeah.
Stinger.
And it's only going to be 22 today, so it's not one of those really hot days. So, but this pitch still looks good. I mean, a nice carry. We expect that there's going to be a little bit in it early, but we've seen the WACA wickets over the last couple of years stay pretty consistent for the game. They're not going to break up. Sometimes you get a little bit of cracking, but a lot of that is just a visual. It doesn't have a big effect, but it gives the bowlers a fair chance, and right throughout the game. And we've seen one of the surprising with Rockacholi, took 46 wickets last year. Bowler got a lot of them here where they can get the flight, the bounce. So it also can help the spinner.
So his first look at Mitch Marsh, Steckity. Cuts nicely through the covers, forward of point. And just dropping a little short there, Steckity, and Mitch Marsh straight onto that, taking advantage. So 2 boundaries that over, and Western Australia just a little more settled after that over. It's 2 wickets for 9.
Yes, that was a lovely shot. Steckity, the first time he's had to come over the wicket, and I think it sort of encourages the point to say that if you can rotate the stripe, it puts the bit of pressure back on the bowler. You just can't allow them to get into that rhythm. That one there, Marsh just on the back foot. Didn't try and slash it. It was just a lovely, timed shot outside that off stump. And it's a fairly long boundary up there, but that raced away. So that will be their aim. Rotate the stripe and try and get these bowlers out of the rhythm that they're in at the moment.
Whiteman right over the top of that, and noticeably he's playing quite late and with soft hands early in this innings.
That's the other thing. You've got to make sure your head's over it. You can't be pushing with your hands. If you play with hard hands, you'll find that it will fly to the slips. Here, it's just letting the ball come to you and just using the pace of the delivery. You don't have to sort of make the play too much.
Leaving again close to the stumps, and we saw that batting card there, but what a remarkable start to the Sheffield Shield season of 24-25. 2 for 9 up to 2 balls. So it's being obviously a former bowler yourself, but to start an innings, let alone a season, to get 2 balls so much on the money.
Yep.
Takes a fair degree of preparation pre-season, and he's played in England, of course, over the winter. But
these guys are professionals now, and you would expect them to not have a warm-up over, like I think used to happen in the old days a bit.
Whiteman just getting everything behind that, bat and pad close together.
But Neeza's just so consistent, and he's just a terrific cricketer. We've seen what he's done with his batting as well, and the way that's improved over a period of time. But he steams in from ball 1 right through to the end of the day, and you know that he's going to be disciplined in what he does, and he's questioning the batsman on every delivery.
Moving away towards the slips cordon, and Whiteman, they've got 3 slips in. I noticed they had 4 for Mitch Marsh. Marnus Labuschagne comes in a fourth slip, particularly early in his innings. We know once he gets away, he's hard to stop, Mitchell Marsh. They'd love to get him early.
Watching Nisa come round the wicket now, we've seen those last few deliveries, just the angle of the right-hander bowling to the left-hander just going away, and Whiteman's leaving it. So what he's trying to do here now is to come in so he can attack the stumps more, and if it does seem, it'll seem that Whiteman's got to have to play that. It makes it a little bit tougher. And that one's right on line, right on that off stump. So if there is going to be any movement away, it doesn't allow Whiteman now just to let it go, to know that that natural angle is going to play the part. Here he's making him play and putting pressure on each delivery. All it needs to do is be angled in and straighten up, and it causes that problem.
One tying him up there, but as we can see, Whiteman is getting everything behind it here and trying to get forward. But another excellent over for Michael Nisa, Western Australia, 2 for 9.
Yeah, another beautiful over. Assessed it very quickly. He bowled a couple of balls to Whiteman and thought, well, he's just going to leave me if I'm pushing it across. Oh, I'm trying to bowl that off stump. He's allowing the angle to play a part here. I'll come round the wicket, making that I'm actually bowling into the stumps. I know I might get a bit of seam, which will straighten up, but it makes the batsman have to play, and that's what you need them doing at this stage.
Well, that's on off stump that time, but Mitch Marsh, pre that English Ashes series, he missed a fair degree of the season with an injury and came back and hit a century right at the end of the season and got himself selected on the Ashes tour.
Big boy, isn't he? He's pretty solid. Doesn't have to hit him too hard.
He has an air of presence.
You
might say
when
he strolls out, he puffs the chest out. I'm here to take you on.
But that, just watching that there, that's been his strength today. It's being so positive in his defence. You know, he hasn't. When you come to the wicket at 2 for none, sometimes you've got in the back of the mind, what's this wicket doing? But straight away he's thought, okay, I've got to get forward. I've got to keep nice and tight. If they over pitch, I'm going to bash it through the covers or whatever. But it's the decisiveness that he's shown since he's been out there, whereas before he was always a bit of a nervous starter. Not now. His brother Sean was very similar in that the first 10, 15 minutes, you'd sit here and be petrified watching him bat because it was like he had prod. And it wasn't until he was a bit later in his career that he just thought, okay, no, I've got the ability, and he changed in that regard. So we've seen it, the development. That's the development of young players when they become more confident in their own ability and have an understanding of their own game.
Sure. Yes, Sean Marsh, I think 5 or 6 centuries for Australia, but a lot of low scores as well.
Yeah, out early a lot of times.
Well, that one's very loose from Steckity. Just this right-left hand combination, always a little bit challenging, but that one well wide of off stump.
Well, they've put a man back at deep backward square now, so they've got 3 men on the leg side. You've got a mid on, but you've got a man at deep square leg and a man down at fine leg. So one would assume that there are going to be a couple of shorter deliveries, or he'll just continue to, you know, play the mind games and just keep it full outside that off stump. He's tended to be a little bit short over the last part of his spell.
This next one short, yeah. But just deciding to plonk that one down on the pitch, Mitch Marsh. He's obviously is aware that fielders out there at deep square. Jack Clayton. But
you saw with that delivery then, David, the shorter it is, it just didn't really get through. It just sort of more of a tennis bally bounce because of the moisture that's in the wicket. So I suppose you've got to try it, but if you're going to make it higher.
This one in the air doesn't quite carry to mid off. throw at the stumps and they get through quickly. So well run in the end, but that one a leading edge dangerously out towards the offside, but Swepson couldn't reach it at cover. So a streaky finish to the over, and Western Australia 2 for 10 after 6 overs. Thanks very much, Wayne Clark. Western Australia, and it's a very good morning to Christina Matthews. Morning, Christina.
Good morning, DC. How are you this morning?
Oh, I'm delighted to be back in the cricket season mode again.
Yes, it's very exciting.
He's a sharp bouncer, but no problem for Mitch Marsh. So Christina Matthews, obviously not sure where I can start, but 20 test matches for Australia, 47 one-day internationals, but vast experience, and just come off a big stint as CEO of WA Cricket. So nice to be able to sit back, Christina, and observe the action and not worry about looking at your emails and all that sort of thing.
Yes, it's a very nice stage of my life to have the opportunity to come here and watch some cricket and talk about it at the same time.
Full edge for high over, fourth slip, down to the boundary for 4. Marnus Labuschagne couldn't reach that one. Throwing everything at that, Mitch Marsh, and he gets away with it. Well, Christina, he really went hard at that one.
Yeah, as Mitch Marsh does, and it's, you know, it works for him more often than it doesn't. And as we see it in replay here, right over the top of the fielder there, and he looked to give it everything, didn't he? It's, I mean, I think that's one of the great things you like about Mitch Marsh, is he really goes hard at the ball.
Yeah, yeah. So it's the first runs conceded off Neese's bowling. This one cutting in, and just glancing down to fine leg where Steketty's down there. And speaking of Mitch Marsh, Christina, well, what a... I mean, it's somewhat gradual, but his elevation to leadership roles, I mean, he was given the Western Australian captaincy at quite a young age, but you must be delighted to see him, well, captain the Australian T20 side and then step in for Pat Cummins in the recent one-day tour.
Look, he is a natural leader. Ever since he was a young man, everybody knew people gravitate towards him, and he really is able to sort of hold his place in any group. But it's lovely to see him matured into a leader who can bring people along with him from a cricket sense.
Quite skillfully leaving again.
Yeah, his last couple of years, I think Mitchell has really found himself. It was spoken about earlier that his 100 at Headingley turned him around, but that environment of being in the Australian team with his mates, whereas previously he had been in the team with his heroes, and playing with your mates is a whole different thing, and has given him a real confidence and a sense of belonging.
So you think he's started to see them more as peers?
Exactly, yeah. I think we underestimate, you know, with players like Mitch and his brother Sean and other families that have generational players, that they grow up being in awe of people and they're around heroes all the time. So it's really nice when they can be with their own peer group, their own age group, and so forth.
Yeah, and as a leader, you know, Mitch is very personable, isn't he, and with people, and he quickly warms to people, but then there's the other role of setting the leadership standards and, you know, occasionally pulling people up, etc. So, full, kept off his toes, straight to mid-wicket. Steketty's out there.
Yeah, I remember, see you at the over, we'll come back to that.
End of the over, Western Australia now 2 for 15. Yes, you were saying, Christina?
I remember back in my first season launch as CEO, and I was sitting at a table with Mitchell, and of course he'd been around a while at that point, and I said to him, "How old are you?" And he goes, 20. And I went, oh. You kind of see people and you assume they're older. You know, he's about to become a father in less than a month, so it's been lovely watching him develop.
Yeah, brilliant, brilliant.
And the same with Sammy Whiteman at the other end, captain of the Shield side now, Sheffield Shield winning captain. 2 or 3 kids of his own. He's very confident in his own game now. You know, he would relish this opportunity, you know, sitting at the other end watching 2 wickets fall and knowing, I've got to pull them out here.
Yeah. He's played some massive innings, like just length of time over the last couple of seasons when Western Australia's needed it. He's got the ability to spend long periods at the crease, hours of concentration. He
has really developed as a real anchor in innings, just gets about and gets the job done with a real leadership attitude.
Steckity to Marsh, just slight inside part of the bat, out to mid-on, safe enough.
I think it's often underestimated how good Queensland are as a fast bowling unit historically, and Wayne talked earlier about sort of the Gabba and the WACA being similar, and it's no surprise that, you know, from a Sheffield Shield point of view, they've both got strong fast bowling attacks.
Marsh played too late. Out to Nisa, forward of Gully. I'm interested to see the young 19-year-old Adam Straker making his debut for Queensland today. Australian under-19 fast bowler, but he'll need to keep the pressure up after these 2, and then the Jack Wildermuth for backup, of course, and Mitch Webster rounding off with spin. So it's exciting to see young fast bowler.
Well, it's fascinating today that both sides have got fast bowlers debuting.
Yeah.
WA obviously with Brodie Crouch, who's played for Victoria, but now with a new team.
Ball just leans on that one, punches it out to mid-on, but fielder will come around and cut that off. Just a single, but that one just flew off Mitch Marsh's bat.
Yeah, I'm sure WA will be hoping he will play an innings similar to his last innings a couple of years ago, where he seemed to just walk out and have the ball on a string.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's right. That's what I was saying. I just thought if they let him get his eye in and get comfortable, he's got the ability to really accelerate. And by lunch, you know, if WA they wouldn't want them to be 2 for 100. But back round the wicket for Whiteman.
Yeah, Whiteman having a good look. And I think this is a good combination, Whiteman and Marsh there together. Good contrasting styles. And I think, whilst the score is only 2 for 16, I think the WA side would be confident with what they've got out there in the middle.
Yeah, critical partnership, certainly. Sam Whiteman, well, Bancroft and Whiteman have been such a key for WA. 2 and 3 on the most runs scored last year in the Shield season. Again, leaving that one just over the top of the stumps. He's not taking any risks whatsoever at the moment, Sam Whiteman.
Well, Steckity and Nessa both bowled great lines start with. You'd hope coming into your first game of the season you'd get a few wild ones and settler downs, but they've been under pressure from the word go, and so disappointing for Cameron Bancroft, you know, an opportunity to real press for Australian selection.
Sure.
And it almost puts a line through him, I think.
On the stumps, carefully deflected out to Swepson at mid-wicket. That's the end of the over. 2 for 16 after 8 overs, Western Australia. As you'll hear from Laurie Colliver after some more comments from Christina Matthews.
Our drink just run out for Whiteman and Marsh. Charlie Stobo, the 12th today for Western Australia. a very impressive start by Queensland this morning. We see Nessa coming back on at the Lily Marsh end, but I think Mitchell Marsh and Sam Whiteman are starting to get the pace of the wicket a little bit and the bounce of the wicket. So I think we're in for an entertaining first session.
G'day Christine, g'day viewers. Hope you're enjoying it on Fox Cricket and KO, and it's calmed down a bit here. 2 for none, now 2 for 16.
It's tough when 2 for 16's a relief.
Oh yeah, I'll say. Haven't seen too many starts of the season like that before. These are continuing with figures of 2 for 5. And a fly slip in, which I like. 3 slips in the gully. There it is. About 50 metres from the bat as Neza continues. Does that go past? So I actually think that fielder might be a fraction. It could be a little bit deeper, the way the flies here at the WACA. Yeah,
I think with the way the slips cordon's set up, it kind of seems to be in a nothing position. You know, it's not that big a gap, and if it's going to fly through there, it's going to go to the boundary. So it'll be interesting to see what happens.
Here's the 2 wickets to fall so far. Bancroft first ball, and then Jaden Goodwin second ball.
I do think the ball that got Jaden was an absolute pearler. Bancroft's probably helped it.
Off the pads, should be a couple behind square leg. So comfortable 2 there for Mitch Marsh, who's starting to look good.
Yeah, in Bancroft's case, I think he squared up a bit and got himself into a bit of trouble, whereas Jaden Goodwin, that was a cracker of a ball. It's one of the challenges Cam Bancroft has, where he does square up a lot early. And if you've got someone with the pace of Nessa and a little bit of movement, it's a dangerous place.
Edges and caught at third slip. Ben McDermott takes the catch. So another wicket for Neza. 3 for 18 now, Western Australia, and Mitch Marsh on his way for 13.
Well, that's the pressure of early wickets, isn't it? They've got a strong slips cordon in, and another terrific ball by Nessa. Good line. Just pushed at it a little bit by Marsh, and an easy catch there to slips. Very disappointed Mitch Marsh walking off the field. As I said earlier, he looked like he was getting into a bit of comfort. As we see the replay, it just came onto him a little bit, didn't it?
Very straightforward catch for Ben McDermott. So Western Australia in a bit of bother here at the WACA. It's 3 for 18.
Tough start for WA to the season this year, with 2 losses in the One-Day Cup, and now being 3 for 18 in day 1 of the first Sheffield Shield match. Hilton Cartwright coming out. Obviously someone who's very experienced, built some big scores, an accomplished One-Day and Shield player, but tricky time for him to be coming in.
And here's another angle from it. Deep mid wicket there. You can see the ball go straight into the hands there of Ben McDermott. Very comfortable catch, waist high, much to the delight of the Queenslanders, who won the toss earlier this morning and decided to field first. And Michael Neza, 3 for 7 in his 5th over.
And that was regular slips catching.
You won't want him any better than that, Christina. As a former wicketkeeper yourself, you'd like him right there. Great spot to catch him. 4 slips now in place for the new man in. Hilton Cartwright had a very good Shield final here last year. Got 55 and 94. Need a big innings from him.
And you wonder if that slight change they made in the field to Mitchell Marsh, which was putting that extra player back in that what I thought was a nowhere position, just took him off guard a little bit.
So here's Neza, 4 slips in the gully. Bounce and carry once again for him. There it is again, Christine, from behind. straightforward touch. Christina on that angle there. No matter what side of the ground you look at it from, it's easily taken.
Yeah, we've had every angle so far, and it looked easy each time.
Indeed. Ball. False start. And that gully fielder's just got a little bit closer. Almost like 5 slips now in place there on the top of your screen.
Yeah, you would call it 5 slips. It's kind of not wide enough to be a gully. And brings a unique kind of pressure to the batsman at the crease.
Cameron Gannon in there, the last of those men on the left. All beats him, and has it taken the edge? An appeal, not out, says umpire Abood. Good appeal from the Queenslanders, not out the call.
Yeah, it lifted a bit, and I think the way Jimmy Peirson appealed for that, he was kind of not sure if it hit or not. He sort of threw the hands up, and they all made a shout. Looking there, yeah, plenty of gap between bat and ball there. Might
have been a little bit of bat on pad too, which might have made a little noise.
That's right. I think Jimmy Pearson's just happy to be out playing after missing the one-day team.
Bat on ball this time for Cartwright. He'll get off the mark. Nicely played. Another over comes to an end here at the WACA, and the home side 3 for 19. He's just contemplating whether he carries on for another over in this spell. It'll be hard to get the ball out of his hand at the moment, Christina, I'd imagine.
Yeah, when you're bowling like he is, you want to just keep going. And I'm sure his captain will be thinking the same thing. But you've got to remember we've got 4 days to play, not just one morning. So it'll be interesting to see if he comes back in again. Particularly with a change at the Gloucester Park end.
So the debutant, who's been part of the Australian Under-19 setup, played in the winning title earlier this year, got 13 wickets at that World Cup, including a 6-for against Pakistan in the semi-finals. Also played some Under-19 tests for Australia against England. And he's going to get his opportunity. Cap number 384 for Queensland.
Strong-looking boy. Broad shoulders, looks quite muscular in the chest. So always great to see new young fast bowlers. The Australian system needs great depth in fast bowling with the amount of workload now in cricket. So good to see another one making their debut.
Pretty powerful looking action there. Cartwright not needing to play the first delivery.
You can imagine a few nerves with his first ball there. Cartwright just would have been pleased it wasn't on the stumps.
Let's have a look at his run up here. Marnus Labuschagne basically picking his pocket there at mid-off. Hit that front arm pretty high and hits the crease well.
Yeah, it looks like a lovely action, front on. Coming through the crease nicely.
Oh, good delivery there through the gap in bat and pad. So a nice bit of bowling here. Good start for Straker.
Gee, that got through him nicely then. That'll give the young player from Queensland a bit of confidence.
Bit of a way swing late there for him as well after it passed the batter.
Yeah, he'll be making Cartwright think about things here. One sort of that came in and through him, a little bit of an away swinger. See the replay there. Yeah, went away very nicely. A little bit more pitched up and he could have been in a bit of trouble.
Bit of England swing there, yeah. Christina, after it passes the bat and just swings late to the keeper. So, tough start here for WA. Here for LBW, good looking shout, might be a fraction high. Umpire Sam Nagase saying nope.
It'll be interesting to see the replay here. Yeah, a little bit high and probably also touchdown leg as well.
Yeah. Good to get your first appeal out of the way in Shield cricket, though, for the young fella. Have a look at it from side on. Yeah, a bit of extra bounce there, as we note often here at the WACA.
You're seeing that side.
Works that away. Thickish inside edge out through square leg for at least a couple.
It was interesting just on that side-on angle we saw of the bowler. His sort of penultimate step was a little bit odd. It'd be good to see that again. Here we go. He just seems to skip or something in the last, yeah.
He always gives you the impression he's sort of bowling off the wrong foot a little bit.
Yeah, it does. It kind of holds in the air. Be interesting to get Wayne's view later.
Oh, nicely bowled once again. That one just popping up off a length. So 10 overs out the way here in Perth. Western Australia still in bother. They're 3 for 21.
Just having another look at his run up here, front on. It's a lovely approach, but as he gets into his final stride, you can't see it so much front on, but side on you can really see him slide in the air almost. And as you say, it almost looks like he's bowling off the wrong foot. Side on view here. Lovely run up, nice and balanced. And there it is there. It's a bit of hang time in cricket. I don't know how much you can take from with a wicket keeper giving fast bowling assessment, but
well, the wicket keeper's always been known to be in the best spot during a game, I guess. Down leg side this time. Bit of other info for our viewers on Fox. You're on channel 501 now. The last couple of sessions today will be on channel 505 with Pakistan, England picking up on 501. So if you want to stick with us right throughout the day at lunch, just remember to flick it over. Otherwise, if you want to watch the run feast continue in Multan, stay with Fox Cricket 501. And of course, those on Carey, you don't have to do anything, just stay with us. Watched again there by Cartwright. A little bit of a way swing once again.
Yeah. And that banging you can hear in the background is the structure for the new indoor cricket centre at the WACA ground being put up. We can see a little man in a cherry picker just banging away with a hammer.
There's a look at it over in our northwestern corner.
Yeah, that's a shot of the new pavilion. With the players' gym will be underneath that first section there, leading into the indoor centre. Very exciting project. There's the, oh, he's coming down for his coffee break.
Taken there by Pearce, and we saw earlier a good take down the leg side for one of the right-handers, and that was equally good bit of glove work from one of Australia's best keepers. There's the big crane going up, Christina.
Yeah, it's you know, this will be finished June next year, and it'll be a fantastic facility. You know, I'm really excited to see the indoor centre going up. It's something that's been lacking here in WA for a long time, and I know the players are absolutely dead keen to have that at their disposal.
A little bit of movement back in there. No, it's great to see. It's taken a long time, hasn't it? You've been CEO here for well over 10 years, and it must give you a bit of satisfaction to finally sort of see it all get really going.
Yeah, these projects take so long. I remember when I started and we were talking about this after another development that didn't proceed, and they said, oh, it'll be 10 years from when you first think about it to when it's finished, and they won't be far off, I'll tell you. 10 years. You never thought it was going to happen.
Shout. Good shout too, just outside the line.
Oh, that was a good shout. Replay will tell us whether there was a bit of bat in there. just outside the line there. Sam Whiteman walked away pretty quickly, not leaving any time for the umpire to have a good look at it.
There was enough things there to give the batsman the benefit of the doubt there on that occasion. Umpire Jared Abood.
It's certainly worth a shout, and I'm always admire umpires being able to make that quick decision. We have the benefit of replays, thinking about it.
Firmly struck, but finds Mark Steckity at wide bit on, so a maiden for Neeser. He's got 6 overs, 3 for 8, and Western Australia now 3 for 21. So what a start we had earlier this morning, 10:30, and Wickets off the first 2 balls of the game. Bancroft caught behind, and then Jaden Goodwin bowled, so that was 2 for none. And then a short time ago, Mitch Marsh was out for 13. Sam Wyman's really stuck at it for his 5, and Hilton Cartwright is on 3. And there's the bowling figures, Christina. Good start for Michael Neeser.
Oh, look, outstanding first over, and he's kept the pressure up. You can see from his economy rate, 1.3. You know, if you were dreaming of an ideal start to a Sheffield Shield season, he's given it to Queensland, and then he was backed up by Steckity.
Good pace and bounce there.
Oh, well bowled. Very well bowled by the young Straker.
Got a good head of hair too, the boy.
He has got a good head of hair. There's a few of them out there with a good head of hair.
That was a very foolish length, wasn't it? And did carry through to Jimmy Pearson.
Yeah, it did. He's showing a lot of variety in his bowling, which is keeping them on their toes.
Good leave again from Cartwright.
Getting good lift. I think the batsmen out there are just being very watchful. Obviously at 3 for 21, you don't want to do anything silly. But if they'd had a better start, they might have been willing to be a bit more attacking against this young player, put him off his line and length, but I think he's doing enough to make them very watchful.
Certainly backing up the earlier efforts of Neeser and Steckity. Got a question for you, Christina. You can probably answer it a bit more readily now you're not CEO here, but do you ever think we'll have another men's test match here at the WACA, like against Bangladesh or potentially a non-sort of major country? What do you think?
The door is open for that. It comes down to the scheduling of Cricket Australia. Cricket Australia know that this is a ground that can hold these games. I know in the future they're looking to probably try and hold those sort of games in Darwin or other,
sure,
you know, Canberra, but the plan, the redevelopment and the complementary style of the WACA ground with Optus Stadium was always designed to be able to have those games and make us an option for those games, but not at the expense of a major test nation. And that's the thing you've always got to be conscious of.
Fielder going back on the leg side, a deep backward square leg. Tight defence there, Cartwright. I see we've got some stuff next August, I think, up north, and it is an opportunity to give that part of the country some international cricket, particularly Darwin and Townsville, Mackay, Cairns, those sort of places. Yeah,
and look, a couple of years ago, Afghanistan was scheduled to play in WA. Turned out it was a COVID year. That would have ultimately been played here, but with COVID, nothing was here at all. So, you know, that would have been an example for people to see there, to see a game back here at the WACA.
Well, the women's test match here last year was pretty well attended, and the Aussies played particularly well, and I'm sure over the coming years with a lot more women's test matches, it'll be great to see the WACA utilised for that.
Yeah, we've got a one-day international Australia versus Indian women here in December. So there's international cricket played all the time, but, you know, you've got a stadium over here, second best stadium in terms of capacity.
Nicely played there by Cartwright. Punches it backward of point. And there might be a 3 on here. You don't see a heap of 3s here at the WACA, but there is one, and the over comes to an end with the score at 3 for 24.
It is lovely to see threes played. I don't think players like them that much, but you don't see them that often. But having the Optus Stadium across the road and the WACA ground here, it's an ideal situation for WA cricket. They get the advantage of being able to hold their Big Bash League matches, which everybody knows are the highest attended matches in the country, international matches, and then using this ground here for a variety of international, domestic and community games.
Change bowling in the lead up to drinks here. Michael Neser having a spell, 6 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 8. Jack Wildermuth, the experienced all-rounder, is going to take his turn with the ball. 31 years of age now. He's had a pretty decent career. His 68th Sheffield Shield match coming up. And he's got a job to do here to maintain the pressure that Neser has provided for his team, bowling from the Lily Marsh stand end. A few people here today for the start of the season. Good to see. Always get a few here for WACA Shield games. And with the success they've had over the last 3 years, you can't blame them as Wildermuth starts his run.
Well, no, it's a great place to watch domestic cricket. Good facilities for patrons that come, plenty of shade, and a good thing for people today who don't have to bother going to work.
Tuesday start, of course. Most people are working. Was it a long weekend here yesterday?
No, our long weekend was a couple of weeks ago.
Workers having a spell as well.
Yeah. How good's that? You've enjoyed working on a construction program that lets you watch cricket?
Bit wide on that occasion. 4 slips in the gully in place for Wildermuth, so similarly attacking field for him. They make plenty of racket over there, that's one thing.
No, not as much as they were making this time last year. It was pretty horrendous last year with tractors and cars going backwards and forwards, beeping every time they were reversing.
It's the beeping that gets you, isn't it?
Yeah.
Concrete going down over there. Bit wayward that time, Wildermuth.
Yeah, that shot we just saw of the construction was the indoor pool work. The project is just over 50% completed. The indoor pool, 20-metre pool for rehabilitation and learn to swim, and the 50-metre pool is now completed and about to go undergo testing for leakages. If that goes well, it'll then be waterproofed and tiled, but it'll be filled with water in 1 or 2 weeks for the testing.
Nicely struck to cover. You're going to be one of the first to take a dip over there, Christina. Give it a try, toe in the water.
No, I don't think so, Laurie, although there has been times where people have wanted to drown me.
Oh, let's not go down that road, but you get some...
Eddie Maguire and Carolyn Wilson.
You get some pretty hot days over in the west. It'll be handy having a swimming pool nearby.
When we talked about it internally and with the players, particularly for Sheffield Shield games, in the holidays, kids coming, having a swim, coming to the cricket, it'll be fantastic.
Yeah. Finds the gap this time. Pass cover, chase for Labuschagne. And he can't save it inside the rope, so a boundary for Cartwright, his first. Nicely played.
Yeah, and unusual for Labuschagne not to be able to stop that boundary. He's such a top quality fielder, but didn't quite get to it then, and it'll give Cartwright a bit of confidence to have got that away. He just didn't get down to it. I think he got his fingertips on it, but not enough to pull it back from the rope.
So Cartwright into double figures now. Oh, look at Carey there. Once again, nicely bowled to finish the over from Jack Wildermuth. So we've had an hour of action here at the WACA. Queensland won the toss, sent WA in, and at drinks it's 3 for 28.
And it is drinks here at the WACA ground with Western Australia in their first innings are 3 for 28. In other Sheffield Shield matches today, at Cricket Central, New South Wales in their first innings are 3 for 110 against South Australia. At Junction Oval today, Victoria in their first innings are 2 for 158 against Tasmania.
Thanks very much to Laurie Colliver and Christina Matthews as we welcome back Wayne Clark. And with the score 3 for 28, Western Australia after the first hour. And you'd have to say, Wayne, the honours went to Queensland in that the first session of the Sheffield Shield season.
Yeah, it's going to be hard after the first 2 balls not to, isn't it? You know, that was just an amazing start. First 2 deliveries of the game, we saw Nisa pick up Bancroft and then Jaden Goodwin. And they've been able to apply that pressure right through. Sam Whiteman's been good. He's let the ball well. He's just concentrated so hard. We saw the dismissal of Mitch Marsh as well, and Queensland right on top. But it's going to be a battle. It looks as though it's that type of wicket that'll probably go through the game. It's quite overcast. Conditions for bowling are excellent, but it means this won't dry out that quick. Mind you, I don't think it's as damp as what we've seen in previous times. I was interested what happens normally with this grassy pitch like that. We get these little divots which play a part later in the game. So I'd be interested to see what it looks like in tomorrow morning, you know, once it sort of dries out a little bit.
Yeah, it's the movement's mainly been in the air.
Yeah.
Right, looking at it rather than off the pitch. Strike around the wicket. And we've seen it so many times in the first hour. Whiteman not having to play with those balls bouncing over the height of the stumps. They've got 2 gullies in for Whiteman at the moment. It's just interesting. Coming around the wicket. So Nisa in the first of them. And then Jack Clayton in the wider gully.
I think if you're going to be a little critical of the Queenslanders, especially the Whiteman, I just think they've been too short. They've been bowling too much back of the length, allowing him to leave deliveries like that one. That one was a little bit wider, but he's been able to leave on length, even if they're on the stumps at times.
So a little bit fuller from Straker.
And he's played these conditions for years. It must be about 13 years he's been playing, and you know, the last 4 or 5, he's just developed even further as an opening batsman. We saw him years ago where he was nearly the next keeper, and then he had that severe finger injury which kept him out of cricket for nearly 2 years, and came back as an opening batsman and has done extremely well, and even been touted for maybe international selection at some stage. Again,
not having to play.
Yeah, and that's the strength on a wicket like this. He will do that as often as he possibly can. young striker, but he's been good. And it was important that he was able to come on and maintain the pressure. His lines have been good. He's big and strong. He's got that little skip. I know you guys had a look at it earlier, but he's got that little skip just prior to the crease. But he still finishes off. He still gets through his delivery.
Draw on the pads of Whiteman, clips it down backward of square, and they'll pick up a single as Steckity can't get around to it. So rotates the strike, and Whiteman 33 deliveries now, and he's had a good hour at the crease, but he's a hard man to remove when he gets in this mindset, and he knows he has to lead the innings now with the wickets that have fallen, but he's not. He's eliminating a lot of the risks from his game. He does like to pull and hook, but we haven't really seen them test him out.
I mean, we talk about the Bancroft concentration. You know, Whiteman is as strong in that regard.
Yes. Ball on the pads again, and Cartwright this time puts it down behind square. So just straying slightly there, Straker, onto the pads, and a couple of singles for the West Australians.
He's quite open in his action, and if he doesn't get through it, sometimes he'll tend to push the ball, and that on that occasion just pushed it down that leg side. So it's important that he finishes off in each of his deliveries. Back on Whiteman, I mean, weekend he played great cricket. He scored 92, so he's still in pretty good nick. He's a sort of player that has got that concentration, but the thing one of his strengths also is there is a loose delivery. He tends to be able to get it away. But an interesting field change here. Man coming into silly mid-off.
Clayton is so close there. Silly mid-off. Probably looking for Whiteman. Change of tactics, but that's the end of the Straker over. Just 2 off it. Western Australia 3 for 30 after 14.
One thing we can say, and I know it's very early in the innings and in his career as captain, but Marnus Labuschagne looks as though he's not afraid to make some moves. You know, we've seen he quickly put in 4 slips, then it was 5.
So we see some highlights of Sam Whiteman from last year's final. Looks a bit warmer there, Wayne, in March, not earlier this year, but played such a key innings there, and in a big game.
Yep. Has the ability to go on and make big scores too. You know, if he gets that start, but it's been tough work for him today.
Yeah, as you were saying about Marnus Labuschagne and his captaincy.
Yeah, look, it's interesting, like that silly mid-off, you know, just putting that pressure on Whiteman because he's leaving the ball. Telling his bowler probably keep it up and let's make him play. But we've seen his field placement, he position of himself where he is now. Very, very straight at mid-off. And he's nearly, in some ways, he's nearly behind the bowler. And we've seen him a couple of times, and he's deep. And a couple of times he's been able to cover mid-on as well because of his pace. But being very straight, maybe he's trying to tempt the batsman to try and play wider. Instead of, we saw Marsh playing very, very straight down the wicket. And that's when he went into that position. So he's trying maybe to encourage him to have to change his game a little bit and hit wider through that offside, which then brings the 5 slips that are there.
Correct in defence, Cartwright. Straight out to Steckity, a mid-wicket. But yeah, it's a fascinating position because, you know, when the batter looks up, Cartwright looks up, he probably sees Labuschagne in his vision.
Well, Cartwright's pulled away once, very early in that spell. He pulled out and umpire Beau, obviously Cartwright had a chat to him, and Beau spoke to Marnus, and Marnus came out and had a chat. So if he's going to stand where he is, he can't be moving around, I would have thought.
So Cartwright just a little more settled now. So he works his way into his innings, 25 deliveries.
pretty important partnership from WA now for these two to try and, you know, just scrounge their way to lunch. You know, they don't want to expose another batsman, you know, to these conditions. And if these two are able to get through, you know, things may even up a little bit, but it's tough work.
And both of these players now, they're vastly experienced, Cartwright and Whiteman, but they're not being tempted. Those balls outside off stump. Just to see if they can get through to lunch without the loss of any more wickets.
You know, I know that if I was giving advice to the bowlers, which I tended to do, I just would like them to be, I don't care if they drive you through the offside. I think they need to be trying to get them coming forward a lot more. That was okay, but just a little wide. Yeah, we saw Nisa in that first over, and that he just absolutely made the batsman come forward and was at that off stump or just outside, not too wide.
So at the end of that over, Western Australia 3 for 30. Still a tough period for the Western Australians. In regards to the pitch, Wayne, I think it swung in the air for Nisa. Probably didn't do an alarming amount off the seam early on, but Nisa, he was so deadly accurate.
Yeah. Well, they put work into it at the beginning of last week with a forecast of rain, so it's had a fairly long preparation and plenty of rolling. Undercovers a little bit over Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, but it's had plenty of preparation.
Straker, new over.
Bowling strike!
Well, that's living up to its name, that position, silly mid-off, Wayne. Clayton, some would say silly, but he's right in the line of a fully fledged cover drive. And not that far from the bat. There he is there.
It's an interesting position because a lot of times he won't take a catch. It'll be more
getting in the mind,
getting in the mind and probably going to slips because you're looking at, as you're driving, you're seeing that man in your vision, and sometimes you might try and nail him.
So extremely soft hands there for
Yeah.
Whiteman. Just letting the ball come to him.
And it's a pretty specialised position because you've got to stay down, got to stay low as you can. And if you had any intelligence at times as a player and you were put in there, you'd take a couple of steps back because then they'd take you out of there. Because it's but some blokes just love it. They just thrive on getting in there under the face of the batsman.
This one he decides to play at. Gets it wide of the field. Through for one there to Whiteman. So good result for Western Australia. They just would really be aiming to rotate the strike as much as possible. The left-right hand combination. Queenslanders having to change over. Bowler having to alter their lines.
I mean, with the field the way it is, there are plenty of gaps there. So it is important that they try and push as a shot like that. Just short outside the off stump. Don't, you know, just try and push it square. Get that one. Get the right hander up there. He's got to change his line.
Right on the top of off stump. Straker.
The wicket has settled down a little bit. Of course, the ball now nearly just over 15 overs old, so that'll be getting a little bit softer.
Wayne, you've coached successful teams in Western Australia, but after 3 Sheffield Shields in a row, what do they do to reset, I suppose? Do they just keep going with the same mindset, or sort of sit down and say, well, what are we aiming to do now to continue our successes? We see Straker stride in again. All flashes outside off stump. Just lost his concentration there. Cartwright.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? It's still a belief, a mind thing, and there's so many experienced players in there, in that squad and that at the moment, that a lot of them are very self-motivated anyway. And what they've done over a period of time, they've got an influx of young blokes, which keeps them on their toes and that as well. I think that's the important thing, is that you continually to bring young blokes in and create competition.
Not tempted that time. End of the over. Western Australia 3 for 31.
Maybe Vokesy rang Ivan Cleary and had a chat to him and worked out how they've been doing at the pen. They've got 4. But
yeah, well, they were talking about a couple of those guys, leaving Penrith at the end of the year and playing for them.
Yep.
Sort of coming up with something that is going to bring the team together. But
they've lost a lot of players, But the influx, it means you've got a really good culture too outside of it, and if someone comes in that's not involved with it, move them on. Make sure that they are all focused in the one direction. But even still, it's such a hard thing to do. Well, the spin.
Interesting. First look at spin this morning. Mitch Webster. So again, Labuschagne not scared to try something. We would presume it's sort of seamer-friendly conditions this morning, but just going to see how much turn might be in this surface. And Cartwright and Whiteman must have only put on 13. Been there for a good half an hour, so just keep changing it up.
Yeah, interesting to see how, as you say, the ball plays here for the spinner. We've got the wrist spinner bowling.
Mitch Webster 30 wickets last year's Shield season at an average of 32, which is pretty good. A spinner in Australian conditions. Sweeps Whiteman and pass fine leg down to the boundary for 4. So just getting one just slightly outside his pads there and taking full toll.
Yeah, just line there, wasn't it? I mean, it's interesting because the most successful, when you look back over a period of time that have bowled at the WACA, have been finger spinners. Moe Armstrong used to love bowling over here. Yardley used to go to Rocket Sholey, 46 wickets last year, and a lot here, where they actually come over the top, use flight and get a lot of bounce. Whereas the wrist spinner, probably they don't get over the top as much. They fire it through a bit.
Turns it straight to that fielder at short fine.
Because it is the bounce and the use of the breeze here that becomes the real asset for spinners. He's actually...
This one just turning to leg Whiteman, wide of Straker. So another single.
And the thing Swepson's got to be wary of is just not firing it in. He's got to use a flight. The thing is, he's bowling with the breeze, which makes it a little bit difficult. So bounce, Shane Warner used to love bowling here. He loves bowling at the Gabba, but it's mainly because of the bounce that they can utilise and get that drift.
So just setting the field for the right-hander, Cartwright. He chose again, clipped away, but straight to short backward square.
But it's good, the idea of change of pace from Labuschagne, just trying to entice that little error, maybe that little relaxation in their concentration.
Ooh, well done.
Not seeing evidence of a lot of turn at the moment, but he is sort of firing him in a little bit, and I think if it a little bit more flight, it may change that.
Is this one more? Full toss. Cartwright smashes it out to deep mid wicket, but McDermott's out there on the boundary. Just keeps it to 1. That's the end of the over. Western Australia 3 for 37 at the end of that over.
Yeah, lucky to get away with that last one, wasn't he? That it was a rank full toss, but hit it straight to that man. Just watching that one, he just pushed that, and I think his eyes lit up there, Cartwright, but just tried to hit that a little bit too hard. But an interesting move, and I suppose it just shows us what we were discussing prior to that, was just the performance and the captaincy of Labuschagne, not being afraid to make some moves.
Yeah.
I think Wildermuth is going to change ends, as just giving the young fella a bit of a break, and Straker, I think he'd be more suited bowling into the breeze. Was it Steckity?
Cartwright pulls powerfully through mid-wicket region and straight out to the boundary for 4. So Wildermuth, first ball of a new spell, just dropping a little bit short, but wasn't he in position quickly there, Hilton Cartwright?
I mentioned how important it was for WA with this partnership, but it's important from a Queensland point of view that they sort of just reassess here and say, okay, we've had the pressure, we've really let it lapse a little bit over the last few overs, even though they're still well on top. They want to maintain that scoreboard pressure as well, and they're just bowling a little bit short and two sides of the wicket.
Want a better line from Wildermuth, but Queensland, you look at the side today, a lot of talent out there, Wayne. It's hard to believe they actually picked up the wooden spoon last year in the Sheffield Shield. First time in a generation. They're such a proud cricketing state. I mean, the one Brisbane Heat obviously won the Big Bash, so real contrast for Coach Wade Seckham last year.
Yeah, and of course now the new coach with Johan Botha.
Yeah,
he'd be pretty tough, I would imagine.
That one just getting past the bat, hitting on the thigh pad.
Those last two deliveries after that first one have been much better. A lot more discipline, good line, much better length. The first one was like, oh, I've changed ends off, and he just didn't concentrate hard enough on that first delivery. First and last balls, sometimes, you know, you look at the figures of bowlers and you just say, hang on, why are you releasing the pressure on these deliveries?
So Clayton quickly jumping on that ball. They've put a man out. Looks like Straker out there at deep backward square for Cartwright. Geez, we've seen him play some venomous pull shots over the years, playing for the Melbourne Stars at the MCG. Who can forget that shot he put up high into the second tier one night, but he's so good on that shot. It's an interesting field placement. Short cutting in, and that not too comfortable, Hilton Cartwright, after that delivery.
And I think we saw it in about the 4th or 5th over when Steckity was bowling. They put a man back. And up to then, I think their lengths had been really, really good. But since then, they've seemed to have bowled too far back of a length. And just watching that one, that, okay, it got through Cartwright, but it wasn't going to get him out. I think they've just been undisciplined on their length, you know, and putting a man back there, it gets into the bowler's mindset that, okay, they tend to bowl shorter for some reason. Cartwright in a little bit of problem there, but
yeah, the pain's one of those ones. The pain just
short of a length
remains. Yes. There we see the ball cutting back off the pitch and just an inside edge, I think, into the mid-rift of Hilton Cartwright. Sometimes that pain just lingers. When you hear those sound effects, it's not very pleasant, to be honest. See the doctor running out here, but
I'm sure there'll be a lot of support for him, even though they're smiling at what they're saying.
You just need a period of rest, really, sometimes. Just wait for that pain to go away. But
Dr. Tommy Hill coming out. I'm not sure what Tommy can do with that one.
Just someone to talk to, just perhaps take up a bit of time for Hilton.
Even he's smiling. Come on, Tom. Show a bit of empathy.
It's interesting. That one seemed a fair bit, actually. So it'll be interesting to see as the day goes on whether we'll see some more movement off the pitch. Wildermuth does tend to bowl a heavy ball with his action, like heavy shoulder action, and hits the deck pretty hard.
The interesting thing, and we've seen it at just about every game here last year, was that when you've got a nice bit of a green tinge on the top here, the bowlers with the new ball, if they're bowling a good length, they're getting those little skid marks, little divots. And as the pitch dries out, they remain. You know, they can still roll, they roll the pitch, but they can't get rid of those little divots. And sometimes you'll see them and they'll become little brown marks.
Yep.
One, visually it creates a problem for the batsman, but it does keep the bowler in the game for the whole game, because they can hit the front of it and it will keep low, and a couple of others they pop, or it hits one side of it and it just, you know, they're only small, but that's all you need. It doesn't need to do a heck of a lot. So I'd be interested to see whether that's occurring out there.
Play resumes now. A little bit again. So that's the end of the Wildermuth over. Just the one boundary on it. Lovely pull shot from Cartwright. Western Australia 3 for 41 at the end of that over. And the ground is now bathed in sunlight, and the seeing conditions are perfect out there at the moment. We've had a fair degree of cloud this morning, and over the 4 days our forecast is gradually warming up. Another 23 tomorrow, I think, and then Friday I think might be 30 degrees. So it's really nice conditions for the Sheffield Shield. I won't worry the Queenslanders, the warmth won't. I mean, their winters are renowned for their comfort and warmth. Swepson resumes. Just turned off his pads here, Whiteman, for another single. So 41 deliveries now for Sam Whiteman, working his way in nicely.
Cartwright as well has been very disciplined since he's been at the crease. He likes to get on with it, but so he's been very disciplined.
A bit of turn there for Swepson, and perhaps he's just giving it a little more air. His first over was quite flat. Flat.
Lovely.
Punched away to the offside by Cartwright. Can't beat the fielder. Straker.
Back quickly and just trying to force it through that offside. But as you say, a little bit quicker through the air from Swepson again. Labuschagne coming into a shortish cover.
A bit more. Lovely length there from Swepson.
That one he just slowed it down a bit and gave it a little bit more air. And I think he'd get a little bit more success if he was able to be consistent with that.
Short leg and a slip in place. Floated up and almost catching the edge of Cartwright's bat. That's the end of the over tidy from Swepson. 3 for 42. We'll have a double change. Thanks very much to Wayne Clark. We have Laurie Colliver and Christina Matthews to come in.
And Goodwin on their way to Nisa, who's had a magnificent morning. 3 wickets for him. Mitch Marsh, unfortunately for the home side, out for just 13. That made it 3 for 18, but these two starting to rebuild things nicely for the home side. Laurie Colliver in commentary with Christina Matthews. How are you? Steckity defending. Do tell us why. You like lunch or just... Just turn yourself on, Christina.
Oh, I am on now.
You are?
Yeah, the half an hour before lunch I've enjoyed as a player, thinking about what might be served up for lunch. In my early days of playing, we just had standard chicken and salad forever and a day, and then we got to play at the big grounds, and all of a sudden roast beef came out. It was fantastic.
Whiteman just batting outside his crease. And the appeal, but I think that's outside the line. Nagayski agrees.
Yeah, so I remember when we toured England for the first time many years ago, and we were playing at Worcester, and we went into lunch. It was the first time I'd ever seen roast beef served up with the Yorkshire pud. Suffice to say, I wasn't as mobile after lunch as I was before.
Here's a replay of that last delivery. Christina, your thoughts? Outside the line, maybe?
Yeah, I think, well, gee, it came in nicely, but just outside the line. It was certainly worth a shout.
Down leg side this time. And Silly Mid-off was in play there as well.
Yeah, look, I think that's a really good position with the start they've had here, but they need the bowlers to be really backing them up and putting that doubt in both Whiteman's and Cartwright's mind. You know, you're always pretty, I think, arrogant as about to go, put them there, I'll hit through them, but you can't help but just pick away at you a little bit that there's someone there.
It's an inside edge just away from that backward square leg fielder. A single for Whiteman, who's fighting hard for his side here.
Yeah, it's been a tough first session for the WA players. Always hard here at the WACA, whether there's something in the pitch or not, for the first session. Ball moves around a bit, gets a bit of extra. The batsmen know that they've got to play really carefully, and then you get the reward later in the day and as the match goes wrong from a batting perspective. But an excellent start from Queensland.
Extra man back on the leg side in the deep for that hook shot. Ooh, nicely bowled.
Yeah, play and miss by Cartwright. Half-hearted appeal by the Queenslanders. I don't think they really thought there was anything in it, but you don't want to die wondering. Here's the replay. Yeah, it was a half shot from Cartwright, nowhere near the ball, but enough to have Cartwright in two minds, not really sure whether to have a slash at it or not, and not something I'd be doing if I was Hilton Cartwright at this point in time.
I like it from the right-hander from Western Australia.
Yeah, that's what you want to see, a solid front foot defence.
3:43 here at the WACA, 20 overs gone. Good to see the spinner on early. He's bowled a couple of good tight overs so far. Got swept that first ball by Sam Whiteman for 4, but since then he's found his line and length, looking to spin the ball hard in the opening session of day one.
Yeah, as a cricket follower, obviously I love to watch the strategy of the game rolling out, but I'm also interested in the fashion choices of some players. And Swepson's hairstyle and bandana is quite interesting. Looks like he's just come off a commune in Nimbin, but not dissimilar to WA spinner Corey Roccaccioli.
Yeah, he got long hair too. In fact, he's had the ball taken off him. Neeser's going to come back on. So little stint here for Michael Neeser in the 25 minutes to lunch, which I can understand. Get a little bit of extra movement while this ball's new in the lead up to the main break of the day.
Yeah, a good move by Marnus, I think, to put the pressure back on the Western Australian batsmen, not allow them to cruise into that lunch break. They've had a little bit of freedom over the last few overs, not as much pressure, and Nissa, I think, will put them on the back foot, let's say.
Sun out a little bit more here in Perth. Glorious conditions, though, for the start of the Shield season at the WACA. 3 slips in the gully. Still that silly mid-off in place. And right into action there immediately is Jack Clayton there. Cop a few on the shins there, I reckon. It'd be almost like keeping wicket, I reckon, fielding in there sometimes.
Well, one of the things you hope keeping wicket is it's not hitting you in the shins, that you're actually using your hands. But at sort of the bat pad and silly mid-off, you're more likely to get it in the shins. But a good ball to start with, bringing that fieldsman into play.
Takes a little bit of pad that time.
Yeah, nice movement from Pearson. He's so good laterally, Pearson. We saw him earlier with some big dives left and right, and we see the replay now, moving across well. He's such a good wicket keeper, and he got his opportunity on the England tour when Josh Inglis had to come back for the birth of his first child. But you can see with his footwork there how good he is behind the stumps.
Silly mid-off becomes silly mid-on now. Changes are plenty here. And again, straight into action. Bit of an appeal from the Queenslanders, but plenty of bat on that.
And good reaction there, throwing the ball back at the stumps. Not really a chance, but it does keep the batsmen on their toes and makes them think about where he is there and what he could do.
Just back on your keepers discussion, though, Christina. We're very blessed in this country to have so many good keepers, aren't we? There's so many good ones around.
Yeah, and I mean, if you look at WA, they've had an absolute... Just wait for this ball.
Oh, yeah.
They've had an absolute treasure trove of keepers over the year, with Whiteman, Bancroft, Inglis, Philippi, younger players coming through, and also they now have the Rod Marsh Wicket-Keeping Academy, which the WA state government funded in memory of Rod Marsh, and I imagine it's one of the only ones in Australia with the depth and quality of coaching that happens there.
You look at Alex Carey's playing today for South Australia. You've got Inglis obviously here in the starting lineup. Jimmy Pearson, Sam Harper from Victoria is a very fine clubman. So Australian cricket blessed at the moment to have so many good keepers in the domestic competition, putting pressure on Alex Carey in the test side and Josh Inglis, the white ball keeper these days.
Yeah, and I think too it's a side benefit of the multi-formats we have in cricket.
So Neza concludes his first over of a new spell. West Australia still at 3 for 43.
In the old days with wicket keeping, one keeper was picked, they did the whole summer. These days, like fast bowlers, you may need multiple keepers, whether it's 2020 cricket, one-day cricket or Shield cricket, who is suited differently. And that gives wicket keepers greater opportunity. We've had Philippi and Inglis in WA over the past few years. Inglis making his way into the Australian side as a tourist and then as a player, giving Philippi a chance. Period before that, we had Whiteman and Bancroft both as keepers.
Change of bowling now. Webster's going to have a go from the Gloucester Park end in the lead up to lunch here, just on 20 minutes play remaining. So he's going to bowl into that slight southwesterly, slip and short leg in place. Oh, bit of turn there to start too. Nicely bowled.
Yeah, well bowled. Nice bit of lift. You see Pearson there just turning, pushing his right foot out to give him a little bit more room to catch that on the up. We see here, yeah, Pearson just opening up a little bit to be able to absorb that extra bounce.
Just out the cover.
More
like Sampson than Swepson, isn't he, Mitch?
That is very good, yes. He's changed so much over the years, hasn't he? He was a very clean-cut looking young man, and he's obviously now growing into himself.
Can't find the gap with that shorter delivery. He's got a good head of hair there.
Yeah.
4 test matches for Australia. Cartwright liking to play off the back foot here, as he's prone to do. Trusting the bounce.
It was good to see someone like Webster get an opportunity in the Australian side. Very difficult to get in there and then get the confidence you need as a spinner at the international level.
We had to kick that one away at the last moment. A maiden to start from Swepson in his new spell. WA still on 3 for 43. Look at him from side on, Christina.
Yeah, he's got a lovely wrist spinner's action. And he always has the batsman asking questions. Not many loose balls.
I remember him bowling that Pakistan tour in conjunction with Nathan Lyon, and he came up against a very much informed Bubba Azam, who at that time was going very, very nicely. Lost a little bit of form of late, but he was at the peak of his powers a couple of years ago as we watched Nisa continue.
It is one of the challenges of selection and of selectors to know when to pick the player and the right time to do that. We've seen many examples of players who have been at the peak of their powers, just come off, and then they get picked and their international career goes nowhere. And you get other players like Ian Healy, who was picked very early and was able to develop as an international player as he was developing his game.
Well, I guess the other thing is too, Australia don't often play 2 spinners. Any prospective spinners will be looking at those tours coming up. Oh, nicely bowled. Drew into the shot there and nearly found the outside edge. Good bowling there from Nisa, straight into the gloves of Jimmy Pearson. That was well bowled.
Well, we talked about depth of wicket
Let's have a look at
keepers.
this replay, Christina, first. Look at that. Nice swing. As you said earlier, good to see Nisa back into the attack in the lead up to lunch while the ball's still swinging a bit.
Yeah. When you think that today Ashton Agar is playing in a second 11 a game, you realise there's depth around.
Yeah, well, I had a look at that WA second 11 team that's playing in Adelaide at the moment with the likes of Jai Richardson and Ashton Turner over there, and young Teague Wiley, Darcy Short, and well, WA could put a second team in the Shield comp at the moment, I reckon, and do pretty well.
Well, to be fair, they wouldn't have won 3 Shields in a row if they didn't have that depth.
True.
It's such a long, hard season. 3 formats. You've got to work out which players are best in what format and hope you get to the other end. No different AFL football, with as few injuries as possible.
Yeah, we saw when Victoria won their 3 Shields, they had a very good stable of fast bowlers, didn't they? And that made a significant difference, particularly with the format, the bash break in the middle. You play a lot of games quickly before that, and then afterwards you're coming off bowlers only bowling 4 and 5 over spells, a few of them running around in Futures League to get a bit of leg work leading back into the second half of the season. And yeah, it's very rare to see a bowler play every of the 10 or 11 Shield games throughout the whole season these days. They have to miss 1 or 2 along the journey.
That's well bowled, just keeping Sam Whiteman honest there. Not a ball that was any danger of hitting him, but you never like to have to duck and know that someone's got the capability to bowl a good bouncer at you.
Well, it's an indication of what Queensland have tried to do this morning as well. I haven't seen a lot of short stuff, so here's one more look at it.
Good line, just probably a touch too short.
Across him on that occasion. So another maiden from the Queensland bowlers. Heads 3 for 43. As John Buchanan used to often say, a wicket can often fall after 3 maidens in a row. So we'll see what happens in this next over. There'll be plenty of people watching from Western Australia hoping that's not the case.
It's the nature of today's game too, that people aren't used to maiden overs when they play so much white ball cricket. So hopefully WA knuckle down, but equally the Queenslanders were hoping that pressure is building on the Western Australian players.
So just under 15 minutes to lunch here. Webster continuing. Right again, liking to get deep in his crease.
Now, I don't want you to start salivating, Laurie, but I believe we might be getting lamb curry today.
Oh, don't talk about food this early. Sounds good.
That's beautiful, mate.
Forward that time, Cartwright. Just a reminder too, if you want to stay with us after lunch, we're going to swing off to channel 505. Pakistan, England coming up in about what is it? A bit over about an hour or so. Maybe you can stay with us for the last couple of sessions, but if you want to watch the action from Multan, stay on 501. We're on 505.
Catch it.
Right, we're there from Clayton at short leg.
It's been such a great contest this morning, hasn't it? Queensland starting off so well.
Yeah, it's why we love Shield cricket, isn't it? It's a battle. It's you know, 2 for none. You're thinking, oh, anything could happen here, but things have steadied. Cartwright and Whiteman really digging in. Good old-fashioned openers innings from Hilton Cartwright so far today. Doesn't like getting back, Cartwright. Safely played.
And when you think sides are generally looking between 80 and 100 in a session, and we're sitting at 3 for 43 with about 15 minutes to go, it tells you how well Queensland have bowled.
Down leg side, I fancy. So another maiden, 4 in a row from the Queensland bowlers, and it's still 3 down for 343. Sorry, 3 down for 43. Getting a bit carried away there. Just updating. I saw the scores update from the other venue, and just over in Melbourne, as we just have to this replay quickly. A bit of an inside edge maybe there as well. Swiption, a little bit of frustration on his face there. Yeah, Victoria going well. Marcus Harris has got 100, 110 not out. Victoria 2 for 208. So that's the first little thing laid in the battle for the opening position, potentially.
Now, this opening position as every year has people talking about what's going to happen. You know, even when Warner was still there, people wondering for how long. I do think the selectors have shown their hand, though, last year when they picked Renshaw to sort of be the first man in. Harris had been touring and then was left behind. I can't imagine them doing anything vastly different. I do think they need to settle as an opener, and you want to see a experienced opener, and even though Renshaw's been up and down the order trying to find his place, he is an experienced opener, and if they're going to do it, they need to put him in and let him develop.
Tight stuff from Whiteman once again in defence. Yeah, well, all this talk of Travis Head as a white ball opening bat going into the top of the order in the test matches against India for Moen is not going to work. I think they've got to just not consider that. We have a look at Neza from side on there. Good tight defensive action there from Whiteman, who himself has had a very good career and is someone that probably the moment has passed for, but I tell you what, for Western Australia as an opener and now captain has done an exceptional job.
Yeah, well, when you're when you're a selector, you're looking at so much more than just runs on the board or wicket. That's kind of your first. And Whiteman's definitely got runs on the board and deserves to be in the conversation. But I think the thing for the people who are watching the game is trying to understand what are they looking for. And I, like a lot of people, don't think you should have a makeshift opener.
I agree.
Yeah.
No, I couldn't agree more. And we saw with the Steve Smith situation, it didn't really work. And it sort of robbed Peter to pay Paul a little bit, didn't it?
Yeah. At some point, you've got to look to the future and know what you're going to leave behind.
Big tight stuff here from the Queenslanders. But yeah, it provokes plenty of discussion, doesn't it? And with Marcus Harris getting 100 today, it's adds to the intrigue, doesn't it?
Yeah, and selectors are looking at all sorts of things like where have they scored their run, what was the opposition bowling like, and so forth, where most of us just look at the end result. So, you know, in the early days, making a lot of runs at the Adelaide Oval didn't get you anywhere because of the perception.
Wait.
Nicely punched, but finds Labuschagne.
The perception around the size of that oval and the ease of scoring square of the wicket. So, yeah, there's a lot of complexities around those selections.
Gets that away past Gully safely enough, though, along the ground all the way to the rope. So Whiteman finds the boundary for the third time, and WA move along to 3 for 47. 25 overs gone here. Just under 10 minutes to go before lunch.
That was well bowled by Nessa. Caught Whiteman a little bit on the hop. I'm not sure he meant to get it where he was going. We're going to have a look at Michael Nessa now. It's the first wicket against Cam Bancroft. Squared him up beautifully. And then Jaden Goodwin, just a peach of a ball. Goodwin trying to leave it. And then Mitchell Marsh, just a regulation catch to slip. Just an outstanding bowling spell from Michael Nessa this morning.
Yes, indeed. 9 overs, 3 for 12. Bit of turn there again for Swepson. He's got a couple of balls to turn bowling from that end, hasn't he?
Yeah, it's been a good combination. I think he has come in and played into the role that was expected of him, keeping it tight.
Hit firmly, can't find the gap. Just quickly, the other Shield game. New South Wales 4 for 168 at Cricket Central against South Australia. Sam Constas going well, 89 not out. So all 3 games underway in the opening round. Hope you enjoying the coverage here on Fox Cricket and KO, wherever you're watching around the country.
Yes, mate.
Spotting a good line, Swepson, getting decent turn as well.
Almost a single there. Good call in the end from Whiteman to just say, no, we'll just stay where we are. Don't need any run-outs in the last few minutes before lunch. Played again, drew him forward. That's a couple of times in this spell. Swepson with his first ball, the overs really got the ball to rip. Gives that leg break a big twist and turn.
This first session has just been quality red ball cricket. What you would like to see in a Shield match, and we're getting it in the first morning of the first game. Bit of extra pressure here with a second slip coming in.
Struck firmly, finds mid-on, so another maiden for Swepson. And he hasn't given up a run in this spell so far. WA still 3 for 47 after 26, with time for one more over before lunch here at the WACA. Grand old scoreboard here at the WACA.
Yeah, it's a magnificent scoreboard. It was donated in 1954 by the Northwest Merchants and Cricket Association.
Wow.
And they still have an interest in it. I think every year of my 12 years as CEO at the AGM, someone from the Northwest Merchants and Association asked me to guarantee that that would never be pulled down. And it's so loved by everybody. I can't imagine anybody ever removing it.
They better not. Even if the clock's wrong. Nicely bowled. Now we're lucky in Adelaide, where I'm from, to have the manual scoreboard there still. Started in 1911. Of course, the MCG board now in Canberra at Manuka. We'll always have the old faithful scoreboards in place, isn't it?
Yeah, the MCG board not often used now for actual scoring, but more as an advertising hoarding.
I noticed that during the AFL season a bit.
Yeah. But I think the old clocks are something that's you like to look at as well. This one at the WACA ground has had a bit of a history. You know, it's finding the jewellers and the watchmakers who can now look after those sort of clocks, because they're the mechanics of them are so old, and not many people have that skill anymore.
There it is, top of the board there to our right.
Yeah. So it's a beautiful nod to the history of our game.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree more.
Yeah.
Tight defence once again. Whiteman, real typical opener's innings here from him. Well, I should say old-fashioned opener's innings. 18 off 66 deliveries now. So, well, they try and do a little field change in these last few deliveries before lunch. Still going with the 3 slips in the gully. The short mid off still in place there under the helmet. Jack Clayton.
There are only 3 balls to go, but how often do you see a wicket on the last ball before lunch?
Stay there.
Tight defence again. Giving it every chance to swing. There's Michael Neeser. Carefully allowed through by Whiteman. So he's only 5 in the first hour. The boundary early off of Steckity, and then an edge for a single as we look at it again. Tempting to drive, but the Western Australian captain saying no, having none of it in the lead up to lunch.
Last ball.
And well avoided there by Whiteman, so he'll go into lunch on 18, Cartwright on 16, and good hard Shield cricket in the opening session here. 3 for 47. The clock has ticked over to 12:30, so the players are they going to have a break? We're just waiting to see. They're just waiting, are they? And yeah, the bales are going to come off. So that is lunch here at the WACA. 27 overs gone. 3 for 47. A good session for Queensland, and they'd be pretty happy after winning the toss and sending the home side into bat. And well, it got off to a very dramatic start as we have a look at the batting card there. Bancroft out for naught. Goodwin out second ball for North, and then Mitchell Marsh out for 13. It was 3 for 18 in the 9th over, and then thankfully for the home side, Sam Whiteman and Hilton Cartwright have dug them out of trouble. And the bowling figures, Christina, look good for one man, and that man's Michael Neser.
Yeah, Michael Neser just started on fire. He's done a bulk of work, a ton of work in this first session, bowling 10 overs. The economy rate of just 1.2 set Queensland up in that first session. Mark Steckety did his job as well, as have the other bowlers. And Mitch Webster, 5 overs himself at an economy rate of just over 1 as well. So a great team effort by Queensland, as we see the replay of that first wicket.
What a start. Bancroft first ball, Goodwin second ball. We thought we might have a hat-trick to start the season here at the WACA, but Mitch Marsh got the middle of his bat and hit it up to mid-off, and then we saw Whiteman punch that away for his first boundary off Steckety. And Mitch Marsh got one of those flailing offside shots going, and another drive, which ended up over the slips, but still effective, going for 4. And then the catch at third slip to Ben McDermott.
Yeah, the fielding positions, I think, of Queensland helped put a bit of extra pressure onto Marsh. And then we saw Western Australia come back, cement themselves a little bit more, and go into the lunch break with a little more confidence, not having lost a wicket in the last 10 overs or so. 3
for 47, and other games going on around the country. Victoria taking on Tasmania at the Junction Oval. Some highlights from there. Ashley Chandrasinghe out also very, very early in the piece to Gabe Bell out for naught. And then young Campbell Kellaway, we might see him in a second here, getting caught at short leg out for 4. So that made Victoria in a bit of bother at 2 for 22. But Marcus Harris and Peter Hanscom have combined very, very well to put on a long partnership to take the score to 2 for 208. They've added 186 for the third wicket. And currently at tee, Harris is on 110. Peter Hanscom is on 88. 2 for 208. 2 wickets to Gabe Bell, and the Vicks are going well at the Junction. Another 100 for Marcus Harris. He's trying to press his claims for the first test in Perth. So that is all we've got time for here at the moment. It is 3 for 47 at lunch. We'll take a break and we'll be back with the second session of play. Remember to join us on Fox 505 for the second session of play here at the WACA in about 30 minutes' time. And a big welcome back to the WACA here in Perth. It's time for the second session of the opening day of the Shield season. WA taking on Queensland. Queensland won the toss. And by gee, we had a dramatic beginning to play this morning when Cameron Bancroft was caught behind off the first ball of the match. And then Jaden Goodwin was out off the second ball bowled by Neza. For a little while, Mitch Marsh got in, hit a couple of boundaries, got out for 13. Well caught at third slip by Ben McDermott. Sam Whiteman's lasted the 2-hour first session to be 18. And Hilton Cartwright is on 14. Laurie Colliver with you for the start of play. Wayne Clark's with me. And Wayne, a good start for Michael Neza to a new season.
By far the pick of the bowlers. He bowled extremely well, picking up those 3 wickets early. Steckety was steady. Tom Straker was interesting to see him having his first game, and he applied that pressure. Swepson in the end, I thought his last 3 or 4 overs were very good and applied some pressure.
Let's have a look at the wickets to fall today. Great first spell for Michael Neza, picking up 3 for 8 in the first 6. Came back just before lunch. That was Bancroft. And pretty regulation edge there. And then a bit of a let go from Goodwin, unfortunately, at first ball as well, Wayne.
Yeah, just took either the glove or the elbow and then back onto the stumps. And then Marsh, who battled pretty hard, got another good delivery from Neza, and McDermott took that catch quite steady there. So they're in all sorts of trouble then at 3 for 18, and it's been a battle since.
Partnership of 29 there. You can see the batters out on the right there. Ducks to Goodwin, Bancroft and Marsh made 13. And what'd you make of the last half hour? Only 4 runs scored in 7 overs. It was pretty tight stuff, but the WA players didn't really look to push things too much, did they?
No, I think they realised how important it was that they get to the break without losing another wicket. Labuschagne brought on Neza just to try and finish off and try and pick up that vital wicket. If they break this partnership, you know, they're a long way of getting WA out. Whiteman's been good. I mean, his concentration has been excellent. And Cartwright been very, very similar. These two, this partnership is just vital from a WA point of view. Impressions
of young Tom Straker on debut. Had a good start with the ball, 4 overs, none for 8.
Yeah, he bowled steady, and that's what was needed. They'd made good inroads, and he sort of came on from that bottom, from the construction end, and he held up his end, and that's what was needed.
There's Mark Steckety there. He's bowled pretty well as well. And young Straker just preparing to have a little loosen up before the break as well. So.
Yeah, if Steckety started very well, if I give him any advice, he's got to get the ball more fuller pitched. I think he bowled too short at the end and allowed people like Whiteman to be able to leave the ball on length. So they've got to make sure that they're really attacking and questioning the batsman at all times. There's still a little bit in the wicket. Take advantage of it now.
Queenslanders making their way back onto the field. New coach this year in Johan Boter, and good to see Andy Bickle still involved there, who's second on the all-time wicket list for Queensland. Umpires heading out on the ground. So Bood and Nagowski heading out to the centre. They had a few decisions to make in that opening session with a fair bit of appealing from the Queenslanders.
Yeah, that was good, and applied plenty of pressure to Queensland, and Marnus Labuschagne, his first go at captain. He's definitely not going to die wondering. He was prepared to make a number of bowling changes and positional changes, and one of those was having a silly mid-off in very, very early, and it really restricted Whiteman a little bit. He seemed to be a little bit more tentative when that man went in there, and just got to be careful he doesn't overdo it, you know. But the key for Queensland at the moment is Michael Neza now. Whether I wouldn't think that he'd come back on and open the bowling now because he bowled that session beforehand. But it just looks a different game when he's got the ball, because he's so disciplined and he's kept the ball up, just got that enough movement to create the problems for the batsman on a constant basis.
Partnership worth 29. For the 4th wicket so far. Ideal conditions weather-wise now here at the WACA. Weather temperature about 20 degrees, a little bit of a southwesterly here, but we're blessed with some good weather here, and I think it's pretty much the same over the next 4 days.
Yeah, very much so. 28 and 30 on Thursday and Friday. So the wicket's played well. We've played here last year, and it's done a lot more, but it looks as though there's been a big solid preparation here, and we saw it sort of just get better and better, and by days 2, I think it's going to be a pretty good batting wicket.
So it's going to be the debutant Tom Straker to start from the far end at the Gloucester Park end. And bowled 4 overs before lunch also from that end for just the 8 runs. Beat Hilton Cartwright with his second delivery, and I thought bowled pretty well first up.
Still those 5 catches in that cordon there, 3 slips and probably, well, yeah, nearly 2 gullies now. So going to give him every opportunity. So he's just got to repay his captain by bowling the right line.
7-2 field. And starts well. And that just swung away ever so slightly away from the bat at the last moment.
Nearly a repeat of the start of the first session. Very similar. It was amazing, those first 2 deliveries, wasn't it? It was, I think we were all looking at each other, what's going on?
Well, it was amazing, especially the second one.
Yeah.
Goodness me. I expect the unexpected. There's no look at that last delivery, Wayne.
Again, good line right from the beginning. Batsman had to play.
Right there.
Plays that one a bit more competently into the gully.
Big strong boy, isn't he? I haven't seen much of him at all, and got an interesting action, not so much action, but the skip that he takes just prior to delivery.
We were saying
a little bit of Stuart Clark in it,
maybe, yeah.
You know, we're going back a bit, but yeah, probably a bit more accentuated. But the thing is, he does still finish well, and that's the important aspect of it.
Yes.
First run after lunch. We were saying it gives you the impression ever so slightly it might just be bowling a little bit off the wrong foot.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it's.
We'll have a look at him again here, Wayne.
I mean, it's nice and balanced in that. Just wait forward. So we watch here. He gets up, and then it's not a. It's hard to describe. But as you can see, it does put a bit of pressure on. But he needs at that stage, because he's fairly open as well. He needs to make sure he gets through the delivery, because that last delivery we saw that if he doesn't, he just tends to push down that leg side. So I'm sure someone has tried to change it, but it's unique. You don't. You let it go and you work with what you've got. And at the moment, it's biting pretty well for him.
Yeah. Strike there, away after lunch as well for a single, which they didn't do a lot of in the first session, pushing singles. They're under a bit of pressure from the Queensland bowlers.
Yeah, I think the batsman would have had a good chat over the lunch break and say, OK, you know, we've got through this session, but we still got to try and get back the initiative. One way you can do that is by turning over the strike as much as you can. You know, pick up a couple of singles, and if there is a loose ball, we put it away. But even by doing that, it's putting pressure on the bowler, having to change his line.
Worked well off the pads. 50 up for Western Australia, a couple for Cartwright. The other thing that's intriguing me at the moment, Wayne, is how straight Marnus Labuschagne is at mid-off. He's almost picking the bowler's pocket, isn't he?
Yeah, we looked at that and sort of trying to see what the reason was. I know we saw Cartwright at one stage pull away because obviously Marnus was moving, because he's nearly right behind the umpire. But we've seen him field a couple on the onside, so he's been able to cover sort of mid-on and mid-off. But just discussed it after this delivery. I'm just wondering whether he stayed so straight. One, to protect the leg side a little bit, but also to force the batsman to try and play wider and open up the slip gap, the gaps in that area. I'm not sure.
3 for 51 at the end of the first over after lunch. Yeah, it's intriguing, isn't it, where he's standing and the quirkiness of the field placings. Umpire just having a little look at the pitch here as to where the bowler is following through as well. There he is there. Just saying maybe getting a little bit close to the danger area.
Steckity going to take the ball from the Lily Marsh stand end. He opened up at the construction end, that's what we'll call that, or the northern end. But now from the Lily Marsh stand end, he's the senior bowler. Got to get on line straight away. He's going to continue round the wicket to Sam Whiteman.
Thickish edge past Gully. Chase for Neza. And a couple of runs there for Whiteman to move his score into the 20s finally after batting for just over 2 hours.
One thing Sam Whiteman's got is concentration and the commitment to hang around and not give up his wicket easily. I think he only scored about 4 or 5 runs in the first hour.
He was 5 off 30 at drinks. To be fair to him, though, he didn't have a lot of strike early.
Boy.
There's a bit of a flash outside the off stump on that occasion. Through to Pearson. If you're going to flash hard, Wayne.
Well, just a bit close to the body on that occasion. It just angled in. He was trying to hit that behind square, but pretty good length. Just angled away a little bit. Was in. Thought it was going to be a lot closer to him.
Tighter in defence on that occasion. Yeah, played well in that Shield final last year, didn't he? 104. Set things up for Western Australia in their first innings when they made 347 and had an outstanding year, really. 770 runs at 40 with 300s. Most runs in a season for him for WA.
Been a terrific player for many a year, and of course he was a keeper and was touted to be the next in line, but injured that finger in a Big Bash final. Had all sorts of problems.
Stay there.
He did it fielding, went out and batted in that game with that finger broken like it was, and made 90 odd if I remember correctly, and then missed nearly 2 years of cricket, you know, because of the hand, and it didn't heal well, and looked as though that, yeah, his career was in some sort of doubt. And of course he hasn't kept a lot since then, if any, but is real competent opening batsman now.
He's had some time playing a bit of county cricket as well. He's playing his 23rd game as captain. His record as captain very, very good. 500s in those matches. None more important than last year in the final.
Yeah, he took it on officially this year. Mitch Marsh decided I'll, you know, leave it to Sam, and I think that was a good decision for both parties. Ashton Turner, I think, will be doing the Big Bash, but Whiteman, a good leader.
Right on line again. 2 off the over. West Australia 3 down for 53 just after lunch.
Yeah, good finish there by Steckety. Good over. Just what the captain wants to see. Making the batsman play and at that off stump. And that's what the Queenslanders need to do now. They'll look up at the board and see what's ahead. Western Australia have got Josh Inglis. He likes to get on with it. Cooper Conley, well, made 90 odd in the Shield final last year. He's quite an aggressive young player, but they're both players that will give you a chance. So they need to get them in as soon as they can on this type of wicket.
Yeah, well, even down to Kelly and Gannon, they both put a price on their wickets at 8 and 9, don't they? And good to see Kelly back in the lineup. Only played the one game last year with a few injuries floating around.
It's like a new recruit, and he's a good one. An excellent bowler, Matty Kelly, and has made good scores. Quite competent, as is Gannon. Couch, I'm not sure. Haven't seen him bat much. Haven't seen much of him at all. So he's quite new to us over here in WA.
Yeah.
And Rockacholi, he'll play his shots.
Well, he can bat. Very handy.
Wait!
These are there in the gully.
Not a bad number 11, really, when you've seen it.
Well, got 50 in the Shield final a few years ago here.
Yeah, that was his
Start of his career.
debut. No one knew much about him and made his name for his batting. But he's bowled very well here at the WACA, and I think I made the comment here, you know, with the wrist spinner, being able to get the flight, the drop, and it'll create the bounce. And he's just developed each year over the last 3 years now to be someone that can definitely go to that next level.
We were talking earlier about how we're blessed in Australian cricket with so many good clubmen. Well, we've got plenty of spin options coming through now as well with Rockacholi, as you mentioned. Todd Murphy, got Mitch Swepson, who's in this game as well, and good to see Lloyd Pope getting a run in Sydney, having a game this week. So.
Yeah, and the other one is Kuhnemann. You know, playing in Tassie. I think that's a terrific move on his part. He'll get some more responsibility and able to bowl. He wasn't getting much opportunity there. You know, Swepson's been around a while. He's a terrific competitor.
Good tight stuff here from Straker. Yeah, well, Murphy's had his chances at test level, and Swepson's played 4 tests now, and I'm 100% behind you on Rockacholi. His record at home here at the WACA, 49 wickets at 23. I mean, that's exceptional numbers for a spinner, and well, he's a big year from him here. He could have some cricket to play with the Sri Lankan tour coming up early next year. He's
done it well on the Eastern States wickets as well. You know, he got a big haul in Sydney and then in Melbourne last year. Yep. He's now been able to adjust to the type of conditions.
What?
Todd Murphy, I think, is terrific, but we saw him away on the international ones and he bowled a bit flat. He's just got to develop. Yeah, and that's the next stage in his development. Rockacholi was one that tossed him up, but when he goes over east now, he's been able to adjust the bowl a little flatter, a little quicker, and that's part of their development. They take ages to develop spinners. You know, they're always a bit later.
You got to have patience, don't you?
Yeah. So.
Now Kuhnemann's good in those Asian conditions too. He'll hopefully get a run in Sri Lanka next February, March. A good tight stuff here from Straker. His first maiden after lunch in WA, still at 3 for 53.
Yeah, I'd say there'll been a bit of a discussion with the bowling group. Andy Bickle's probably got them, taken them aside and said, well, okay, let's really tighten it up here. They've come out well, come out very, very disciplined. The length is a bit fuller, but the line's been very good. Not giving any width, which is what is needed at the WACA.
So Steckity to continue. Leading wicket taker in the last 3 Sheffield Shield seasons for all states. On the pull, Whiteman beats backward square leg. Should come back for a couple. So Whiteman trying to get the scoreboard moving here a little bit. W up to 355. You're just on Steckity, Wayne. Last 3 seasons, 32 wickets at 17. 38 wickets at 18 and 35 wickets at 25. So 105 wickets at 20, which is pretty good going.
Very consistent, very good.
And it's not just the Gabba either, it's other grounds.
Yeah. I think I said at the beginning of the day, you know what you're getting with him. You know, as a captain, you can be confident of throwing him the ball and him doing the right thing by you.
Seen a lot of those this morning or this afternoon, Wayne, the short ball.
Well, it's the first one since the lunch break, and to be proven wrong, I would have thought that I only saw one genuine bouncer prior to the lunch break.
Yeah, they like to keep the ball pitched up in that morning session, make the most of the new ball.
And the bounce, the shorter you see it here at the moment, it's more like a tennis ball bounce, and it just loops across the top.
Right on line again.
They've kept that short leg in for a long time, haven't they? Oh, sorry, they're silling it off, and it has made a difference to the approach of Whiteman. Not getting forward as much and letting the ball try to come to him instead of pushing there. So and he's pretty snappy in there, Clayton too. He's made some good stops.
Taking a couple for the team too, Wayne. There, one on the body and one on the shin, I reckon, earlier.
Not a nice spot to field, Laurie. Not a nice spot to field.
No, you're like a human shield there, aren't you?
Yeah.
Not ideal. Must be the good team man, Jack Clayton, to just take that on. There he is on the right of screen. Back into action. Keeps it to a dot ball.
Plenty of activity over there over by the swimming pool. Just about within hitting range, that if that's the pool there on the left.
There's the old scoreboard, and there's the workers hard at it, Wayne.
That's the controversial swimming pool area, I think it is.
Oh, good lead from Whiteman once again. So good accurate bowling here since lunch. 3 for 55. I'm going to hop out. Wayne will keep you amused for a few moments, and then David Clear's going to hop in.
Yeah, good. Yeah, another good over there from Steckety. He's been very tight since the lunch break, and as we were just discussing that, I'm sure that the bowling coach Andy Bickle would have had a few words to say. Okay, we just let it go a little bit in that last half hour. Let's get our lengths back again, and let's be at the batsman. No width, full, not too short. So he's on Straker again.
Yeah.
Just turns it down the leg side, and Clayton does the fielding.
Afternoon, Wayne. Oh,
hello, David.
What a seeing afternoon it is today, isn't it?
Beautiful.
Great condition. So brought in the leg slip there, Jack Clayton. Again, Labuschagne, not afraid to throw things around. That ball going straight to the fielder, but obviously on the bounce. Just for a little bit of a gap between bat and pad, but safe enough. But Straker asking the questions here of Hilton Cartwright. It's always interesting, Wayne, in these situations when the score is not moving, wickets aren't being taken. What gives first? You know, Queensland, as you said, just building that pressure from lunch, building it up and up, and not wanting to give away any runs or any boundaries. So often it's interesting to see what gives, what's next.
Well, when you look at the stats, you see maidens bowled in a row. A lot of times there's wickets that fallen.
Short pulls way nicely, and that's way to the boundary for 4. So just dropping a little short there, the young speedster, and just releasing the pressure. And we were just talking about there, sometimes something gives, and Cartwright will be relieved to get that boundary. He joins his partner on 23.
And that's a little bit of a gift. That was just too short and right in the area that Cartwright is very, very strong. And that's the important thing for batsmen too. When you do get a bad ball in these conditions where they've been so tight, you've got to have the ability to put it away. So he was into position quickly there. It was an excellent shot.
Let's this one go. That's a better line from Straker.
And we always talk about the WACA, you know, it's a great place to bowl, but it is a beautiful place to bat too, you know, because the bounce is genuine. And on that occasion, once Cartwright saw where that was pitched, he had the confidence to get into position and play that shot.
Well, they'll drop their back and square out again. Wildermuth going out there. Cartwright having a look over his shoulder. He's such a good exponent of that shot. Often he pulls it along the ground. Oh, that's a good shot for RBW. Big appeal, but umpire says not out. Caught him on the crease there.
Looked a good call, didn't it? Yeah, because the ball was quite full. And have a look at this one.
Cartwright asking Whiteman if that was going down leg side, and looks like it was.
Just to see the ball just tailing, just at the end there. You could see the way his action opened up a bit, and he just puts that ball, and the ball was pitched probably on off stump, but was just tailing enough that there was enough doubt there for the umpire to give it the negative. Good shout though.
Classical forward defence from Sam Whiteman. Run rate less than 2 runs and over, as we see another over completed. 3 wickets for 60 Western Australia.
It's interesting, Whiteman, with that shot then, he got really well forward. It was very tight. No short leg or no silly mid-off. So it just seemed as though he had the confidence to really push at it and get as far down as he could. Steady over, just that one delivery there that Straker let himself down with, but he'll learn on this type of wicket. As I say, it's usually a genuine bounce, and batsmen can play on length.
Steckity to continue. It's interesting they're persisting with the round the wicket to Whiteman. Wayne, do you think he's been in for over a session now, whether it's worth maybe trying to slant the ball across him, go back over and pick him up in the gully? He has been caught there around that region before.
Yep. Oh, that's
a very wide delivery.
They tried it just before the lunch break. Nisa came over the wicket, and yeah, I agree with you there. I mean, it's fine. You do it for a while. As we see this delivery, that's very wide, and just continues on. Nice take there from Pearson. But sometimes, you know, it's worth it, even just if it's for an over or two, just to make the batsman have to readjust and maybe just try and interrupt his concentration.
Very short, pulls nicely along the ground all the way down to fine leg, down to Straker. Again, we see that quickly rotating the body and getting it along the ground from Cartwright. Just around the grounds, Victoria 4 for 271 against Tasmania today, as we see that pull shot from Whiteman. Big hundreds to Marcus Harris and Peter Hanscom. Slashes outside that one, and a rare lapse of concentration from Whiteman.
We've seen that. You've seen him try and play that shot a couple of times and played and missed. Just try to slash it just behind point. And he's been caught out a couple of times in that it's just angled back into him, and that one I think just kicked a bit, and he played underneath it. Just having a look at Steckity now, and you see it. As it pitched, it just moved away a little bit. So,
and that one again, seeming
similar
away,
one,
yeah, holding its line. So, some promising signs for Queensland. The ball just starting to do a little bit. Peter Hanscom there at over in Victoria, 115 not out.
Marcus Harris making a statement again. He does it well at Shield cricket, doesn't he?
Yes, 143 of 178 balls today, so scored at a very good clip. Oh, Whiteman off his pads. They're thinking about 2. He does come back, takes on the throw, but safe enough as the throw goes over Pearson's head. So excellent running from these two. 2 more to the score. And New South Wales at Cricket Central, 4 for 204 against South Australia. And young Sam Constance, 108 not out. Joined by Josh Philippi, 19 not out. So obviously we've seen a lot of Josh Philippi here, Wayne, making his mark with New South Wales now in both formats of the game.
Yeah, he did well in the one-dayers, didn't he?
Yeah, the over, West Australia, 3 for 63.
Both batsmen looking a little bit more comfortable now, just turning the strike over. Whiteman's moved to 25 and Cartwright on 24. Just looked that little bit more comfortable. It's still been pretty tight bowling, but I think the thing that we've seen, that when there is a loose ball, both batsmen have been able to take advantage with it. Anything on leg stump, Whiteman's been able to just tuck behind square and pick up a couple. We've seen Cartwright quite keen to take on anything that is pitch short.
Straker to continue. Punches nicely, just standing tall there, Hilton Cartwright. And that ball flowing out to the boundary. What a delightful shot there. Minimal of effort, and it was all timing.
Controlled, wasn't it? He didn't try and hit it hard. He just used the pace of the delivery. He's such a good timer of the ball, Hilton Cartwright, and he's been pretty controlled today, and you know, he likes usually to get on with it a bit, but that's just a lovely controlled cricket shot.
This ball clips it delightfully off his toes. Very nice timing again. There's a fielder out there though, and they come back for 2 more.
50 partnership, a vital one from a West Australian point of view, but both very experienced players would be realising that that's, well, only a job partly done if WA are going to get back into this game.
Yes, it's been a hard grind for Western Australia. Not dissimilar to all the tradespeople over on the building site there, Wayne. Yeah, knows the grindstone. Getting their hands dirty.
Oi, that's got to be a wide. I thought the thing was going to be short.
He ballooned off.
He dug that one in, didn't he? I'd like to look at that again, because that had to be a wide. Yeah, I think Pearson may be a little surprised that that wasn't called a wide too. Yeah, that please, yeah.
All right. Well, one coming back into Cartwright, having to quickly clamp down on that one.
Just getting a couple to tail in, isn't he? When he keeps the ball up. Now, whether it's started to reverse a little, but maybe that's just the natural, the action that he does have. But a couple there have come in and tailed in late. Got to try and take advantage of that. Just watch this delivery. Yeah, just a little tail there.
That one moving away.
Yes.
So a little bit each way there. Again, if Queensland can get that ball in the right spot, they're going to challenge these Western Australian batters at the end of the over. 3 for 69.
Yeah, you saw the two distinct deliveries there, didn't you? That one that did tail in, and then the next one, but again, it was too wide. And Cartwright was able to pick it up the width and just let it go.
Thanks very much to Wayne Clark. Just clamping in for room there. As we welcome back Christina Matthews. Well, Christina, it's been more hard grind for Western Australia, but Whiteman and Cartwright skillfully dealing with this bowling. It's been quite tight from Steckity and Straker since lunch.
Yeah, you're right. It's been a hard grind before lunch. They've come out after lunch looking a bit freer. And we can't forget also, this is the first game for the bowlers as well. So it's going to be very difficult for them as the day goes on, their body getting used to bowling longer spells. So much short form cricket these days. Players going away and playing in 20 over tournaments, getting their body back into a red ball style.
Yeah, exactly. It's so many moving parts these days with player contracts and international competitions. T20 moving away again. Significant bounce from Steckity outside that off stump, so really testing Whiteman. He can't really do much with that. It's interesting, Christina, just with the contracting of players like Western Australia, for instance, the likes of Ashton Agar, Andrew Tye, Jason Berendorf, but rather than be contracted just to play the limited over format of the game, they're saying, well, can I have the option of perhaps not taking up a contract with Western Australia? And that doesn't, I suppose, bind them to necessarily being selected for the state.
It gives them flexibility, particularly towards the back end of the year. When tournaments start happening, and Sheffield Shield is the main game at that time within Australia. But, you know, the idea is they're still playing white ball where they've got valued, and they only have to play 2 or 3 games to get upgraded to a contract anyway. So they end up being on a contract, but it allows WA or other states, if they choose to work with their players to do it, to bring in, so someone like Bryce Jackson, who got 6 in his first, may have not got a contract if those 4 players were still on contract.
Yeah, yeah. Appeal for LBW here. Whiteman caught on the crease a little bit, but it may have been slightly high as Whiteman.
It hurt him too.
Yeah.
Be interesting to see where that actually hit him, but he's putting a bit of pressure on his leg. Or hit him above the pad, I think.
It probably, and whether it was hit him outside off stump or not. Let's have a look at the height from side on.
Yeah, I think it would have hit him way too high. No wonder he was grimacing a little bit.
It missed the knee roll, didn't it?
Yeah.
Wait!
He's hit nicely, but some lovely fielding down there from Wildermuth.
So if you go back to the contracting system, it allows you to keep building depth, and because of Lance Morris and Jai Richardson being under instruction from Cricket Australia about when to play, they weren't able to play that first game. You can bring Bryce in, he's working with the group. And one of the beauties of it, you've got 4 really experienced players still within your setup, passing on that experience. My understanding is the arrangement is they have to come to every session. So they are still part of the setup, but they're hedging their bets. And I know Berendorf and Ty in particular went away and played a lot of other different tournaments they wouldn't have otherwise played. You know, they're getting on in age, and they have to think about what they're going to do next.
Mitch Webster reintroduced into the attack. Bowling from the northern end now. So the breeze it's very, very slight at the moment. Well, a shout, but well down leg side.
Let's call that a loosener after lunch.
He tends to bowl a bit quicker early in his spell.
Yeah.
Mitch Webster.
He's had a great career, hasn't he?
Oh,
But
yes,
he's been
mate.
able to adapt his game across the various formats. Not always easy for a leg spinner.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at that first ball. Quite flat.
Yeah, that just rolled out of his hand, didn't he? It just drifted.
Pulled powerfully here by Cartwright. Out to that fielder on the boundary. Jack Wildermuth doing the patrolling. So 2 more to Cartwright. So just loves that pull shot, Christina.
Yeah, and look, I think Swepson too was one of those players who was disadvantaged at the start of BBL when spinners were thought not to be part of the game, whereas we know now that they play an important part of the 20-over format.
Oh,
Floats this
yes,
one up.
played
That's
it.
lovely flighted delivery. Just watching that very carefully. Hilton Cartwright. Jack Clayton waiting to pounce on opportunity there at short leg.
Oh, good spin.
Full again. Well, that's the spot, isn't it? Usman Khawaja waiting to pounce there at first slip. Great to have the likes of the Australian opener over here and Marnus Labuschagne as well. Playing in these early rounds, Christina. It's great for the competition.
Oh, look, it's fantastic, and I think they're maybe playing 3 rounds, which is a great experience for the players around them and also for watchers.
Oh, past the outside edge. Superb flight there from Mitch Webster. Those last 3 deliveries very nicely placed there at the end of the over. WA 3 for 71.
Yeah, that was a lovely ball and a different line to what he'd bowled the previous 2. Caught Cartwright on the hop.
So back to that contracting. So those players are asked to attend every session. So it's a great opportunity, I suppose, for them to undergo a pre-season program under the auspices of the physios and the conditioners, and helps with their motivation, I suppose, as well.
Well, I think to play and be picked up by leagues around the world for T20 cricket, you've got to be playing in regular competition in your home country, whether that's the one-day competition or BBL, because how else do you get noticed? And you need sports medicine support, physio, fitness trainers and so forth. So it's important to stay connected, and be interesting to track those who have chosen not to get contracts and how they fit it into their state system.
So Michael Neser back into the attack, straight on a nice length. So that, I suppose, service, or facilities that are afforded to these players that aren't contracted, that doesn't come under any sort of cap or anything from Cricket Australia?
No,
or just something that WA Cricket would offer for them?
Yeah, I mean, there was, in the last 6 months that I was CEO, there was a lot of talk, no, sorry, not the last 6 months, around the last MOU agreement, which is about a year ago, a lot of the states were talking about we needed to change the contract system.
Well, Neser getting the outside edge and bouncing in front of Ben McDermott. That's hurt him there on the wrist. But Michael Neser already has created a false stroke there, but hopefully McDermott's okay as he gets up.
Yeah, it's one of those awkward ones, doesn't quite carry, and you know, you're lucky if it goes straight into your hands on the half volley, but obviously just clipped McDermott. Then, yes, just rolling away from him, and so painful.
Yeah.
Although the short leg seems to be laughing at him.
Yeah, it's just not quite carrying almost the third slip.
Yeah, so there was a lot of talk about changing the contract system. I think as administrators, we need to change the way we think about the contract system, not get the system changed, because we have a chance to build a relationship with players that allows you to have different conversations about their career than what we once had. It's not that long ago when Justin Langer was coach here, and we had conversations about players want to play every format. They want to be picked in every game. Well, now, you know, 6, 7 years on, they don't. They want to get the most out of their career, no matter what that format is here. So the way players think about the game's changed dramatically.
Nisa again asking the questions. Well, it's been a superb comeback over from Nisa, but there were some interesting conversations, I think probably 3 seasons ago, but about whether some of these bowlers in particular would play 4-day cricket. You know, the likes of Nathan Coulter-Nile and Jason Behrendorff. I mean, Jason probably himself thought that his back probably wasn't up to 4-day cricket, but has carved out a fantastic 1-day career for himself in T20.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really important for our high performance departments to be looking at what the bowlers' best options are and how you can build. Now, there's no secret, I think, that a few years ago we changed, WA Cricket changed their focus to we want to win the Shield. We've been very successful in white ball cricket, T20 and one day. The Shield was ever elusive, and there was a decision made to go, we're going to make sure that we're managing our system to be able to win the Shield. That meant, how do we use the players to the best way? And I think when you see that players didn't play in all 3 formats in all 3 championships, that they did it very well.
Yeah. So much so that we've almost had a situation with the West Australian men that they've had a Shield bowling attack, the likes of Joel Paris, etc. And then there's been almost a first-class 1-day attack as well, the likes of AJ Todd, Jason Behrendorff, etc. in that 1-day attack. Down the wicket, it lofts this high and hard over long on Hilton Cartwright. And the umpire, signals 6, so using his feet superbly there, Hilton Cartwright.
Yeah, fantastic to see him open his shoulders and go after the spinner in that case and see a 6. We haven't seen many boundaries today, but that was so well hit by Hilton Cartwright, and maybe he's decided to open up a little bit.
Lovely sound of willow on leather. And the old question, Christine, I'm not sure what this season's position is, whether players are allowed over there. It's a bit high at the moment, isn't it, to get over that wall?
Yeah, they're not allowed in there. They have to get a new ball. That's been part of the rules, if you like. Once the ball goes into the construction zone, a new ball has to come out. Last year when there was, or the year before when it was just a demolition site, there was someone in the site whose job was to retrieve the balls and send them back, but once it became a construction site, no one's allowed to get in there.
Well, we've got a player over there calling for the ball to be thrown back.
And that workman's not interested in at all. Sort of going, why is that bloke waving at me?
Matthew
Renshaw's
calling for the ball, standing on an esky at the moment. I'm not sure if that's as safe as being in the construction site.
Whilst these players are members of your union, I don't know if they know about building unions, and you're not allowed to do a job that's not yours.
That's right.
And we see the balls coming out now with room attendant Barry Rennie there, former head of umpiring at WA Cricket. Renshaw's determined to stay on that esky.
So I think it's interesting. Matthew Renshaw obviously likes the condition of the current ball. They obviously like the way what it's doing at the moment, perhaps. But
Renshaw's now trying to get the attention of the people in the swimming pool. His arms, he's got someone. They're running down to get it. This guy's going to be replaying the coverage tonight, knowing he was part of it.
Well, as the former CEO, you'd probably be a bit nervous, Christina, about the regulations. But
well, there's a random too just climbing a barricade. I don't know who he is. He looks like he's dressed to watch the cricket. Oh, he was.
Significant delay here, but I think the umpires Nagoski and Abood have picked out a ball, but they are waiting to see if the other ball comes back, I think.
This is one of the issues. We were talking at the lunch break about how the game gets extended over a day, and this is one of the issues, because there is clearly a discussion with the match referees about the moment the ball goes in the construction, you get a new ball out there and the game continues. So, you know, we're wasting precious minutes here just trying to get that ball back. We've now got 3 people searching for the ball. That man there is now standing in one of the future match day dressing rooms.
And the members...
the members are applauding, and he's a happy man. Oh, he's just won the Voice and he's very happy about it.
He'll go home tonight, tell his family about that.
That's right.
Retrieve the ball. Worst thing is for the bowler, he has to contemplate being hit for 6 for 3 or 4 minutes.
Yeah, you're not sure you're getting the ball back in the same condition when it's been hit into a construction area. Right. Maybe that's what they wanted. Might see the ball reversing now as a result of that.
Might roughen one-sider.
Yeah.
So Cartwright on to 38, starting to get ahead of his partner now, Sam Whiteman, on 25.
Oh, yes, nice spin,
well,
nice spin.
It's a nice bit of turn there for Swepson.
So, and Hilton's going a long way back.
There's enough there, I think, to interest Swepson at the moment. Challenge is, will he be willing to float one up? This one is back and across, punches it out point. Wildermuth is there.
It'd be interesting to see side on how close Hilton's going to standing on his stumps, because he is taking a big step back.
Yes, trying to hit the ball. That's very close, isn't it? Trying to hit the ball at its highest point.
Yeah. It's...
Oh, that's short. Thumped into the ground, but well stopped at cover. That had a lot on it.
We saw in replay side on Hilton going back. He had a decent amount of space between his foot and the stumps, but we see here going back. He's still got a bit of leeway, but...
Catch him on the crease. I think he's bowled him. I think it's got through inside edge onto foot, onto the stumps. Well, he floated that right up, and perhaps Cartwright might have been better served to come forward, but caught him on the crease. And a lovely bit of bowling there from Mitch Webster, and gets a vital breakthrough just before drinks on day 1. Western Australia, 4 for 77.
Yeah, I think he was getting caught going back a lot and just playing the same shot. We see Swepson again coming in here. It was very well bowled, rolled off Hilton Cartwright himself, but that's a reward for perseverance by Mitchell Swepson. Really tied him down onto that back foot.
Well, it's been quite an over, convoluted over, where it's a magnificent 6 hit by Hilton Cartwright, a delay of some 3 or 4 minutes, whether it affected Cartwright's concentration, and then Swepson gets one through the defence, as we see player just come back from the Australian one-day tour of England, Josh Inglis. And time for me to hand over now to Laurie Colliver as we have more comments from Christina Matthews.
Great to see Josh Inglis coming out. It'd be a while since he's played a red ball game for WA. Delicate situation, 4 for 77. Whiteman's played a really good innings here as captain of the side, and I agree with David Clear. That break in play, I think, just affected Hilton Cartwright's concentration a little bit. He, prior to the ball going into the construction area, he looked like maybe he was starting to get a little bit more aggressive, but the break, I think, just brought him undone, and he was getting caught on the back foot.
Afternoon, Christina. Afternoon to all our viewers. Well bowled, Mitch Webster. We saw Cartwright like to play him off the back foot for much of his innings, and yeah, I agree with you a little bit there. I think, yeah, you don't need a 4-minute break in the middle of an over. A bit of a penalty for hitting a 6, isn't it?
Yeah, it was. It did penalise him.
So Neeser continuing. And, watched there by Whiteman once again. So partnership of 59 coming to an end, and just as Cartwright was looking to really try and push things along.
The interesting thing too with how Cartwright was going back, his front leg was ending up behind the stump line when he was going back, which was, if we see him come now, see how far back his front leg has gone, which squares him up and gives him no way to adjust to the bounce of the ball.
Fly guard there. Should be a leg by. One more for the West Aussies to their tally. Just gone past 2 o'clock here local time. Hope you're enjoying the coverage on Fox Sports and also KO and various other places around the place.
Laurie, I've got to ask you, did you enjoy your lamb curry?
Thank you very much. Highly recommend.
Yes, I would like to thank Steve from the WA Cricket Catering Division, who has supplied us with our lunch today. It was a beautiful lamb curry and rice.
Still got a bit of pull here, Christina. Well done. After a dozen years at the top job. Catering department, always very important to be friendly with them.
Oh, yeah.
Start for Inglis there. Punching that back to Neeser.
It's a great opportunity for Inglis here. He's played a lot of white ball cricket over the last little while. This is a great opportunity for him to knuckle down and get some time at the crease, which is always a good way of developing your white ball cricket in terms of taking the time, really watching the ball onto the bat.
We saw him have a game or two off in England. Alex Carey hopped in, did pretty well, but they brought Inglis back for the last few 50-over games in England. Great to see the Australians win that series 3-2 when England got it back to 2-all, and they were in a bit of trouble in that 5th game as well when England were 2 for around 200, but Aussie's got across the line there. Always good to beat England, isn't it, Christina? In anything.
There's never a time when you don't enjoy that.
Still a hint of away movement there. Unfortunately, poor Mitch Marsh couldn't play the last game, but he's done a pretty good job as captain so far, and I'm sure when the Australia plays Pakistan in about a month's time, he'll be at the head of the side as captain.
I mean, when you play against teams such as England for your country, it's even hard to wear red, white and blue in normal day-to-day.
Full and nicely played down the ground. That'll hit the rope, so Inglis off the mark in some style. And another over rolls by with Western Australia up to 4 for 82. So a rare half volley from Neeser.
To be fair to Josh Inglis, he was born in England, so he's probably not as anti as we are.
Yes, indeed. He's very Australian now as we go around the grounds, and big news really out of Cricket Central. Sam Constas getting his maiden century. Played very, very well, and good for him, the young man. Plenty of aggressive shots in his innings. He's currently on 130 not out. New South Wales 4 for 250. See him there whacking Ben Manetti over the rope at Lyon, and then nice little work off the hip there off of Brendan Doggett. So what a start for his season, and another name we may be able to add to the list of potential opening candidates. He only played 4 games last year, averaged 25, so what a start for him. 130 not out at the moment, and New South Wales taking on South Australia. The other news there is Josh Phillippe, 43 not out, so a good start for his Shield career up in New South Wales. So change of bowling here, and it's Wildermuth back into the attack. On the hook this time, down towards fine leg. So always good to see young players coming through, and we've already seen a couple of hundreds from openers in the opening day of the Shield season, Christina. Geez, they can pick holes in our work, can't they, these guys? Good to hear they've got the sound up in the rooms. 15 and 3, you got the Shield final. Oh, nicely bowled there by Wildermuth. Just followed it, did Inglis on that occasion, and was a little bit fortunate not to get a touch through to the keeper. Webster out at cover. Just looking at the Shield final side from last year. Of course, Cameron Bancroft had that shocking injury on the eve of the game where he fell off his bike, Christina, and I'm just looking through the team. Looks like 7 from last year's 11 are in that team, but we really kind of got to include Bancroft because he would have played had he not been hurt in that fall. It sounded like he was very, very lucky, and we saw him by about day 2 or day 3 up in the rooms, and it did look a bit of a mess, didn't it? Briscoe Darcy short the opportunity, and he did a good job getting 50 in the first innings.
Yes, he did. It was really pleasing to see Darcy Short playing in that final, not having had a chance previously.
Short down the leg side. No, he came in and did the job well, and they got a good opening there, and it set the game up for Western Australia to win their 3rd Shield on the trot.
And Cam Gannon was another one who got to play, had been 12th previously, and got to be part of that.
Banged in there. Now, Gannon's been a real warrior. He had a great match, 5 wickets in the 2nd innings, 8 for the match. We look at Inglis here, just batting well out of his crease here. Just that one fly of his left shoulder. And another over comes to an end. 40 overs gone here at the WACA. It's 4 for 83.
I can pretty much guarantee that the CEO of Queensland Cricket, Terry Svensson, is sitting with his telly on in his office watching that and be very pleased with the start of the Queensland bowling innings, and happy because they made a big change of coach in the off-season. So Wade Seckham moving on and Johan Botha coming in to lead the side. So Terry, hope you're enjoying this.
A few of the spectators in today on a Tuesday. Lovely day to be watching cricket. A few people wearing shorts and summery gear today, which is good to see. Oh, yeah! And again, the West Aussie captain trusting the bounce here at the WACA. Happy to let that one pass.
Yeah, nearly everybody in the crowd's wearing a hat as well.
Carey again through to Jimmy Pearson there. It'd be a ground as a wicketkeeper I reckon you'd like to play on in Western Australia.
Yeah.
got that one away. So pretty patient here, Sam Whiteman, but finally gets the half volley he was looking for and hits it down the ground to move along to 30.
Yeah, beautiful shot, just leaned on that. Just played a waiting game until he had one that he could just use the pace of. Push nicely past that silly mid-off.
Catch it!
Haven't seen that happen too often today, Christina, where Michael Nees has gone down leg side.
No, but he waved the bat at it too. So he brought him into the game, even though it was a sort of wideish ball down leg.
It's not a great way to get out.
Yeah.
Left-handers often do get a little touch to those ones down the leg side.
Wait. Yeah.
Bit of hesitation, but in the end, pretty easy single for Whiteman. Tight stuff here from the Queenslanders, not giving much away. Getting into the 41 over mark now. So the run rate just over 2. Oh, there's a magpie.
Well, that is a very good close-up of a magpie. They didn't have a great year, the Magpies, in the AFL.
Not bad the year before, though.
No, they were pretty good the year before, but we don't talk about that because I'm a Brisbane supporter.
Well, you should be very happy, Christina.
That's right. It confuses people when I say I'm a Brisbane supporter, but I grew up in Melbourne and I was a Fitzroy supporter.
Ah, there you go. That makes sense. It's him on the body. A little bit nasty blow into the right hip there, but trusting the bounce again.
They're bowling well to Inglis, and, you know, he's an aggressive player, Inglis. He doesn't like the bowlers to tie him down, but he's been ducking, he's been jumping. Does bat a long way out of his crease.
Kicked nicely. Can't find the gap. So another over out the way. Western Australia 4 for 88. Just waiting on the umpires to call on drinks. And in fact, yes, they will be. So with the score here, 4 for 88, just the 1 wicket since lunch. We'll take a break and we'll be back with more live action from the WACA in a few minutes' time.
Marnus Labuschagne and
About to get underway after drinks. West Australia after being sent in the bat 4-4-88. Sam Whiteman's done a good job, 31. Inglis has just come in, and Wayne Clark's with me, and we had a dramatic start at 10:30. 2 wickets off the first 2 balls. Yeah, I think so, and they'd be well pleased with the decision to win the toss and field at this stage. There's a story of the first innings today. Ducks to Bancroft and Goodwin. Mitch Marsh just 13. Hilton Cartwright on 38. Out to Mitch Swepson, and then Josh Inglis is on 4. So those 4 wickets to fall. 3 to Neza and 1 to Swepson. And there's the bowling card as I introduce Wayne Clark again. How are you, Wayne?
Yeah, terrific. Michael Neza, he's been the pick of the bowlers. Every time he's had the ball, he looks as though something's going to happen in the game. Mitch Swepson has been giving him good assistance. Picked up that vital wicket of Cartwright. Most of them have just been steady and been able to apply that pressure onto the batsman for the whole session and a half. So, been some good cricket by Queensland.
About to get things back underway here after drinks. Jack Wildermuth to continue second over of his spell. Through the gully. And Whiteman again, who's I won't say battled, Wayne, but he's been careful in his approach. 5 at drinks, 18 at lunch, and now 31 at drinks.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think the approach now is just, I'm just going to survive this, and if I get the loose ball, I'm going to put it away. He and Cartwright were just starting to build that bit of confidence, and maybe we're going to turn that into a fairly big partnership, but the demise of Cartwright has seen Whiteman probably go back into his shell again.
Looks that one away for another run. 2 men back on the leg side for Whiteman. That's young Tom Straker there on debut.
It was interesting, Swepson, who bowled just before the break and then, came back on and bowled really well. He bowled a pretty good spell, picked up the wicket of Cartwright, and then immediately they replaced him with Wildermuth. And it's an interesting one. Obviously, they believe they got more chance with Inglis early at the crease with the seamers. I think the first ball Wildermuth bowled to him, he played and missed, but it was just an interesting decision to take Swepson off straight away after getting that wicket.
2 back for the hook for Inglis here. Still 3 slips. He's that into the gap for a comfortable single. Yeah, especially with the spinner up and about. Just got hit for 6. The ball went into the lumberyard, and next thing, 3 or 4 minute delay. But we did see, and we've seen him over the years too, Hilton Cartwright does like to play the leggies largely off the back foot, not inclined to get too far forward. So.
No, he did. He was played deep in the crease, didn't he? Trying to sort of punch it out on that offside. And that one, the ball was a little bit fuller than he thought. Got through the air a bit quicker and did catch him out. But, yeah, just an interesting move to take him off.
Watching the ball very closely again, Whiteman.
Again, a delivery just outside that off stump. Whiteman watching it very, very carefully. He's a lot more positive with his footwork when that man at silly mid-off is not there. We've seen him get forward a lot deeper since he's gone again.
Oh, that's a nice one. Drawn into the shot. A little bit wide, but Whiteman felt he needed to play.
Again, just looking to punch it out onto the offside. No real aggression in the shot, but just did enough angle away. If you get it in the right spot, you're still going to get that encouragement as a bowler. That one was angled into Whiteman and just dipped away again. Just see it move off the seam.
Bit high on that occasion. Another over rolls by, 2 off it, and WA sent in 4 for 90.
Yeah, good over there from Wildermuth. Lucky not to get that edge, but when it does go, we've seen it probably go a little bit too much, you know, because that was angled in towards the stumps and just straightened up. If they could pick up another one now, they'd be really happy. Really put the pressure on WA at 4 for 90. Suddenly that wicket falls. Connolly played some good one-day cricket, 2020 cricket, played well in the Shield final last year, but still he's a young fellow. The pressure will be on and the Queenslanders will back themselves.
Vicky's outside edge for 1. Yeah, I think Cooper Connolly's still in that time of his career where he's playing quite fearlessly and not sort of thinking too much. And I think at this situation, whether it's 5 for 100 or 550, he might as well play that same way.
Oh, I'm sure he will. But by doing that, he's going to give Queensland a chance, and that's the way they'd be thinking. Let's get him in while the ball's still just seaming around a little bit. Let's put the pressure on him, and if he wants to take us on, if he's good enough, all well and good. But they'll see themselves with a chance. Going to go over the wicket to Whiteman. Maintain that, changing the angles.
Wide that time. Still an aggressive field. 3 slips in the gully. Yeah, just look at Connolly last year in that final. Scored a runner ball pretty much in the early part of his innings. Finished the day on 73 off 79. Ended up with 90 off 115. And good to see him get a game, even though he didn't get a hit in the last ODI at Bristol. But give him a taste for it.
Oh, look, you know, when he's been put in some pressure situations, he's performed, you know, in Big Bash and then in the Shield final last year. Just seeing that delivery there, how short it was, but just the way the ball reacted, it really just did loop to the keeper. It was a poor delivery, but it was more just like a tennis ball bounce and nearly on the way down when Pearson took the ball. Yeah, it's still up high, but it was just a ballooning type bounce.
The gully in place as well here for Whiteman. Decided that the silly mid-off's no longer the go, Wayne, and they're going for a slight change in tactics.
Yeah. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how long they keep the spinner off, you know, because he was bowling very well, Webster. And they made a decision that, okay, Inglis, more chance with a seamer early in his innings, maybe. He does play spin very well. The thing about Inglis, he's a busy player. You know, you see him all the time. He's trying to drop for 1, and that's what WA needs to be doing as well in this partnership.
The thing I've noticed with Swepson today, Wayne, is a couple of times the first ball of the over, he's really ripped his leg break and beaten the outside edge, and you put one of those past Josh Inglis and you're in the game, aren't you?
Yeah, yeah. The time that he's getting to really rip is when he gives him a little bit of air. You know, a lot of times he's not even above the diaphragm. He's just, you know, darting them in.
Bit flat.
A couple of times he's slowed it down just slightly, but enough to get a bit of drift and bite. So we're seeing a change here. A man's come from the offside, which leaves it very barren out there, and come across to just in front of square leg.
So another over ends. That's 4 in the spell for Neza. It's 4 for 91 after some more of Wayne Clark. David Clear is going to hop back in.
Right, here's the batting card. Bancroft and Goodwin went long. They're both out in the first 2 deliveries. Whiteman's battled on. Marsh was pretty steady for his 26, and Hilton Cartwright, the last man to fall, bowled Swepson for 38. Had a good partnership with Whiteman. Having a look at the bowling figures, Neza has been the man that is the one that stood out he's been well supported by all bowlers, really. Steckety's been steady. Straker playing his first game has bowled pretty well, but Mitch Swepson's probably the one after Neza who's been the most impressive. Not in the attack at the moment, but I should imagine it wouldn't be too far away.
Wildermuth on that ball shaves the off bail, cutting back quite alarmingly there. You could call it good judgment, Wayne.
David, I mean, maybe I'm saying something, but actually the ball has started to seam around a lot more over the last half hour. Now this ball's now 44 over into the 44th over. Surely that hit into the sand over there hasn't made an effect on the ball, has it? Suddenly
hit a lump of concrete. This ball over pitched and lovely drive through the covers from Inglis. There'll be a couple. Didn't quite time it, but it was interesting how keen Queensland were to retain that ball.
Yeah,
they went to quite extreme lengths to get it back, as if they were sort of working on it, or they were quite happy with it.
Trying to get it to reverse. Now we don't see the ball reverse a heck of a lot here in WA because it's such a lush outfield and usually plenty of grass on it, and sometimes, you know, to get the ball to reverse you need to rough it up a little, but they have worked on it hard.
Inglis pulls powerfully through mid-wicket. And there's a fielder out there, Straker, but he's got no chance to get that. Superb timing from Inglis. He just moves so quick at the crease.
Well, as I said earlier, he's a busy player. He likes to get on with it. A lot of times it's either dropping for one and rotating the strike, but if the ball's pitched up, he's confident to drive. And in that situation, he picked up the length of that very, very quickly and was in position to hoik that away over mid-wicket. That was a beautiful shot, and we see it race away. So, good cricket.
Has to weave out of the way, so an accurate short ball there from Jack Wildermuth. And deciding not to go for that shot there, they've got Straker out at deep backward square and a deep fine leg. Two behind square, waiting for that skied hook shot.
Good bowling, but also good batting, you know, to be able to, not to play that shot. The discipline to pull out, knowing that the two-man back, it wasn't in the right position outside off stump to hit over mid-wicket. So quick decision-making from Inglis.
We often see him, Wayne, Josh Inglis, come to the crease, and the nature of the game almost changes with his intent.
Yeah.
That nice short ball there from Wildermuth, but his intent is so apparent. He wants to get on the move. He wants to rotate the strike.
And it's good to have a player batting down the list like that. We've seen Head do that, Gilchrist, those sorts of players that come in, and even if you're struggling, they still sort of try and get back the initiative.
Nice length and just playing that with soft hands, keeping it on the ground, but a thickish outside edge. So a good finish to the over from Jack Wildermuth. Western Australia, 4 for 97.
Yeah, it's so handy to have someone like that can bat down the list. You know, Mitch Marsh is like that when he comes in a little bit later. You know, they're big, they're strong, they can play their shots, and they can sort of put some pressure back on the bowlers. Now, because Queensland bowlers have pretty much dictated all day today. You know, there's been no one that's really been able to get on top of them, to put pressure on the bowler. So they've been able to work on each batsman over a period of time. Now, if you've got someone like Inglis, well, suddenly you've got to think, oh, if he hits me there, well, I'm not going to bowl short, I'll pitch it up, and then he drives me. You know, it's good cricket. Good cricket to watch.
Well, Nees has finished another spell, so Mark Steckerty to resume around the wicket to Sam Whiteman.
Play that.
Gosh, he had a lot of time to play that. But first ball of the new spell, perhaps a little bit stiff. Steckerty. But again, demonstrating today, Sam Whiteman, the Western Australian captain, leading from the front. His powers of concentration, 116 deliveries. He's batted over half the day. foolish delivery. Clips it straight to mid-on, though. Swepson's there.
Yeah, it's been a good exhibition of concentration, hasn't it?
Oh, yeah.
And hasn't given a chance. Played and missed a couple of times. But he realises the importance that, you know, he's got to maybe even try and bat through this innings.
There's a loose delivery from Steckity, but they're still in somewhat of a precarious position. If they lost 2 quick wickets, 6 for 90. I think Whiteman realises that. A lot of work to do, but if he can stay at one end and Inglis, you know he's going to tick over the scoreboard at the other.
Yep.
They're going to make some progress.
And that's the attitude that you'd have when you're in the field. You look up at the scoreboard and you think, oh, let's add 2 wickets to that. You know, where will we be? And the game can change so much, especially on a wicket like this. It's doing a bit that a new batsman to come in, it takes him a bit of time to adjust, and you can easily nick him out early.
Strikes Whiteman on the pad, a painful blow, perhaps missing the padding there.
Oh, all that padding, look at it. How could it miss all that? Unlucky. Ouch. Or on the fleshy part.
Not a nice black and blue souvenir for the day. Just above the knee roll. He's copped a couple in that region today.
The older you get, the darker the blue it gets purple. Poor old Sammy. Look at that, just between the bat and the thigh pad. I should laugh.
No, of course not. Down the leg side, and well stopped in the end by Pearson. Just bounced on the half volley, but that was careering down towards the boundary. And umpire says leg by.
Just lost his line a little bit. There's Mark Steckity. Taking a bit of time in this spell. I think this is about his 3rd or 4th spell, so the body just takes a little bit longer to get going. Nice take, nearly.
Yeah, that was heading towards the boundary, wasn't it? But he got across well. Australia's wicket-keeping situation is interesting, isn't it? In the abbreviated format. That ball getting caught in the flap of the pad from Inglis. But Josh Inglis has obviously taken over the T20 spot as Australia's wicket-keeper, and we see over in England where Alex Carey performed very well in the early part of that one-day series. Then they gave Josh Inglis an opportunity, but in the World Cup in India last year, after one game, I think it was, they went with Josh Inglis.
Yeah, I
they
think
felt with the conditions, I suppose, but
I think he's taken over in that role from what you can gather, and Carey's looks like he's going to remain as the Test wicket keeper. I'm not sure whether Inglis was carrying some sort of injury and they gave him that rest originally, but yeah, it's good competition there. Nice spot to be in.
just a quick check around the grounds and some big innings today around Australia. Peter Hanscom's innings comes to an end in Victoria, 129. Brad Hope picks up his wicket, former West Australian, 5 for 307 in that game, Victoria. Wildermuth, that ball has just taken off alarmingly off a length. Great take for Pearson in the end, but gosh, that seemed a huge distance.
Just lost his radar a little bit, hasn't he? Because it started wide and kept going.
Ooh. It's almost like it hit a crack, but I don't think there's much cracking out there.
Well, the interesting thing, David, will be, you know, we've discussed this a lot of times here at the WACA, is in the first session when the grass covering's fairly moist, you get those little skid, little divotty marks. And as they dry out, they become part of the game.
They harden up.
Once they harden up, because even with rolling, you don't get rid of them, and they'll remain for the rest of the game, and it's whether you just. A lot of it depends on how well the bowlers have bowled that first session, and if they've kept it on a length, and if they've been bowling good length, that's where all the divots are going to be as the game goes on, and they do play a part right through. So maybe we're seeing a couple of those influencing it.
Almost think of a quick single, but Inglis gets back in his crease. And a massive day for New South Wales youngster Sam Constas, out for 152 from the 19-year-old. And Lloyd Pope picks up his wicket. New South Wales 6 for 288.
Not a bad start for your career, is it? Hey?
Marcus Harris scoring 100 today as well. So this game seems to be in somewhat of a contrast. Runs are hard to come by. That ball, again, misbehaving slightly. It kept down, and Pearson took it on the second bounce. So some inconsistency in here in bounce and movement. So Pearson, that one hurt a bit, I think, on the arm perhaps. But yeah, a challenging time for the batsman.
See, that's why it makes you think that they are starting to cause, because if it hits the back, it'll skid. If it hits the front, it'll maybe kick up, or, you know, it is a little bit of variation there at the moment.
This one full, drives, doesn't quite time it. And fielded there by Clayton. That sees the end of the over. 4 for 98, Western Australia, after the 45th over. And just have a quick look at the summary of the day's play. And of course, that dramatic commencement to the day. First 2 balls of the Shield season were very good for Michael Neser. Western Australia found themselves 2 for 0. Mitch Marsh was out not long afterwards, but then some rearguard action. Hilton Cartwright 38, and Sam Whiteman 32 not out. And Michael Neser has been the main destroyer, 3 for 22, been a superb bowler today off 14 overs and a wicket to Swepson. Steckity resumes.
Well, they're getting enough movement off the seam, aren't they, to create the problems. It's just being able to get that edge. Sometimes it's just doing too much. But they've just got to be patient. They've just got to put it in that right position and you know, test the batsman and question the batsman each delivery.
This ball full and stroked elegantly out through the covers by Josh Inglis. Long chase for Marnus Labuschagne. Oh, does superbly well as he drags that back and gets it in. Well, giving it absolutely 100%, the Queensland captain. And he keeps it to 3. There's the 100 up from Western Australia in the 47th over.
Yeah, lovely piece of work by the skipper, setting the example. And as you say, the 100 up has been a battle, hasn't it? Into the 47th over. It's been tough work out there. Whiteman done a terrific job. Inglis now hopefully can up the ante from a West Australian point of view. He's definitely looking to turn the strike over and try and hit the loose ball wherever he can.
Whiteman bottom edge. Must have gone close to the stumps, and it just bounces away from Pearson and allows them to get through for 1. So there's a fair bit happening at the moment.
He's been persistent in trying to play that shot, Whiteman. We've seen it quite a few times, and quite a few times he's just played and missed. On this occasion, he did get the bottom edge and just scurried away, and Pearson just not able to gather that in. But it's been a risky shot. I don't think he's really got one away as yet, but
that one's seaming away, and there's this ball is getting a little more unpredictable. So perhaps an opportunity for Queensland. We've got about half an hour to the tea break. WA do well to go to tea at 4 down, but
the thing Steckerty's got to do is to continue to put it in the right spot. At times he's lost his radar a little bit since he came on.
This ball swinging back into the right-hander, and Inglis did well to keep that out. Well, it's most entertaining contest here. Two of WA's leading lights, the attacking Josh Inglis, and today the dour Sam Whiteman. Hard to get through against Queensland's opening bowler. We've still got 3 slips today as we approach tea. Short, well under that one, Inglis. Well, another fascinating over there. It's 4 for 102. With Whiteman 33, Inglis 15. And we say thank you to Wayne Clark for his expert comments again. Resumes. Left outside the off stump by Whiteman as we welcome back Christina Matthews. Well, it's become a fascinating contest, Christina, hasn't it? As we were talking about before, WA lose a couple of wickets here, puts Queensland well on top.
That's what we love about Shield cricket, though, isn't it? You kind of can always fall into the mistake of thinking you know where the game's going, and then there's a rearguard action that changes the game, but it's the beauty of it, the strategy of it.
Left the ball swinging in slightly to Whiteman. Now seeing the ball starting to move a little more now as the afternoon progresses. We've still got a lot of play left today. We're only in the 48th over, and which is half of the overs. We're only about 25 minutes to tea, so we'll definitely be here till 6 o'clock, I think, Christina, unless Queensland bowl WA out, I suppose. But
yeah, that is an alternative. Well, that is a wide ball. Way too short. I think everybody just watched that sail over Sam's head. No one had any interest in it.
That was like those balls you buy from the Royal Show.
Yeah.
The extra high bounce. This almost went out of shot, that ball.
Stay there.
Clipped away off his hip here, but straight to Clayton. But again, Christina, we've seen plenty of bounce today, which is good. I mean, it hasn't always been quick bounce, but it's been interesting to see. Everyone was wondering, you know, when the Big Bash and Test cricket went to Optus Stadium, what sort of pitch we'd have over there. But we've seen the pace continue, perhaps even more so at Optus Stadium in the nature of the pitch over there. So that West Australian characteristic of the pace and bounce is, you know, I think it's been really welcomed, I think, by the public.
Yeah, look, to be fair, the pace and bounce at Optus Stadium is greater and more consistent than it is here now. We did quite a bit of testing on the wicket square a couple of years ago, because it was obvious that the preparation had to be vastly different on each of the pitches, and we needed to know why. And what became clear through that testing is we needed to start replacing the wicket square. This winter, they've done a lot of...
Elizabeth, and Whiteman does go for the hook shot this time, keeps it all the way along the ground to keep it away from those two fielders behind square.
So, so this winter they've been able to do a lot of repair work after 2 years of football and very wet winters. And I think what the curation team will be hoping for is the WACA board will support them starting a sort of rotation of replacing 2 wickets every year to be able to get them to the quality that Optus Stadium is. The difference in the soil samples between Optus Stadium here is very stark, with Optus Stadium being way better. And
it's a big appeal for LBW here, confident appeal, but it's turned down, much to Wildermuth's disappointment.
This is very old square, you know, you need to be working on them and regenerating them over time. So it's good that we have the science now to tell us those things. For many years, curation was just, you know, lick your finger and stick it in the air and hope for the best. As some people had a much more natural intuition about that than others. Nowadays, there's a lot of scientific help with testing and measuring and understanding then how much water you're putting into them, how much they need. But we should never forget they're natural elements, and the weather plays a massive part.
Yes, as most curators will tell you.
Yeah.
It's a tough job, and there's high expectations.
Yeah.
Players want to play on the best facilities possible. As Mark Steckety continues, none for 22 in his 11th over, and driven through the covers here from Whiteman, and it ends up being quite square out of the boundary for 4. So quite full, that delivery, a little bit wide from Steckety, but just leaning on that one nicely, Whiteman.
Yeah, I really love drives where you're just leaning on the ball and letting the pace doing the work and not over hitting them. And Whiteman's a bit of a master at that. He's so patient and he waits for the right ball, as we see there. Just gets himself in good position.
Yeah, it's interesting because the soil, where they get the soil from, or I suppose where it's mined or dug up from, has been sort of around that southern area of Perth, maybe, you know, Harvey. Waroona, around a couple of waterways there. Steckety again, off his hit, Whiteman nicely, down to fine leg for one more. But
yeah.
So I suppose the origin of the clay hasn't changed, but I suppose the age of this square.
Yeah, it's the age
different.
And there's a slightly different makeup in each pitch as well, in terms of how they were built. Yeah, I think now, as you would well know, David, in the early days, the WA used to go and mine the dirt themselves, get it for grade Premier Cricket and other places, whereas now they just get it. They
flashes outside it, the off stump and through to the keeper.
They dig enough to cater for the WACA and Optus Stadium's need, and another company supplies Premier Cricket.
Yes, so well, that's taken a fair bit of responsibility off WA Cricket, hasn't it? I mean,
yeah.
We don't always have the people willing to go down and set up a tent and dig the turf out.
Well, nowadays, work health safety, we're much more aware of it. And when I first started, you were just horrified at.
Yeah. Oh, full toss on the pads. Flip powerfully out to Stroke, and throw comes into the keeper's end, but Inglis very quick between the wickets, beats it home 2 more to the total.
I think back then, Jack, who was deeply loved by everybody at WA Cricket,
used Jack
to,
Lewis,
used to go down, sleep in his tractor, dig it up, bring it back.
We'll just see how quick Josh Inglis is here between the stumps, and on the half volley to Pearson, which would be not great for him.
No run.
Jack also very well known around the WACA ground for looking after the roses for many years, developing his own fertiliser to get them blooming in such a lovely way. In fact, he gave the fertiliser recipe to Justin Langer to do his roses at home.
Oh, quite privileged as Justin. He doesn't give away to anyone.
No, that's right.
But no, beautiful display of roses, particularly along the practice nets.
One of my parting gifts from WA Cricket was a WACA rose in a pot.
Oh, it's a nice touch. They obviously knew what you valued, Christina.
Pride of place on my back deck. blooming beautifully at this time of year.
Excellent. Do you have a favourite colour? Roses?
Well, they did give me a yellow one. Yellow with an orange tinge. So they knew what I liked. I've also got a couple of the new Perth Scorchers kangaroo paws as well. So that were developed in partnership with Kings Park Botanic Gardens, which are now available in Bunnings, if I can do a bit of a promo for that. Beautiful orange kangaroo paws. They're lovely.
Yes, for those that like the wildflower walks and tours around Western Australia, they have a kangaroo paw.
Feeling a bit like Costas at the moment.
Wildermuth to continue. Yes, well, I think the state floral emblem is a red and green kangaroo paw.
Reminds me a little of the old traffic light ice poles you used to get when you were a kid.
Yes, yes. Well, we'll be looking for more of those maybe at the end of this week. Christina gets up as the temperature gets up towards 30 degrees.
Yeah.
Looking for a few ice creams on Friday.
Yeah, so no, you mentioned that. We haven't got ice creams today. We did in the 50 over women's match, but Raven Steve, if you're listening, it'd be lovely to have a little bit of a Bulla ice cream tub.
Very subtle hint, Christina. I wasn't prompting anything, but Friday'd be nice. Yeah.
Well, the catering here at the WACA ground is beautiful, and we have a lot of functions here, private functions, and the food is always fantastic.
Whiten pulls along the ground again, straight out to Straker there. So he's done a fair bit of work on the boundary, the youngster, the 19-year-old. So give the youngest legs the most running.
Do you know the hardest thing about finishing up is stopping myself from saying we every time I talk about WA cricket. I'm getting better at it. I'm saying them or WA cricket, but yeah. It takes a while when you spend so much time, as you would know here. You worked here for a very long time,
That's right.
David, and
it attachment, yes.
becomes part of you.
And that one quite close to the body, but just guided down past point skillfully by Inglis down to the boundary for 4. Just waited on that and let the ball come to him. 4 more to Inglis.
Yeah, very well played by Josh Inglis. As we've seen earlier, he does take up his stance well outside the crease, so it gives him less time in terms of seeing the ball, but he played that really well. In fact, he's gone back a little bit from what I can see.
Oh, he cuts. That's short and deliberately goes over the top of gully. 4 more consecutive boundaries for Josh Inglis. Loose delivery from from Wildermuth, and high over the top of gully.
Yeah, that's the shots we're used to seeing Josh Inglis play. I think he has gone back to be taking his stance up on his crease now, whereas when he first came in, he was batting well outside the crease. So as we see side on, we'll see exactly where he is standing now. Yeah, he's only slightly outside.
He was well
where
outside his crease when he first came in, wasn't he? This time cramped for room by Wildermuth. That's the end of the over. 4 for 120 after 50 overs here at the WACA ground.
It is fascinating to see the different stances in players because, you know, when you're growing up, you're taught certain way to play, you know, feet about shoulder width apart, getting balance. But as you grow up, you see the good players all have individuality about the way they take up their stance. Sam Whiteman has a much thinner or narrower stance than most players. Mitch Marsh has a very wide stance. So it's always interesting to talk to them about how they developed it. And just going back 10 or 15 years, Simon Kadich went through a poor patch, did some work and came back with one of the most unusual stances you ever see, where he was almost facing with his back to the bowler. But it worked for him, and he hit a lot of runs with that stance.
So change of bowling. Tom Straker replacing Mark Steckety. And flicked off his hip here, Whiteman to the vacant mid-wicket area, and he'll pick up another one. So since Inglis has come to the crease, it's been they've almost complemented each other. Whiteman, Inglis has kept the scoreboard going, which he loves to do. 25 off 33, and that we haven't really seen that today, Christina, have we? It was sort of a high strike rate, but it's just the nature of the way Inglis plays.
I think he's probably got into a rhythm quicker than the other batsmen today. He was struggling a little bit at the start, and they were bowling very well to him.
Nice ball on the toes, he loves it there, clips it powerfully, backward of square. Clayton picks up, but won't prevent two.
And again, you can see with his stance there to this bowler, his back foot is well behind the crease line. So, you know, he's a clever sort of batsman, Inglis, and he does use his crease very well. And maybe that's the difference today. We don't want to get too excited because he's only on 27, but we started giving Hilton Cartwright plaudits and he got out very quickly after that.
Lays back on this one and powerfully cut behind point for 4 more. Well, he's really getting into his work now, Josh Inglis. 3 boundaries in the last 2 overs, and he's raced up to 31.
Ladies and gentlemen, that brings up the 50 partnership between Whiteman and Inglis. It is called 75 degrees.
And that 50 partnership has come in relatively quick time. 31 of it contributed by Josh Inglis.
Yes, they're going at a much better rate now than they have earlier in the day.
Short, cut powerfully again. Well, Queensland didn't want the ball to go there, and Josh Inglis just leapt for joy when he saw that one and carved it away to the boundary for 4 more.
Yeah, it's just lovely to hear that ball off the middle of the bat, and he's not giving Straker any room to warm up, taking on the debutant.
You're right, Christina. Hasn't really let him settle. So, still 3 slips in play. Short again, and he plays this one under and over the top of the wicketkeeper. Well, there's a T20 shot, brought into 4-day cricket, and another boundary to Josh Inglis.
This is you see his strength as a white ball cricketer there, seeing an opportunity and just using all the skill that he uses in particularly T20 cricket to get that over the wicketkeeper's head. It was a fair way from him, and he kept still and let his bat do the work. Didn't keep that still, really.
Well, 3 boundaries in succession. He's raced on to 41 to join Sam Whiteman. 37 deliveries, so going at over 100 strike rate.
Wait there.
Back, but this time fielded at gully. Michael Neeser relieved, I think, to stop that one. So an expensive over. Saw 17 runs from it. So Western Australia relieving a bit of pressure. All right, time to hand over to Laurie Colliver. And some more comments from Christina Matthews.
Tremendous over there by Western Australia, and in particular Josh Inglis, who has levelled up with Sam Whiteman, who's been there from the start. Whiteman continuing to play the anchor role here, and Inglis feeling comfortable, getting on top of the Queensland bowlers as he goes along.
G'day, Christina. How are you?
Good, thanks. Welcome back, Laurie.
A few runs flowing at last. About time.
That's right. We're 4 for 137, so we've made a bit of progress here if you're on the side of WA, which we're not, of course, because we're neutral,
So
which has
am I.
been obvious.
So am I.
Yeah.
It's prime time now, too.
Yeah.
After 6 o'clock on the eastern seaboard.
Well, doesn't daylight saving, well, it wouldn't knock you
Just
around, 'cause
started.
you're not from WA, but in WA, well, it changes your life when you're all of a sudden 3 hours behind the East Coast, 2.5 hours behind Adelaide. You wouldn't think an hour would make that much difference, but it does.
So Swepson back on. Wildermuth having a break after a 6-over spell. Went for 9 off the last over, 17 off that one. We've had 33 off the last 3. And Whiteman and Inglis are both on 41, which is fascinating. Oh, full, and he's worked that one away nicely. So Whiteman following Inglis' lead here, and he hits a boundary. Nice shot there into the gap, beautifully up into the northeastern corner.
Well, the interesting thing was Whiteman was 41 off 138 balls, and Inglis is 41 off 38 balls. So lovely contrast there, but well hit by Sammy Whiteman.
I was thinking earlier of openers that have been slow at the WACA over the years as we watch this shot again, and nicely picked off there from
Head
Whiteman.
over the ball,
Yep.
well balanced, good shot.
Six on the leg side. He's found the gap through cover. A little bit too short there from Swepson. Chase for Gannon. And a pretty easy 3 for the West Aussie captain. Yeah, I was looking through back in the archives. I remember as a kid watching Jeffrey Boycott bat all day here at the WACA in '78. He made 63 on the opening day. And then 4 years later, Chris Tavares batted on the opening day and made 66. Now let's hope Sam Whiteman can get going here a little bit, because I'd hate for him to be categorised with those two gentlemen.
No, that really was the old days, wasn't it?
But Josh Inglis going well here. He was 17 off 30. So he's 24 off his last 8. Going well. A few field changes here for the change from the left-hander to the right-hander. Punched hard, back to the bowler.
I think too, as you know, as a bowler, as you go through the day, you get fatigued, and your length starts to suffer when that happens.
The play back, much like Hilt Cartwright earlier. Carry on, Christina. Yep.
And particularly with Straker, as a young player, he's only 19. He's come in here today, started off really well, but it is a big ask to come in and day one of the season.
There goes over mid-on this time, down towards the boundary. Won't quite make the rope, but good intent here from Inglis. Another couple for him.
Players' bodies have got to mature into being able to get through a whole day of bowling, similar to players have to in our AFL, young players coming into play in the midfield and so forth. Bodies have to mature to be able to absorb the pressure, the physical pressure that comes with it.
Perhaps hit that one a little bit hard. 9 off the over though, good for WA. And they move along to 4 for 146. Just quickly around the grounds in the other games, Christina. A few more runs being scored, although we are a couple of hours behind in the game here. As we just have a look at this last replay, Christina.
Yeah, good length in that case from Swepson. Caused Inglis to get slightly off balance in meeting the ball. But when he takes his hat off, Swepson does look like a young Rafael Nadal.
You reckon?
Oh, yeah. I'm going Rafael Nadal.
All right, there
in
he
the
is.
days he had hair.
Got a fair bit hanging out the back there.
Yeah.
Just quickly, close to stumps in both Shield games. Tasmania and Victoria in Melbourne at the Junction. Vic's 7 for 330. Harris finished with 143. Peter Hanscom 129. Gabe Bell 3 for 44. Perry and O'Neill not out at the moment. So Straker, can he respond here after getting a bit of a touch up in the previous over? And he pulls out. And the other game, which will interest a lot of our people watching, is at Cricket Central, where we're getting close to stumps there. 7 for 297. In fact, it's just been called. And Sam Constas, a good day for him, 152. Josh Philippi got 56. There's the false start from young Straker. See what he's got with the second attempt. Oh, he's eased into that, and that'll be the half century for Sam Whiteman. It's taken him a while, but he's latched onto that, and it's been a hard-fought 50 for the Western Australian captain.
Sam Whiteman and the Western Australian team will be really pleased with him getting that 50. It's been a torrid innings for him. He was at the non-strikers then when he watched the first 2 wickets go in consecutive balls, but you know, hard work has paid off. 50 not out off 142 balls. Great effort by Sammy Whiteman.
Let's have a look at it again. He latched onto that beautifully. Punched it away for 4. Gets that one away for another run. And the 150 coming up. And it's been a good session now for Western Australia. 104 runs, and they've only lost the 1 wicket.
Yeah, they've bounced back nicely. Sam Whiteman is one of those players who's really grown since he's been captain. He's been captaining a few years now. He's full captain now, but he was captaining in Mitch Marsh's absence, and he's really grown as a leader in that time. Much the same as Ashton Turner has as well, being Perth Scorchers captain.
Got captains coming out of years over here.
Yeah.
All pretty good and all pretty successful as well. Off his own bowling there. Of course, the last time WA won 3 Shields in a row, Graham Wood back in the 80s, and chance to emulate New South Wales and, well, only New South Wales, I believe, won a lot of Shields in a row at the top of the previous century, and in the 50s, 11 in a row, I think it was. So it's a big thing to look forward to, hopefully.
But it's also important, I mean, in WA's case, these people have been able to learn from players such as Adam Voges as captain and coach, Justin Langer as coach, experienced people in world cricket.
Yes, mate.
Well, struck out to deep point, thoughts of 2, but kept to a single. Nice bit of work out there by Wildermuth, who'd be a little bit tired at the back end of a longish spell before.
Perth Scorchers' success in the early days of BBL came on the back of 2 really experienced captains, Simon Kadich and then Adam Voges. And then that little period where Adam stopped playing, became coach, and we were trying to develop our next captain. Team struggled, and then Ashton Turner took over and has really taken them to another level with another 2 titles under his name.
The ball closely as we get close to tea here, with time for 1 more over at least, getting up around 7 minutes past 3. Still a lot of overs left. I think we'll probably end up losing an over or 2 today. We're supposed to get through 96 in the day. We're into the 53rd, so potentially 39, 40 overs left.
Does that ever happen?
Not often. No, not often, Christina. That's true.
Cricket is one of the few games, I would think, in the world where the parameters of the game in terms of length of time really don't apply.
Well, I've got a solution. After this ball, we'll just get the over done, and I'll give you my thoughts on the matter. I've thought about this a lot over the years. Again, good extra bounce. Good response there from young Tom Straker on debut after going for 17. Just the 6 off that over, and it's still 4 for 152. My thing, and they're starting to bring it into white ball cricket now, is a shot clock. And it's, what, 60 seconds, I think, at the moment for the international white ball cricket. I'd make it 45. And just say,
it is a bit generous.
Yeah, it is very generous. Yeah, I think it's a typical sort of ICC decision without making a proper decision, and just not really doing what they should do. And I think it would speed up things. I'm not sure about Test cricket, but I think we're getting to a point now where you have some days where only 82, 83 overs are bowled, and it's not right. The punters are getting ripped off a little bit.
See, my solution, and it's a solution that comes from now not being a CEO of a state association, is to find the associations for the teams.
So you're out. So that's, righto. No worries.
I'll be getting texts from the other CEOs in a minute.
It's amazing how you change your tune once you pull the pin as the boss. Sweeps it. And moves well as Inglis to get that out to deep mid wicket for a single. But yeah, that's another way of certainly looking at it, and even run penalties too. I mean, that would be something that it needs a bit of thought, because often in white ball cricket, how do you work it out in the second innings? That's where it gets a little bit tricky. So, but
yeah,
I like the field restriction one too, where you have to have one fielder brought up if you haven't got your overs through, which that can apply in the second innings.
Yeah.
Also.
I like that. You know, when the 100 started, some of those things were brought in, and I think they've helped change the more traditional formats.
Well, you watch the Vitality Blast from England, and I watched a few games this year, and they just get on with it. They really get through their games. They don't play much more than 3 hours, and it's good that they get through. Nicely swept by Whiteman, so this will be the last over before tea, with the clock just ticking over to 3:10.
Whiteman is looking much more comfortable now, doesn't he? He's looking like he's got the pace and bounce of the wicket sorted, and he can play his shots a bit more freely.
Pads this time worked away. Well, he was 34 of 133, so he has picked up the pace. And I think with Inglis just breaking things up a little bit with his aggressive couple of overs there, hitting a couple of fours off of Wildermuth and then getting after Straker at the start of his new spell, it's just made a little bit easier for the WA skipper, and he's starting to find the gaps.
Yeah, they're a long way from being out of trouble, but they're making good progress.
Oh, yeah.
So, Swepson keeping the stumps in play as we get close to tea here. So, in fact, 2 overs to go after this. One's worked square leg, so the math's just a little bit awry there. But so we're going to lose some overs today, unfortunately. But the battle's been good and intriguing all the way through. Good hard Shield cricket on the opening of the season here on Fox and KO. Hope you're enjoying all the action from the WACA. Not the best ball to finish the session, but nonetheless all right for Western Australia. Had a good session there, adding 105 runs, and they faced 27 overs and only lost the wicket of Hilton Cartwright, so they're going to go into tea much happier than they were at lunch. It's 4 for 155, and a good partnership here, Christina, now has developed for the 5th wicket between these two.
Yeah, there's no doubt the first session was definitely Queensland, and I think we'd all agree the second session has been won by WA. They played very well in that second session. Josh Inglis came in and opened the game up, and Sam Whiteman's followed his lead, but great effort by Sam Whiteman, getting through those early overs, getting through to tea. We see the scorecard there. Cameron Bancroft out on first ball. Jaden Goodwood followed with the second ball. Sammy Whiteman still there, as we said. Mitchell Marsh looked like he was going to be the goods today at 13. And there's the Queensland bowling. A little tougher for them after lunch, particularly for Tom Straker, who Josh Inglis took apart a bit in his first over coming back. But they'd still be pretty happy with their bowling card at this stage.
Right, Sam Whiteman, well, he's been out there all day. He's batted for 4 hours. Pretty slow early, but since lunch has started to get moving. He was only 5 in the first hour. He was 18 at lunch, but really got going, Christina, in the last, 9 overs or so, and started to find the rope and has played a really important sheet anchor role.
Yeah, and I think he got a little more width from the bowlers, which allowed to play his beautiful drives. But he's such an anchor for them, and you know, hopefully those two can go on after tea. But it's a nice, evenly poised game at the moment, so we'll see what happens coming back after tea.
So it's 4 for 155 here at tea. We will take a break and back after tea.
and welcome to all our viewers back to the WACA ground for the third session of play, day one of this round one Sheffield Shield clash between Western Australia, the current title holders, and Queensland. Here's a summary of what's happened earlier today. 2 wickets off the first 2 balls of the day, Bancroft and Goodwin, and the 3 for 47 at lunch. But the second session, Western Australia added 108 runs, 67 of those coming in the second hour, thanks mainly to an outstanding innings from Josh Inglis so far, 46 not out. Michael Neser has certainly been easily the pick of the bowlers. Superb display of swing bowling today, 3 for 22 of 14 overs. And Mitch Webster picking up the other wicket, bowling Hilton Cartwright. A varying debut from Tom Straker, but Wayne Clark, if the first session belonged to Queensland, you'd probably have to say the second session to Western Australia. Oh,
very much so. Early Hilton Cartwright and Whiteman looked as though they were getting it back for WA. They had a terrific partnership of 59. That one went into the construction area, but this is the dismissal of Cartwright. He played back. He just misjudged the length. And but what that did, it brought Josh Inglis to the crease, and he's played a terrific innings, and he's brought Sam Whiteman along with him. And the thing about Inglis, he's just constantly busy. He's always looking for the runs, and anything with the loose he was putting away, especially that ball short outside the off stump. And he was particularly harsh on the young fella Straker. He hit 3 boundaries, and that one was one that was a very short delivery, which he just flicked over there for 6. This is Whiteman's 50, a beautiful cover drive. So, yeah, second half was definitely WA. They put 60 odd on in that hour and 108 for the session. So, yeah, just got that momentum back.
It's what we've seen quite often in the past, Josh Inglis. He changes the momentum of the game as soon as he comes to the crease. We saw him when he came out. He was batting 1.5 metres out of his crease just to try and upset the length. But he's just so busy, isn't he? And it did change the momentum that second hour of that session. 67 runs added.
The interesting thing there was that Swepson was bowling very well, him and Neser. And Swepson got the wicket of Cartwright. And straight away they took him off. And obviously at the time we thought, well, why are you doing that? We would maybe that Inglis was susceptible to pace more than spin, but it backfired on them. Backfired on them big time.
Here's the wickets for the day to fall. As we said, a dramatic start to the day. First ball of the day to Cameron Bancroft, and what an absolute peach of a delivery from Michael Neser through to Jimmy Pearson. Second ball of the day off the gloves of Jaden Goodwin. First 2 balls of the season for Neser, he had wickets. This is the third wicket. Mitch Marsh, massive wicket for Queensland, caught by Ben McDermott. And then in that last session, the only wicket to fall, playing back to a full delivery, Hilton Cartwright and Mitch Swepson, the successful bowler there. Locks flowing in the breeze. And we'll see Michael Neser, certainly the pick of the bowlers today, resume the bowling after the tea break. So a crucial time in the game here, Wayne.
Well, very much so, you know, because WA have got themselves back into it. They were in all sorts of trouble, and especially that last hour, you know, 67 runs, 60, and really has put them back in the game. And these two are playing very, very well. They've run well between the wickets. They've turned the strike over, but they've been able to put away the loose deliveries. Queensland lost their way a little bit. They bowled pretty disciplined up until that Driggs break. And then things just fell apart pretty quickly, and they need now this man, who's been by far the pick of the bowlers. He's been absolutely superb, but unfortunately he can't bowl forever, and this will be his 4th spell, I think it is, and he needs to be able to lead from the front here again and try and get this vital breakthrough and see if they can get into the tail.
So here we go, first ball of session 3, and dabbled at that one. Josh Inglis, almost a wicket, like the first ball of the day.
Well, it was a lazy shot, wasn't it? It was just a nothing shot. It wasn't really played with any intent. Just waved the bat outside the off stump. And Neser just getting that ball to move away. And what a start that would have been. We'll just have a look at that delivery again. You can see it moved after it pitched. But he's got the ability to get the ball in line very quickly.
Next delivery, superb length again, and just squirts that one out backward of point. Well fielded out there by Jack Wildermuth. He looks a bit weary after a few overs today.
Well, it's interesting. It hasn't been a hot day. It's been a beautiful day to be bowling, really.
Yeah, that's right.
And, you know, all the fitness that's been done, but nothing can you know, replace actually bowling in the middle under pressure.
Oh, full deliveries, played and missed at that one outside the off stump. It was almost a half volley, and Inglis didn't get any bat to it. Perhaps playing away from his body a little bit.
He's just waiting for something to happen every time he gets the ball, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He's, you know, he's an extraordinary bowler. Not that that was the greatest delivery, but he enticed the batsman to play a false shot. It's just the pressure and the pressure that he does provide.
Nice length and just getting everything behind that one. Inglis, he's just always, his tendency is to move the ball away from the right-hander all the time.
But David, the thing that is so impressive is that his line, you know, he's in that corridor. Yeah, we've seen all the other bowlers, they'll bowl a couple there and then they'll stray down leg side or they'll bowl wide. He has the ability to be constantly in that corridor, and that's what it's all about.
Short pulls. It's high in the air. Will it carry? No, not quite the striker. But, gosh, that was only just above bail high, and Inglis quickly into position. 2 men out. But he gets one for it.
Picked up the length quite quickly there, didn't he? I think he was getting a little frustrated and he was just waiting for something to be a little bit shorter. Could have easily just got that top edge. Wasn't that short, it was just above hip high.
Yeah, that second session, Western Australia 1 for 108 off 27 overs, so scored it exactly at 4 and over in the end. Inglis mainly responsible for that. Skillfully left again, but a superb over. First over after tea by Michael Neser. 15 overs now he's bowled, so big workout for him. And WA 4 for 156.
Yeah, excellent opening over. Beat the bat a couple of times. Got the ball being squirted out to point, so it's obviously just nipping around. And yeah, that's really the type of over you want to see the others being able to put together, but he's been a standout today. We're going to see the spin continue.
Well, this will be interesting, won't it? Inglis likes to use his feet to the spinners and doesn't like to let them get on top. So what have we got here? Mid-on, we've got a deep mid-wicket, and he's about the only man out. Our mid-on and mid-off are quite deep, and so his cover point. But really just the one man out right on the deep mid-wicket fence. Inglis might be tempted to go straight here. Cuts powerfully, and that's past the fielder. Not letting Swepson settle. Past striker. He was only slightly short, but Inglis pounced on that, and that's his half century of just 52 deliveries.
Yeah, that's an excellent innings, and as you say, it wasn't that bad a ball. It was just enough, just short enough that he allowed him. He's very quick on his feet, and as we've said, he plays spin very well and made good contact, just very square of the wicket, and young striker, struggled to get anywhere near that. Lovely shot.
Short through to Pearson, appeal for catch behind. Umpire unmoved by the looks of it.
Oh,
Pearson and Swepson seemed to think there was a noise there.
well, the umpire was very confident in the way that he shook his head, and Pearson was very confident when he went up. It was just like, you know, thanks very much, straightforward. Having a discussion there with Josh Inglis. Have a look at it.
A bit of bounce extracted here from Swepson, but he took it quite high. Not sure if that's a deviation or not. Floated up.
What's interesting watching Khawaja in first slip, we might be able to pick that up again, is that he just put his hands up like he's going to catch it, but he didn't appeal.
Yeah.
So I think that may well have been an indication. We might try and have a look at that at the end of the over.
Bowling, mate. Beautiful, Sweppo.
Just getting a slight little bit of drift into the right-hander, Swepson.
This one here, just look at Khawaja. He doesn't go up at all. He
No.
just looked like he was expecting maybe a catch.
Yes, mate.
Back and across, cut powerfully again past Straker. Well, again, wasn't overly short, but he's just so quick to pick up the length, Inglis.
He's quick on his feet.
Yeah.
And yeah, we saw Cartwright trying to do that a lot, you know, to get back and deep in the crease and try and play him square of the wicket. But Inglis just waits and waits, and then he's able to pick up and make sure he's got the length right, and then he's back quickly and plays that shot.
His toes this time, powerful on drive, but straight to Steckity. So the end of the over, 2 boundaries, confident appeal for caught behind, give it not out. So dramatic over, and the action continues here at the WACA ground. 4 for 164 at the end of the 56th over.
Yeah, the umpire was pretty confident, I think, the way he made that decision. He didn't think it was there. But a great 50 by young Josh Inglis. He came to the crease in a very decisive mood. He was prepared to try and push for singles, but anything loose, he really made it pay. And he played some beautiful shots. That one he just over the top and played square of the wicket very, very well. And he just changed the momentum of the game for WA.
Here comes Nisa. Off the hip, Whiteman. Down to fine leg. Swepson down there.
Think about drinks break in the last session. We were thinking what was going to be a good score, and you know, 180 for the day was looking that it was going to be a bit of a battle from a WA point of view, but that's been turned around extremely quickly. And now it's Queensland, the pressure back on them. They need a wicket.
So this will be an interesting battle. Nisa against Inglis. Drives classically, but straight to Labuschagne. Gosh, nice shape there, Josh Inglis. Well, Whiteman playing this role perfectly at the moment. First ball he got off strike. Put the player that's going on strike. Labuschagne still has 3 slips in play. This one's straighter, driven, and that's a miss there at mid-on. But timed superbly by Inglis. 4 more. The scoreboard continues to tick over.
Beautifully struck, but very untidy there. Very untidy.
No run.
Just caught him on the back foot there.
Yeah.
Inglis, but it's a fair bit of time between now and the second new ball. We've still got 22 overs. So if Inglis is there in 20 overs time, it's a fair bit of hard work for Queensland. They'll be desperately hoping Nisa can get a breakthrough and break this partnership, which has now realised 92 runs.
Just prior to the break, you just sort of the body language really drop of the Queenslanders, and it hasn't been great since they've been back out there.
Quick single, quick call. Steckity under the stumps, mishandles. took off as soon as he hit it, Inglis. But it would have been interesting if Steckity had grabbed that cleanly. He got to it quickly, but couldn't quite get it in hand.
But good cricket by Inglis, you know, blind that pressure. Realise that they've got the momentum, putting the pressure back on the fielding side.
Having somewhat of a challenging time. In fact, Labuschagne is now a bit on. Steckity's gone across to extra cover. And another easy single here from Whiteman out to square leg. So still following Mark Steckity. Challenging over for himself. And that's the end of the over. Western Australia 4 for 171. That scoreboard continues to go along at a nice rate with Josh Inglis now overtaking Sam Whiteman. He's on 60.
He gave him a fair start.
Oh, yeah.
Probably at least 2 hours. He's picked him up pretty well. At 4 for 170 now. WA trying to probably look at a target of over 300. That's what they'd be aiming for. Still plenty of the game.
It's difficult, I know, Wayne, because he doesn't seem to have too many weaknesses at the moment. But where do you think Queenslanders will be targeting him at the moment? Just trying to dry him up?
I think so. Yeah. But the thing he's so decisive in the way that he drops and runs, you know. But yeah, you've got to be consistent on your line and let him. If he keep hitting you off a good length, well, all well and good. But
yeah.
But you can't be giving him those short balls outside off stump to release the pressure, which they've done. I'd hate to think how many hit through that area.
Yeah. Whiteman sweeps. And that beats the fielder at deep back at square. Timed that brilliantly. Striker no chance. It raced to the boundary. And WA continue this momentum.
It's the lack of being consistent in their line at the moment, you know, for the last 90 minutes, since the lunch break probably. It's been a bit of a battle.
Floats it up, sweeps again, this time off middle stump, this time straight to Straker. So that'll be, brings the partnership to 99. Made it in rapid time. And it's turned the game. Certainly the momentum was with Queensland in the first part of the day. First half of the day, I'd suggest. Certainly turned since then.
Oh, dear.
Oh, short. Thumped away through the offside. Beats the deep cover and the deep mid off. That just sat up waiting to be hit. There's the 100 partnership.
Lovely shot, as you say. It just sat up for him, didn't it? Gave him plenty of time. But the placement, he had time to actually hit that in front of point.
Oh, it beats Pearson. Just left alone and wide of leg stump. And that's another 4. That's buys. Well, Queensland need to do something to arrest this run onslaught from Western Australia.
It's interesting, Dave, and I know we're going back a bit, but when young Straker bowled that spell where he got hit for 20, you know, 20 odd in that, it's the end of his second over, not one player went up and sort of gave him a bit of a pat on the back, you know, and I just thought then, well, hang on, what's going on? That's where you need support.
Yeah.
Just their body language and that hasn't been good.
Nice.
Loaded up, and he still gets on the back foot here, and that's superbly timed past Straker. You're only about 5 metres wide of him. Well, it's just flying off the bat of Josh Inglis at the moment. And the people that are here have been treated to a most entertaining afternoon.
Well, that was just a controlled cricket shot, wasn't it? And just the placement.
Oh,
Takes the one.
Bit of length from Swepson.
Nice push there to just pushed out there. No, good over from a WA point of view.
Over 4 for 189 now. That's all from me. We'll hand over to Laurie Colliver. Some more comments from Wayne Clark.
Yeah, this is going to be a test for Marnus Labuschagne, how he's going to be able to get control back. They've been in control most of the day, and it's just, we've seen it that hour before the tea break and then the time after it, that things have really fallen apart. You could just see the body language. There's a lot of people giving instructions at the moment. He's hoping. He just can't continue to hope that Nice is going to be the one. He's got to get that support. And Laurie, what have you made of it since probably the tea break for a start? It was bad enough just before it.
34 in 4 overs.
Yeah.
It's been good going. Entertaining stuff. Inglis dominating proceedings as he did in the lead up to the break. Of course, he punched away. Showing a touch of class in this innings, isn't he? He's played himself in. He was 17 off his first 30. Then a couple of boundaries in and over off of Wildermuth, and then, as you said, got stuck in a young Straker, hitting him for a couple of 4s and a 6. And well, West Australia well placed now at 4 for 190.
I was really disappointed in his teammates, Straker's teammates. Yeah, the kid was really suffering there. You know, it was tough. He's 18 years old. He's playing his first game, and he's been taking part in those 2 overs. And yeah, that's when people have got to get behind you and, you know, give the kid that little bit of confidence.
Far away from off stump. Well watched again though by Whiteman, who's done a great job here today. Played the sheet anchor role, and with Inglis going so well, as we just have another look at it, then Whiteman can just get to 100 by stumps if he's still in, and if Inglis keeps going at the current rate, they'll easily get to 300 by close of play, which is an excellent day.
Absolutely. It's just a complete turnaround, and Whiteman's been terrific.
The other issue Queensland have got with over rate at the moment.
Yeah.
So you're meant to bowl 96 overs in a day, and well, we're only into over number 59, and there's the overs completed. If you just pan over to the right there, Mr. Director, you'll see the target's 96. And the last hour, well, that's actually the over rate. So they're 3 down. I don't know how they're 3 down. They're about
10.
7 or 8 down. Yeah.
Oh, lovely.
So consequently, after tea, Wayne, you've sort of got to look at bowling a bit of spin. But Swepson's gone for 8 and 16 or 18 or whatever from the last over. So that's may not be an option in the next over potentially.
Maybe a few Renshaw offies.
Yeah,
Todd
well,
really get through a few, but
and I guess Wayne, it's a fumble from Pearson, no cost to his team. And I guess at this point of the day, when you're set at batting at the WACA in these conditions, it's pretty hard to move to well set players.
oh, it's the best time to bat in it, but the bowlers are tired. Ball's quite old. We saw it moving around a bit before the tea break, but it looks as though things have settled down. And 2 players that know what their role is in this partnership. And I think that's the other thing. You know, Whiteman, he's not getting carried away. He's just carrying on, knowing to try and give the strike to Inglis when he can. And make the bowlers work. And it's been an ideal, and Inglis has taken the dominant role, and Whiteman's quite happy for him to do it. You see some players that they get a little bit excited with that. At 4 for 190, WA in a very well turned the game around.
It was a tough first session for them. They were 3 for 18, went to lunch at 3 for 47, and since then, well, they've rocked along, and Josh Inglis showing what he's all about here. Lovely afternoon here in the West. Great way to start the season. And a real good fight back here from the West Aussies now. Partnership of 113, of which Inglis has made 70. Now that's a ball I'd like to see Inglis go forward to, Wayne. I'd love to know your thoughts.
Well, it was similar to the ball that got Carey, wasn't it? You know, but because it's not turning that much, so they're confident of being able to do that.
Swepson again. Beats the outside edge. Nicely bowled. Three fours in the last over, so Swepson looking to try and regain a bit of control of the situation. Nicely taken down leg side there. Good keeping from Jimmy Pearson.
The question is now, where does Labuschagne go? You know, Nice is getting near the end of his spell. You know, you got to hope that Swepson can, you know, keep the control that he's showing this over.
Oh, yes, mate.
We talk about batting partnerships, but bowling partnerships are just as important. You know, he's got to get a combination now that can get the run rate back down again, you know, and get a little bit of control.
Neatly worked out into the deep. Hit it firmly enough. Just the single, though, out there to Wildermuth. Nice has bowled 3. He's bowled 17 overs today. And with Straker just battling a little bit before tea, options are a little bit limited. Steckity bowled 3 overs not long before tea, but still 20 overs to the new ball as well.
And if there's a part-timer, maybe the bowl, but while these two are going, that's a dangerous move.
Finds the gap again as Whiteman. Should get a couple. Chase out there for Uzi. They're going to come back for third. That's good running. Well done by the West Australian pair there. So another 3 to Whiteman. Another over ends at 4 for 194. Partnership has been a good one. They came together, these two, at 4 for 77. And, well, after a slow start, Inglis really got going. But since then, it's been all WA.
Been good square of the wicket, hasn't he? And shown a little bit of initiative there, and Whiteman just solid as a rock throughout the whole thing.
Yeah, well, Whiteman took 133 balls off his first 34, and since then he's picked up the rate, and what a performance it's been. They came together at the end of the 38th over when Hilton Cartwright was dismissed. And, well, they've gone on with the job here. So 4 for 191 here. Whiteman continues to blunt this Queensland attack.
And I think I made the term, yeah, about the role. He's known what role he wanted to play. He's the skipper out there. He saw 2 wickets fall in the first 2 deliveries, then a third not long after. And it was like, the thought process, I've got to bat here through the stump, so I've got to try and do that, and hopefully I get some support on the way. And when he's got that support, you know, he's allowed that person to flourish and just tried to give him the strike. So it's been a good tactical thing as well.
Saw Matty Renshaw doing a few back stretches, so he may well be an option just to try and break this partnership with his off spin, a bit of extra bounce here at the WACA.
Yeah, and I think I made a comment earlier in the day that the most successful have been the wrist spinners here. Oh, not the wrist spinners, sorry, the finger spinners. Got more control, but able to get more bounce, get a little bit of float and drift. So maybe they try that, but they've got to try something at the moment. It's amazing. It's amazing how it's changed, hasn't it, in such a quick time. It's within an hour and a bit. How our whole commentary's changed, and so suddenly the pressure's back on Queensland where it wasn't.
Right on 4.5 hours now for Sam Whiteman. Edges just short of second slip. Bit of frustration there for the Queenslanders.
Yeah, soft hands. Didn't go it that hard and went pretty much a good couple of metres in front of Renshaw. Again, stays down and does a little bit of stretching.
So Neese's bowled 4 in this spell, Wayne. New ball's going to be 19 overs from now. You give him one more, or do you have a spell and try and get Steckity back in and maybe a bit of Renshaw, or do you stick with Swepson still for a bit longer? Probably got to go with Swepson, don't they?
Yeah, I think they've got to keep Swepson, but I'd still maybe try and get through a few quick overs with Renshaw. Neese has got to have a bit of a break. I mean, I know he's the only one that's really looked like getting a wicket, but they've got to try and get to that new ball and maybe eke out a wicket, but hit to Neese and try and keep him as fresh as he can, that he can, you know, make real inroads with that new ball and hopefully get into the Kellys and Gannons and Couches at some stage to put some pressure on.
4 for 194 here in Perth, and there's a look at the bowling figures. So Nisa has bowled 18. He's had the most of the workload today. Steckity 11, Straker 10 in overs, and Wildermuth 10. And Swepson's going to continue. So yeah, new ball looming in a bit over an hour's time. And Nisa, I think, might be having a spell, but we'll find out about that shortly as Swepson will continue from the far end. Over 4 o'clock local time. There's Michael. And he's got all of that over towards the deep mid-wicket boundary, and it's gone all the way. So Josh Inglis continues on here in fine form. At least that one didn't go in the construction site, Wayne, but it was a good shot.
Yeah, I think they've knocked off over there nearly, but again, it's an indication of how quick he is on his feet and how quick he picks up the length. He was able to get back into the crease and played a beautiful shot, and the placement that to the left of that man out at mid-wicket.
Comfortably works that one out to that man there. 200 up as well. Last 50 coming pretty briskly. The 150 up in the 53rd over, and we're into the 62nd now. So things have motored along since tea. Let's have another look at it, Wayne.
Yeah, the way he gets back quickly, and he's way back in the crease, and just a beautiful follow through of the bat and beautifully timed.
Yeah, he saw it early, didn't he?
Yep. So he's just full of confidence now, is Josh Inglis, and it's been a great 12 months for him, and the way that his cricket has developed, and it's amazing when we get opportunities and you have a bit of success, the confidence that grows within a player.
Oh, I like it.
And you've got the rock of the innings there. Very content to play his role. The West Australian captain. Solid in defence.
Oh, yes, Samurai.
Yeah, sometimes you can sort of get a little sucked in, I suppose, and try and match the bloke at the other end. He knows what he's aiming to do, and he'll let Inglis go, and he'll continue doing the job. And if he's got that half volley, he put it away. Otherwise, he's just going to continue batting, frustrating the opposition.
Beverly eases that away for another single. Plenty of gaps at the moment too. 65 now to Whiteman.
Maybe Marnus has a bowl.
Yeah, well, that's an option.
He's skipper. Hey? He's got all to say.
We'll find out soon. Nicely carved away. They'll come back for a second. Good running. So 10 off that over. And WA now 4 for 204 here at the WACA. There's Mitch Webster, 10 off that over. So things haven't been so great for him since tea. 34 off 4 overs. Marnus Labuschagne saying, what do you reckon? One thing's for sure, we are going to see a change from the Lily Marsh stand-in. Michael Nees is going to have a spell. And Mark Stephanie's going to return to the crease to bowl the 63rd.
Somehow they've just got to get that control back, don't they? They need to really apply some pressure. But they're both batting so well in the regards of, you know, if there's a loose ball there, that they try and put it away. Otherwise, they're just pushing for easy singles. That you're trying to protect the boundaries, and suddenly it opens up a lot more gaps, and this is good experienced cricket.
Last 14 overs, 100 runs have been scored. So good going. A bit wide to start from Steckety.
And the wicket in that middle session, we thought, gee, it's seaming around a bit, and you know, it's still going to be difficult. It doesn't look that dangerous now. We wonder what's going on. It's to stop, mind you, the ball's pretty old.
Well, that one seemed away a little bit, but a bit too wide to trouble anybody.
And that's part of the other thing. They haven't put in the right spot consistently enough.
Worrying times for the skipper there. Better delivery from Mark Steckety. One, 2-7 the partnership now. Thoughts of a single, but no. These are onto it quickly.
Now he's bowled 3 good deliveries. This is where he needs to make sure that he finishes the over off, and this is what they haven't been able to do. The build-up of certain maidens over a period of time to apply pressure happened in that first hour and a half because they were getting wickets, and it made it easier. But this is where the control's got to come in, and the discipline.
Still plenty of discipline from Sam Whiteman there, as he's happy to watch that ball go through once again to the keeper.
What about you, Laurie? Could you concentrate this long out in the bat, out in the middle, you reckon? Hey?
Yeah.
Obviously struck, should get a single comfortably in the end there to the right of Ben McDermott. Well, the thing I've liked about Whiteman is he just sticks to his game.
Yep.
And he's played the role perfectly today. And he's been helped by the fact Inglis has come in and taken a lot of pressure off him. And he's obviously fit. And he's very keen to keep this successful period going for WA.
Well, he played great cricket on the weekend and scored 90 in difficult conditions. You know, we had a bit of rain and that over the weekend, and yeah, he just really loves batting.
As does Inglis at the moment. And they wander back for an easy 2. So another couple to the West Aussies, and another over rolls by at 4 for 207. Wayne, you can have a bit of a spell, mate. And we'll have Christina Matthews joining us very, very shortly. A couple other games going on. Early start tomorrow at Cricket Central, New South Wales 7 for 297. Watch that on KO from around about 9:55 Eastern, and Sam Constance getting 150 today.
And a change of bowling.
And before we talk about the other game, Marnus Labuschagne's decided to take the ball in his hand. And just quickly before Christina joins us, the Victorians against Tassie 7 for 3:30. And they'll start at the normal time tomorrow at 10:25. Good afternoon to you, Christina. How are you?
Good afternoon. It's been a wonderful batting display for Josh Inglis and Sam Whiteman. Josh Inglis on 82 really run away with it, and Whiteman, outstanding effort today, 66 not out.
So Labuschagne into the attack. He's going to bowl some mediums by the look of it. So no spin from him, a bit of medium. We've seen him do that in the past.
He's likely to bowl half and over mediums and the other half spin.
Not a bad start.
Well, he had to try and do something to break this up, didn't he? So, you know, he's a competitor, and that's what they need here, Queensland, having let these two get away from them a little bit. It's been an awesome batting display and batting partnership here.
Indeed, it's been typical effort from the West Aussie. You can see why they've won the last 3 Sheffield Shields. Stuck to the task well. Peel for court down the leg side. They're pretty keen, the Queenslanders. Jimmy Pearson does well, diving to his right, but doesn't impress umpire Sam Nagurski, who says not out.
Yes, he definitely wasn't interested. It is hard to tell with Marnus whether there is an edge because he's such a prolific appealer. We see the replay now as the ball goes across the legs of Whiteman. It looks like it might have caught the thigh pad a little bit, but another good save by Jimmy Pearson.
Yeah, put him on the rump there, I think. No problem at all. Good decision by the umpire. Ooh, bumper.
What will be interesting in tomorrow's media is Sam Whiteman and opening for Australia. There's been a bit of a push here in WA, highlighting Sam's achievements over the last few years, and now he's been at the top of the runs table. So this will certainly feed the WA media.
Well, it's been a good day for openers, hasn't it?
Has been a good day for openers.
Marcus Harris, Sam Constance, and now Whiteman up and about as we just have a look at this. He had to bang that in really short, didn't he?
Yeah.
Well, I was spruiking Whiteman 2 or 3 seasons ago, I must say. Short again.
Yeah, he goes under the radar, and you know, goes about his business so quietly and effortlessly. But you know what he's been doing, what he's done this morning. Let's go way over. What he's done this morning in digging WA out of a hole has been heroic.
That's close to a wide, but not called. So amazingly, that's a maiden. 3 bumpers in the over, 4 for 207. If you look at Whiteman's record overall, and I don't always look at the overall record, but he's got 1200s in 90 games, average of 36, but his last period of time as captain averaged 41 in 22 games, 500s, and last year 770 and 40 with 300s, including one in the final. So he's made runs when it's counted, and his name should be mentioned as someone that could sneak into the Australian side.
Yeah. Well, you've always got to be looking at all options within the framework of what you think you need in the Australian side, and he certainly should be in the conversation.
Another good quick single from Inglis. So Inglis continues to play his role as well.
It's been lovely to watch Josh Inglis today. You know, early on, it didn't take him long to get going, but he was under a bit of pressure in the first few overs he faced. And then they started getting a bit of width with their line, and he took full advantage of it.
Better than the run of ball there. Strike rate of 109.
Stay there.
impact in defence once again. Yeah, no, Inglis has come on in leaps and bounds, there's no doubt about it. And I kind of like it at the moment that the keeping roles are split between Carey and he. And Carey's 32 now, so he's got a little bit of time left, barring maintaining his form and good glove work.
And credit to Carey that he's retained his place in that one-day side as a bat.
Yeah, well, he had to come in. Josh had that quad injury in England, and he came in and played particularly well at Headingley in that second ODI, and then got runs again in the third game up in Durham. So did very, very well. And then at Lords, was, as you said, was kept in, and Inglis was back in as the gloveman. So it's reassuring, and we've said this earlier in the day, didn't we, that we've got so much depth in the wicket-keeping department in this country. It's a great situation to be in, that's for sure.
There's no denying, though, that, you know, being a great wicket-keeper is not enough. You really have to be contributing with the bat, and most keepers do that these days, and it's the style, the way they go about the runs is often the difference in them getting selected or not.
We only got to look at England now with Jamie Smith coming into their test side. They got rid of Ben Foakes after that Indian tour earlier in the year, and Jamie Smith started brilliantly for England in Test match cricket and also in the one-day side as well now. Look at Rishabh Pant, who's a dynamo, isn't he, for India? Not the greatest gloveman, but does the job.
Yeah.
So no, everyone needs to do their bit, and keepers need to provide runs like the top six. Here's a side-on view of Steckity. Still plenty of bounce and carry here for the bowlers. Last ball of the over coming up. Right on line again. So not a bad over from Steckity, just the one off it. 4 for 208. I'm going to jump out. And after Christina Matthews, David Clear's going to rejoin things here in the commentary position.
Yeah, a couple of good overs in a row there. A maiden from Marnus Labuschagne, and then just one run off the Steckity over. Tough day. Queensland started off the day in a blaze of glory. 2 wickets in the first 2 balls. Really had control of the first session, and since then WA have built and built and built, and appear well in control of what's going on out there in the middle.
Afternoon, Christina. So we've got about an hour and 45 minutes left, I'd suggest. So long day's cricket. Could be a long day for Queensland at the moment.
Well, when you get into 4-day cricket, the physical and mental toll is so much greater.
So Labuschagne bowls a bouncer to Josh Inglis. Might have copped a couple in the nets from Marnus from time to time.
He's bowled a few bounces. I think he's come on to bowl to get his own frustration out.
Yeah, quite possibly. Bit of venting. Another one. So we've actually got, well, there's a man in front of square, deep, almost a deep square leg, deep backward square leg, and deep fine leg. So 3 out. So he's got a loaded leg side at the moment. Off the hip and up-ish, not quite carrying to that backward square leg fielder, but whether or not he got a bat to that, flew off. He certainly...
It was in the air and it got everybody excited. So
approaching this spell with much gusto. Might have been a double noise there.
Yeah.
No runs.
This one, Fuller. I suppose, Christina, is a little reluctant to play that pull shot at the moment with those three players out.
Well, think Josh Inglis would just be thinking, I'll hit it over them. Such is his confidence.
He generally plays that shot pretty much along the ground. So short goes underneath another bouncer from Labuschagne, attracting the ire of a couple of members here at the WACA ground.
You know what, I think that Josh should just be as happy for Marnus to wear himself out bowling those bouncers and let him go.
He's bringing striker at mid-wicket, almost standing next to him. This is like being a net captain. Is he really going to stand there behind the bowler's arm?
That's umpire's practice. So he's standing directly behind the umpire. Marnus has now pulled him by the pants right across.
Remarkable. What do you call that position, Christina? Straight on?
I don't know, brain fade, I'd call it. You wonder what he's going to do, don't you? Like that. I don't think I've ever seen that.
Another bouncer. 4 in the over. Well, we saw him field at quite a straight mid-on position earlier today, but not quite as directly behind the bowler's arm than that.
Yeah, look, that'd be for Marnus then a bit of a gun instinct about something. We'll probably never know what. But I wonder if he's better bowling his spin where he can really intimidate, because that's part of his weaponry, and bowling spin and being able to get in the batter's face a little bit more.
Well, he does turn the ball a lot.
Yeah.
He did have some success bowling his leg spin at times. Steckity to continue. Whiteman cuts nicely, throw at the stumps, just misses at the bowler's end. Well backed up by Clayton. Probably through to the right end there. Inglis is so quick.
I've got to say, when Straker was put in that position, he must have felt like he was back at school having a teacher pull him by the pants across.
I think it's just trying to get inside Inglis's head, to be honest.
Yeah.
Just trying to upset his rhythm. Inglis just lays back on that one and guides it past second slip. Superb shot.
So well played. Just waited for the ball, glided it down.
Had so much time there. So on to 87.
His development as a cricketer has been lovely to watch, both with the gloves and with the bat, and his determination to break into the oh, look at that, just watched it onto the blade. His determination to break into the Australian team.
Next ball, well, skillfully left. That ball cutting back a little from Steckity, fairly near the off stump.
The ball before that one was a beautiful ball between bat and body. Kicked nicely, came in, was well watched by Inglis.
Lays back and throws everything at this one all the way along the ground, but there's a deep cover out there. McDermott having a run out of slips in the outfield. He's copped a couple on the hands today, so might appreciate a little bit of a break. Josh Inglis I recall the first grade club final for his club Joondalup back in 2014 as a teenager, making 230 odd in a grand final here at the WACA ground. Whiteman drives fluently straight to Wildermuth though, and
not a bad effort anywhere to get a double hundred.
as a teenager it was first grade cricket, it was at the WACA ground, but to perform at such a young age and make a score of that magnitude, remarkable. And a bit of a sign of things to come. I suppose ideally, Christina, his glove work has kept up with his batting.
Yeah.
His
he does a lot of work with the gloves, and you know, he quickly overtook Josh Philippi behind the stumps. Some of that is opportunity, right place, right time. But Josh Philippi was really looking like the one who would be the long-term gloveman.
Short this time, Inglis pulls, goes out to the deep mid-wicket, all the way along the ground. So maybe he's decided after that 4 bounces in the last over that he was going to start playing a few shots. So Marnus wouldn't mind that too much. Inglis decided to go for those, just in case he gets a top edge.
Well, Marnus himself has had 2 maidens in a row, I think. So he'll be opening next time.
So we do have 2 men out for the hook shot for Whiteman as well, or 3 men actually. Similar tactics, a short leg as well. So we would, in that field, you'd suggest it might be short of a length. The hit straight to that fielder in there, Clayton.
The square leg is in a bit of a nothing position. It's almost at a position for a miss-hit rather than a full-blooded hit, a planned position.
Underneath that bouncer from Labuschagne.
Do you think Adam Beau just would have stopped biting his nails now? He'd be a little more comfortable?
Yeah, a little more relaxed, I think. First 2 balls of the season didn't go too well. Ill-directed there from Labuschagne. But he's really found his own space, hasn't he, Adam Beau? Just now had a lot of success as a coach in that position, Christina, and a few little opportunities with Cricket Australia, assisting and things like that.
And with franchise cricket. He's now talked about all over the world as a coaching option with the what seems like hundreds of T20 leagues around the world. He did an assistant coaching role with Justin Langer at, I think it was at Lucknow earlier this year. You know, and that is about him hearing different voices and seeing how different teams set up.
What do you think his main strengths are as a coach? I mean, a lot of coaches have that communication with players. They're good on strategy, but what do you see as his major strengths?
I think it is his quiet demeanour. He did struggle a bit, the transition out of playing to coaching. Just the fact that as a coach, once you're on the ground, you have no control anymore.
Well, leg slips come in now and missing that leg lance, no ball.
I think Adam, high performance manager Kate Harvey, and the support coaching team all work really well together, and it starts with strong list management, then strong selection, being able to challenge each other, and I think Adam's got really comfortable in that space, being challenged and listening
Well down leg side this time, but so at the end of that over, 4 for 216 Western Australia. So more of a combined team approach to leading or managing the team, if you like.
And the thing that Adam's done well, once he got settled into being a coach, he didn't have the greatest of the first 2 years, won a one-day title, but it didn't go so well in T20 and Shield. But he started to understand the value of broader learning. So he now seeks out professional development opportunities. I know he and Kate talk about things he could go and do, mixing with other coaches. So he's really gone into a pattern of continual learning, which I think holds him in good stead.
And I imagine that sort of calm exterior and temperament would probably go down quite well with some of the youth that are coming through, like in their late teens, early 20s.
Yeah, and it's a bit about, you hear it said in the Australian team, he allows players to be themselves. There's a lot of support for the players if they need it, but he encourages them to, you know, back themselves. He's now on the first year of a new 2-year contract. It'll be interesting to see how long he wants to continue being a head coach in a domestic environment. He's still loving it, from what he said to me at the end of last season, which is great to see.
Oh. Yes, just enjoying some afternoon tea as we saw that shot between overs. As you say, Christine, he's looking a little more relaxed now.
Yeah. I mean, the only downside, I think, with Adam is that he's a Hawthorn supporter.
Bit of a disadvantage. That's right. He might have a bright future.
Jets!
Tipped off his toes nicely here from Inglis, and very fine. And using the pace of the ball, it was a bit quicker from Swepson down to the boundary. Well, he timed that superbly.
Yes, Adam was very excited in the late run by the Hawks into the finals. But yeah, I mean, he's such a great human, and he's, you know, he's got a family. You know, his son's well into high school now. I think his daughter must be, if not in first year of high school, pretty close, and they keep him honest as well.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Well, he's raced ahead of Sam Whiteman now. Short, pulled, past square leg and an absolute rush. Raced out to the boundary, and he races on to 97. Oh, a loose ball from Mitch Swepson. Maybe trying a flipper or a top spinner. Not quite coming out as he'd intended, I'd suggest.
Oh, ball.
Straight out to McDermott, deep cover.
This has been an absolutely top-class innings from Josh Inglis. Played some beautiful shots all around the ground.
This partnership continues to grow. 148. Queensland absolutely desperate for a breakthrough, but these two batters seem well on top.
I think the great thing too, it's 148 off only 184 balls. Support role from Sam Whiteman, with Inglis really going at a great rate.
Oh, ball.
Leans on that one out to deep point. Another single. So on 98 Inglis. Back punched it straight to mid off. That's the end of the over. 4 for 226. Queensland unavailability of Xavier Bartlett, who had such a good year last year, particularly with white ball cricket, and Gurinder Sandhu, both injured. Probably has robbed them of some depth. Bartlett with his outswing would have been quite handy today, but you can only, I suppose, work with what you've got. And Western Australia, well, their second 11 side at the moment, Christina, this week is particularly strong, but no Lance Morris here, no Jai Richardson, Aaron Hardy.
No Joel Paris.
No.
Yeah, so you've got 4 key bowlers there not playing for WA, and yet their attack on paper still looks pretty good. We'll see at some point them coming out to bowl. It did look earlier today that it might be today, but
yes,
clearly that's not going to happen as Straker is handed the ball.
Right on his toes, clipped powerfully to mid-wicket, but some nice fielding from Clayton.
Well fielded there.
No one behind him. That was right in the slot. But good test for Tom Straker. It's the thing with cricket, you can always bounce back. You've had a bad over or two, but there's always opportunities to get back into the game.
Yeah, he had that one bad over.
Right on the money, but an impressive first spell today. Kept the pressure on.
He just had that over where Josh Inglis went after him. I think there was 17 off the over. Would have rattled him a little bit. He's a young player, but also a great experience for him. He's come up against a couple of really experienced batters here, and it could be nothing but a learning experience for him.
Two slips in play and 2 out for the hook shot. 1 deep point. And Whiteman just takes the pace off this one and turns it round for 1. So,
Ladies and gentlemen, that brings up the 150-run partnership.
150-run partnership.
I think that's that ball came on a little bit quicker to Whiteman than he expected. His hand came off the bat. He was able to turn around the corner, but just look at like it caught him by surprise.
So a test here for Straker. 2 needed for his century. Josh Inglis. Can he bowl a few dot balls here to perhaps build up some pressure on Inglis? We know anything loose he will go after. We've got 4 men on the boundary. Well, extremely short, and that's a wide. Won't be getting his 100 off those sorts of deliveries. Already been hit for 1-6 with that sort of delivery. Inglis went up and over. Cuts down behind point. This could be his 100. A long chase for Niza. Comes back for 2. What a magnificent innings. Came in. WA under pressure. At 4 for 77, but he's completely changed the momentum of the game. His 6th century for Western Australia and his 49th appearance, but what a masterclass innings, Christina Matthews.
Outstanding performance by Josh Inglis. His team would be all up on their feet congratulating him. He'd be pretty pleased with that himself, coming back into red ball cricket, but you know, he just played with such confidence all through that innings, apart from the first few overs when he was trying to get the pace and bounce of the ball. Often you see players get their century and, you know, they relax a little bit. In this case, Inglis needs to really reset and position himself to go on, aim for that 150, really build a strong total for WA.
Balls, smashes it out. And that's forward at the deep mid wicket. No chance for Wildermuth out there. 4 more runs, so testing him out. 3 men on the boundary, but he still managed to avoid all of them. And at the end of the day over Western Australia, 4 for 234. Christina Matthews, thanks very much again. Welcome back, Wayne Clark. It continues this momentum for Western Australia, Wayne.
Well, it's just amazing how this game has turned, and you know, Queensland are now thinking, crikey, where are we going to get a wicket? They just can't get any control back on this of these two. And well, what an innings by Josh Inglis, and well supported by Sam Whiteman. Don't forget the innings that he's playing today and the role that he's playing. But Inglis, fantastic stroke play.
And how many times have we seen that today? Just waits for the ball and turns it off his hip, and he's just has shown all the patience in the world. Just happy to take the single. This is the 100 brought up from Inglis. Runs the first one quickly, and most joyous as he reaches his triple figures. They never get tired of those, do they, Wayne?
Oh, absolutely.
It's so hard to get.
Yes, mate.
15 fours and 2 sixes. So over 70 runs in boundaries.
And I'm sure there's an awareness between the two of them. They've had a discussion. Hey, our job's only half done. You know, they've still got plenty of time to construct a really good total.
Oh,
Nice little bit of in-drift there from Swepson, but wide of Steckity. They pick up another single. So Josh Inglis's highest score in Shield cricket is 153 not out. Fair way from that at the moment. He's gone past 2,500 runs. What a player he's been for Western Australia.
And I think it's a compliment to Whiteman that he hasn't got caught up in the flurry that we've seen from Inglis, and he's continued to play his role. I think it's been really disciplined.
To Straker, it's quite deep there at backward point. It's an easy single. But Swepson there, that delivery is starting to get some drift. This maybe a very slight sea breeze, but that suits that delivery for him. Tries to pull, but striking on the pad. A rare miss from Josh Inglis into the over. 4 for 237. Well, that means 4 centuries on the first day of the Sheffield Shield season. And we didn't think we were going to see a century here today, Wayne, when we saw the first half of day's play, but remarkably, we've now seen a very rapid-fire 100 from Josh Inglis, but some big scores being made around the country.
Yes, it's interesting, really, because I know the Victorian game that there was talk that, you know, the toss was won and they put the opposition in and they were 2 for 14, and you know the Junction Oval has been set up at different times to get a result, and same in Sydney. And I think today when we saw it 2 for none, we thought, oh gee, this is going to be a battle. And now we're looking at WA, what are they going to get in the way of bonus points? Whereas at one stage you just would have thought, you know, they'd be struggling to get 150, 180. So the game has really changed, and whether the wickets settle down or whether the Queenslanders have just lost that discipline that they had in that first session.
Cuts, late cuts, and uppishly, but wide of gully. And that'll be another boundary. Whiteman's often left those today, but he saw the opportunity there. Not really a chance for Nisa in the gully.
He just eased it on its way, didn't he? He didn't have a flurry of the bat. It was just using the pace of the delivery. And it's a tough afternoon for young Straker. First couple of spells, he was pretty steady from the northern end, and then had a bit of a nightmare from the Lily Marsh, and just struggling now to get some consistency. And it's all about learning, and he'll go away from this and think, gee, there's still a bit of work that I've got to do. I can't get away with bowling 2 sides of the wicket. If I get my length wrong, these players are good enough to make me pay for it, especially on wickets like this and grounds like this. And that's the way he's got to do it. He said, okay, but I would still like to have seen a bit more support from his players. Sure. You know, I'm really disappointed with what I've seen in that regard.
Or heels, maybe pad first before bat. But a quick nod out from umpire Nagowski.
Yeah, outside off too, I think. Looked like it probably just the angle was taking it away. Yeah, when you've got a young fella like this and he gets a bit of tap, that's when you want people coming up and tapping you on the back and, you know, just giving you that encouragement. And that other spell that he played up here, when he got hit those 2 overs, people stayed away from him like the plague. Yeah. And I just thought, well, you know, that's, you know, I'd be having a few words about that.
That ball in a nice little bit of shape now into Whiteman. Did well to keep that out. Yes, the centuries today scored for Victoria. Marcus Harris, Peter Hanscom, and Constance from New South Wales, and Josh Inglis here.
3 stalwarts, 3 old stalwarts,
yeah,
and a debutant.
Powerful on drive. Stopped in his follow through by Straker. Had a superb drive from Whiteman. Bit of encouragement now from Jack Clayton.
The other young fella who's been at short leg all day, the silly men off all day. Good on him.
Well, a muffled appeal here, but he's just finding that right line and length those last few deliveries. And that's the end of the over, and 4 for 241. And, well, a wicketless session for Queensland and a masterful one by Josh Inglis and Sam Whiteman. We'll now take a drinks break, and we'll return in a couple of minutes.
And that is drinks here at WACA Ground with WA 4 for 241. In other Sheffield Shield matches, it's stumps on day one at Cricket Central. New South Wales in their first innings are 7 for 297 against South Australia. And at the Junction Oval, stumps on day one, Victoria are 7 for 330 against Tasmania. In the men's first test between Pakistan and England, Pakistan won the toss and collected the bat, and they are currently set for 453. Later on tonight, it's Australia's second match in the T20 World Cup Women's competition. Australia take on New Zealand.
Oh, what do we got here, Wayne? Gee whiz. Bit of action at the back of here. Bit of, what do you call that? Paragliding or something. Very impressive. Zip gliding, is it? Thank you very much in the back of the box.
Oh no, I'm sorry, you've lost me. What's happened?
Have a look at your screen.
Oh, that's over Burswood. Oh, yeah, okay. That's
What's that?
It's called the zip ride. It goes from the Marrigup Bridge across the river, and they just jump off the other side. Well, don't jump off. You can if you want, but it'd be difficult.
It wouldn't be a good idea.
Yeah, it's from the top of the bridge that goes across the river here to Optus Stadium, and proven to be very, very popular.
So it's something you're going to do maybe over the next 4 days in between commentary shifts?
Probably not, no.
Hour and 10 minutes left to go here on the opening day. And it's now advantage, I think it's advantage West Australia at 4 for 240. That's a fair comment, Wayne?
Yeah, very much so. They've turned it around, and the momentum's there. And they've still got another 14 overs, or no, more than that.
Hour and 10, so probably 15, 16 overs maybe. We're going to lose a few today. Here's Swepson continuing. And he hits it past cover. Labuschagne there, just not able to contain the ball, and another run to Josh Inglis.
Another 8 before the new ball is due as well. So at the over rate, I mean, in that last hour, what they put on, 86?
Well, since tea, we've had 18 overs, and 86, so it's been good going. They were actually 104 after 48, so they've more than doubled the score in the last 24 overs, so it's been good going from these two. Swepson just want to make an adjustment to the field. He's got a deep backward point at the moment. And he's going to stay there. So 4 on the off, 5 on the leg side.
Oh, yes, mate. Yes.
Whiteman again, just laying himself back in after the drinks break.
Yeah, you're sort of waiting for him to say, okay, he'll play a shot out of anger soon, but nothing.
Gets that one away nicely. Down to that man we mentioned at deep backward point. Another run for the WA skipper. So the way it's shaping up here, the new ball in about 30 minutes, that would leave potentially about 40 minutes play for Queensland. And the way it's looking, that's probably their only hope for a wicket at this stage. Great consolidation here and going on with the job, these two. And he's lifted that up over mid-wicket, and another good-looking shot from Josh Inglis, just short of the rope. 4 runs into the 110s now.
He plays that shot well, doesn't he? He gets into position so quickly. And being a wicket keeper, I suppose you've got that advantage of being able to pick up length very quickly off the spinners and get into position well. Great piece of work.
Finds the gap this time. It's a big gap actually out on that leg side. Out to young Straker. So another run for Josh Inglis.
And we've seen that a number of times where he's hit a boundary, next ball he's just pushed it for a single. You know, so just that control, the discipline, and the ability to do it.
Oh, get it, get it!
Oh, it's a lovely shot. Half volley and gave it the treatment. So the WA skipper now brings up the 250 and moves along to 80 himself. So another expensive over for Swepson. 11 off it, 4 for 252.
It's a beautiful shot. It was just a minimum of effort for a maximum result. He didn't try and hit the ball hard. He just was just a lovely stroke and just a beautiful piece of timing as we watch Swepson there. And just placement and nearly a push through the covers. So it's tough to restrict them at the moment.
Head right over the ball there. Found the gap. Didn't take long to get down to the rope with Steckety on the chase. Mitch Swepson's days changed. He had 7 overs, 1 for 15 when he picked up the wicket of Hilton Cartwright. He's now got 16 overs, 1 for 87. So it's been a tough last 9 overs for him. A little bit uppish. No harm done. Plenty of space out there on the leg side for Inglis, who gets another single.
Beautiful day for cricket, isn't it? Beautiful seeing day. We've got plenty of sunshine for the rest of the week. The last 2 days around the 30 mark, 28 and 30 on Thursday and Friday. In a bit of contrast to what we would have expected if we played last week. It was very, very stormy over here. But just ideal conditions for cricket.
Nicely clipped away, plenty of room out on the leg side. Easy couple. Well, good day for openers, with 3 of them saluting for hundreds, and obviously Matt Renshaw, someone that's going to want to make the most of his opportunity in this game, with plenty of players looking to vie for that opening spot if it is available. I guess we're assuming it is with Usman Khawaja at this stage. Renshaw is one of the front runners, with Harris getting 100 today. And let's have a look at this shot. Beautifully played there for a couple. Slippage there from Swepson. Ooh, he leaned into that one. Found the fielder though. Marnus Labuschagne onto it pretty quickly there at cover.
Again, beautiful timing, wasn't it? And just waited for it and punched it.
Look at Mitch Swepson there on the screen, Wayne. He's having a bit of trouble. Looks a bit worse for wear. There he is there. Bit of a foot issue.
Something inside of the foot.
Well watched by Whiteman. That might be Martin Love down there, I reckon. He's done it in past years. I think he's still got the gig.
Still got the gig, has he?
Yeah, it looks like him. Just down on the rope. Getting a bit of a rundown on the issue. Bit of a foot problem. Hopefully he's okay.
Just wishing the new ball had come quick, I think. So
Bet
he can get off. So he can have a rest and not get belted around.
It's times where cricket matches go quickly, and there are times where the game goes slowly. Let's have a look at this. So Straker, and let's have a look at him chase after this, Wayne. He'll come into the picture eventually. There he goes. He had a little slip there.
just slapped out from underneath him, didn't it? Interesting that he grabbed the inside of the foot. You know, usually it might be more of an ankle roll there.
Another friendly half volley there from Straker. Another over rolls by. 74 completed. 4 for 255 as Swepson just gives that foot a bit of a test. Hopefully shrugged it off.
The physio just stayed off. It's not Lovey.
No, I'm just trying to find out who it was from Stevie Gray.
Looks a lot younger than Lovey.
There he is.
Tip.
Hopefully Stevie Gray at Queensland Cricket will come up with the goods. I don't know who that is, but we'll try and find out. He's going to be right to bowl here, though, Wayne.
Yep.
So his last 9 overs, he's gone for 74.
Oh,
Tough day.
I'd be saying, oh, my foot's a bit sore. I might take the other way. Yeah.
Swepson just after another field change. No slip in place now. Plenty of gaps. 3 on the offside there.
Oh, wait.
And Khawaja misfield, and they'll get another run.
Yeah, and both with his first day of coach, I think he'd be a little bit disappointed with what he's seen after that first session.
Cocker hoop at 3 for 18.
Yes. How good's this Shield cricket? And then suddenly, oh.
2 blokes get in and things can change, can't they?
Yeah.
Short leg now in place. No slip. 6 on the leg side.
Wait!
Good bit of fielding there. Backward square leg by Nisa. We might see in action about 5 and a bit overs time, I fancy. Partnership now 179 off just shy of 220 deliveries. Good going.
Catch! Wait! Catch you!
Obviously played there again by Whiteman.
Just obviously can't give him any width outside that off stump. He's only got 3 men on the offside, so just attacking that leg stump really.
Yeah, mate.
Clayton in close on the leg side there. Spent a lot of time in and around the bat today, particularly early when Whiteman was starting his innings at that silly mid off position. Nice bit of work there. Eventually got it in the hands. Full toss and nicely worked away by Whiteman. Took full advantage of the full bunger and put it away wide of mid on for another boundary to the WA captain. The over ends at 4 for 260.
Yeah, that's the disappointment. You'd be sitting there and 5 good deliveries, 5 to a plan, and then that one ball that just takes all the pressure off and rank full toss that Whiteman really didn't have to try and hit hard. The whole aspect of it was trying to place it properly, and 6 men on that leg side, he was able to find the gap.
So let's see what's happened today as far as the batting of Western Australia is concerned. Bancroft out without scoring. First ball of the game. Goodwin out from the second ball of the game. Marsh made 13. Cartwright 38. They were 4 for 77, and these two have played really, really well to add 183 for the 5th wicket. Inglis, his 6th Shield 100. Straker continues, and Sam Whiteman looking to achieve his 13th Shield 100 if he can get another 14 in. Just an update. The new physio for Queensland is a guy called Stephen Timms. Thanks to Stevie Gray.
Steve Timms.
Good on you, Steve-O. Get the message through.
And I think you should apologise to say that he might look like Lovey, because Lovey's be a fair bit older, I would have thought, wouldn't he? You look well, Steve.
Well, Lovey won't mind.
Yeah, exactly.
Straker's day's been one of interest on debut. 4 overs for 8 before lunch, then came back for a spell a little bit later and was pretty good post lunch. 4 overs for 14, and then copped a little bit of grief from Josh Inglis in that first over in the lead up to tea, where he was hit for a 2, a couple of 4s and a 6, but he's batted on manfully in this spell. As his figures today, into his 14th over, none for 60. Well, that's well hit out, backward point and good fielding. So Swepson's foot looks like it's pretty much come good.
Yep.
And they get a single.
Yeah, tough initiation. You know, the WACA, you hear all the rumours how good it is to bowl at, and it is. But again, it's also terrific to bat on, and you don't get room for error here. If you bowl width or if you bowl the wrong length, it is a very, very nice place to bat. And because of the consistent bounce that you get, and at times the young fella's just strayed 2 sides of the wicket and just didn't get his length right. So he'll walk away from this, and it'll be a good learning curve.
Oh, he takes a tumble this time. He's all right though. Got up pretty quickly. We see Mark Wood do that quite a bit playing for England, don't we? Taking a tumble. Right in the danger area too.
Early in his spell, the umpire was checking out where his follow through was. He was sort of running straight down the wicket. I think he was just pulled aside and said to move over.
Inside edge there. Another run for Whiteman. Yeah, it's something that young bowlers have just got to keep a bit of an eye on. Just stay off that danger area. Don't want the umpire on your case for that.
Yeah, he's obviously had a terrific career in the junior cricket and in the under-19s, and did a terrific job in the World Cup. But to play against these seasoned players, you know, it's a good, as I said, it's a good learning process for him. Say, okay, well, I can't afford to stray, because they take advantage.
Good finish to the over from Straker. West Australia 4 for 262. So 107 in this session for West Australia, 22 overs. And unfortunately for Queensland, Wayne, 0 wickets.
0 wickets, yeah. You just sort of think, where are they going to get their next wicket? It'll only be a mistake by the batsman. 4 overs to the new ball, and maybe things will change. We'll see Michael Neser back in the attack, and he has been by far the pick of the bowlers. Every time he's had a spell, he's bowled extremely well. Oh, good shot.
Definitely played by Whiteman down towards a fine third man, and he moves into the 90s with a very clever shot. Nicely played, Wayne.
Yeah, just got into position quickly, didn't he? And he realised no slip. 3 men only on the offside, so the bowler cannot stray really anywhere around that off stump at all. And it's interesting watching Whiteman. He's hit a number of boundaries in this last half an hour, but he hasn't tried to hit the ball hard at all. He's just used the pace of it and its placement.
To repeat the shot, and nearly got himself into a bit of trouble there. Well taken, Pearson, and well bowled by Swepson.
A bit quicker, a little flatter, but he still just tried to, again, just to help it on its way. But as you see, he was moving backwards as he played that one. Not as balanced.
On the sweep this time, straight to the man. Ben McDermott in the deep. So 8 away from another century, Sam Whiteman. $100 in last year's Shield final in the first innings, 104, got out right on tee on the opening day. He's gone on with it today. Got past tee, batting deep into the day with just under an hour to go, about 50 minutes left for play. Oh, full again. Out to the deep for another single to Josh Inglis, who's just been a little bit becalmed. Hasn't had a lot of strike in the last 4 overs, Wayne.
No, he's... well, I think he realised as well, they've got a new ball coming, and the last thing they want to do is to have a new batsman. I think both of them set themselves to make sure that they will be there when this new ball arrives.
Boxed him.
And that's, you know, that's the thought process that should be there from these players. It's okay, they're scoring well and you can get a little carried away. They're still scoring at a very good rate, but it's making sure they're there for the new ball.
Bit of noise out there in the middle with the fielders and two batsmen just unsure there for a moment. 7 off the over. And the score moves along for WA to 4 for 269, getting close to that 200-run partnership, Wayne. 192 they've put on for the 5th wicket.
Yeah, as you just said, 4 off the over, and really there wasn't a lot of effort to go into that. You know, it's just ticking over. 3 overs now, 269. Next target for WA is to get through the new ball, but 200. Get it up to 300, which is a bonus point, with still quite a number of overs to go to be able to scoring along those lines.
Well, Wayne, I reckon you deserve a break after that period of play. Beautiful. Might get Christina in for a stint next door here, or next to us here. And Renshaw's going to come on for a bowl. So a bit of off spin from the far end. We're into the 78th over, so the new ball available in 3 overs time. So Matt Renshaw's going to have a go from the far end. Smack that away down to fine leg, no contact. And it's a very good evening to Christina Matthews. How are you?
Very well. Very excited about the way Sam Whiteman has played today and where he sits at the moment. I'm not going to say anything more than that because I don't want to moz him.
Oh, that went close to the
I nearly did.
He nearly did. That was a reverse moz.
Yeah.
But no harm done in the end. Well worked away. Another run for him, and just trying to get through a few overs here a bit quicker too. The over rate now -4, which is a bit of a concern. Renshaw will try and just push through here quickly, but new ball available in 2.5 overs. I'm pretty sure they're going to take it. There was the over rate there.
I think you're right. I think they're just waiting for that new ball to bring Michael Nessa back on.
A bit loose from Inglis there, looking to smack it through the offside on the up. No edge.
Yeah, ball.
I'm going to pull away now. Not sure what's bugging him. He might just want to slow Renshaw down here a little bit of gamesmanship, perhaps.
He did pull away late.
Oh, gets that away cleverly, a little bit uppishly, but no problem at all, and races down to the 3rd man boundary for 4. That earlier delivery, which went very close to playing on. It's hard. You can hear off the bat there. Loud crack as it's played down to long on. So 6 off that over. And well, Inglis continues on his merry way. WA 4 for 275 with just over 45 minutes to go on the opening day here at the WACA. So let's have a look at here, Christina. A bit of friendliness between the two teams, or not?
I think Renshaw is just suggesting that Inglis may need to look up and be ready earlier.
Oh, yes.
You might remember Inglis got into trouble. Was it in the? Was in a recent series where he basically pulled away after the ball had been bowled almost.
We can't blame the side screens here at the WACA because that is the tallest sight board in the world at the moment. As Jack Clayton comes on for a bowl and defended very carefully.
I think it's the most expensive sight screen in Australia as well, when you have to build a scaffolding to put it up each year while the construction's going on.
Trying to get through this over quickly just to speed the old over rate up. Well worked by Inglis. Single there for him.
I'll tell you, after the first half hour today, you wouldn't have expected us to be watching WA at only 4 for 276. It was an outstanding start to the game from Queensland, but slowly but surely WA have clawed it back into their favour.
Most certainly. Friendly full toss, and that'll bring up the 200-run partnership for these two for the 5th wicket. A fine performance. They came together at 4 for 77, and they have completely rebuilt this innings in what's been an excellent performance as the crowd enjoys the milestone.
It has been milestone after milestone for these two together, and it has been, as cliched it is, it's been one ball at a time, which is what they had to do with the situation WA got themselves in early.
Oh, it's lovely, Clayton.
No let up there from Inglis as finds the gap once again for another single.
And it's not being fair to Queensland to say WA got themselves into trouble. It was a fine bowling performance by Queensland. Not what you would expect on the first morning of the first Shield game of the season, but they were right on target early on, and WA paid the price.
There it is, 201 off 244 balls. Advantage Western Australia here late in the day. And another sweep there from Whiteman. Is it going to be a boundary? No, it won't. He'll get a couple. So moves up to 97 now, within 3 of his 13th Shield 100. Good for him to get it before the new ball, Christina, I reckon.
It would be.
Wait.
On the drive this time, finds the fielder. There was a big gap there, but he couldn't pick it. And another over rolls by with the score at 4 for 280. I'm going to jump out. Sorry to only be with you for an over, Christina, but it's time for David to come in. Apologies.
That's all right, Laurie. I won't feel like that you're rejecting me, seeing as we're going to be working together in Adelaide next week. But a true captain's knock here by Sam Whiteman. He's really led from the front. He had to go reasonably carefully early in his innings, and but since Josh Inglis has come in, he's really upped the rate. Being the anchor, the WA side really needed.
Drives straight to cover. Rather athletic bit of fielding there. That's from the sub, Liam Guthrie.
Former Western Australian. Good to see him out there.
There was a pin for caught behind. I think that might be out. There was a noise, and yes, given out. Finally, Queensland have picked up the wicket of Josh Inglis. A wide, short delivery. You wouldn't have thought he would have mishit that, but you clearly heard a noise, and Marnus Labuschagne's experiment of bringing on part-time bowlers has worked, Christina.
Well, and maybe the few words that Inglis and Renshaw had at the end of his last over. May have worked in Renshaw's favour. A wide delivery that Inglis went after, and just a faint edge through to Pearson. Outstanding innings has come to a close. 122 of 116 balls, just at the very time that WA needed it. Josh Inglis, always disappointed when you go out as a bat, but he'll be really proud, I think, of his achievement, and he'll be welcomed joyously into the dressing room by the rest of the team.
17 fours, 2 sixes for Josh Inglis. 80 runs and boundaries, demonstrating the punishing innings that it was.
And we've got Cooper Connolly coming to the crease, 90 in last season's Sheffield Shield final. Called up to the Australian white ball teams in the off-season. An outstanding prospect, and it'll be great to see how he approaches this last half hour or so of day one.
Well, at this late stage of the day, nice sharp catch to Jimmy Pearson, just keeping his shape and picking up that edge.
They're the ones you love as a keeper. You get the edge, you go straight in, it feels good.
Just the width too, he had to get his body across there.
Yeah, and he had to take it reasonably high, just above waist height.
So first ball to Cooper Connolly.
Oh!
Fluent drive.
Full blade of the bat.
We'll have another look at the dismissal here.
Just missed that.
Maybe after next ball.
Yeah, I think I blinked.
Oh!
Connolly wasting no time, square driving out to the deep backward point, off the mark. I know in first grade cricket, Cooper Connolly tends to have a habit of attacking the spinners very early in his innings. Doesn't let them settle. Possibly could say he treats all bowlers that way, Christina.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at this dismissal now. So round the wicket, just getting that drift away, Renshaw. A little bit of extra bounce. Top edge, straight into the old gloves.
Yeah, it was a little bit of extra bounce, and Jimmy Pearson, as all good keepers, watched the ball right into his gloves, and a nice safe catch there. Matt Renshaw will be very pleased with that.
So,
not accustomed to getting wickets.
Making a valuable contribution today. So there we see the lights.
Yes, the refurbished WACA light towers are on. Now have full colour functionality.
And Michael Neser coming back into the attack. That means 80 overs is up. So I think they've taken the new ball. Just throwing that on the bounce to umpire Beau. So maybe not holding up initially, having to finally hold it up. But anyway, as we see 3 slips and 2 gullies go down. Well, confidently off his pads, Cooper Connolly. Actually looks like he's been batting for an hour or so, but
he always starts with full of confidence. He just looks like he's been out there forever. He doesn't appear to have early nerves. We all remember that great innings he played in the BBL final a couple of years ago, where he and Nick Hobson just took Brisbane Heat apart in the last 4 overs.
This ball is appealed for LBW, and umpire Boots is not out.
Yes, that was very optimistic of Michael Neser and
a little bit
the
high.
team. Yeah, just a little bit high. It was actually well left.
Let's have another look at this, just on the rise. Probably missing off stump. partnership between Sam Whiteman and Josh Inglis with 203 off 250 balls.
Amazing.
Next ball fluently driven into the offside, straight to the fielder again. That was over pitch there from Nisa. I think a little bit frustrated there, as a cry of anguish.
Yeah, we saw the light towers just a few balls ago that now have colour functionality. And last week, the Evernow Festival was on, which is about the season of Camarang. And the WACA lights were blue, the Optus Stadium was blue, Madagarra Bridge.
Oh, maybe an inside edge onto pad. Almost getting through and catching Connolly on the crease there. He's just rehearsing that shot. Yes, I should have gone forward, but almost got through his defences.
Yeah, so you have this lovely avenue of light now from Optus Stadium through into the city. He's asking a few questions here, Nessa.
He's done more confidently. Superb on drive, taking the pace off at Nisa.
And the as part of the redevelopment, the ground's been reduced from 5 light towers to 4. The level of lighting is such that you don't need the 5th tower. It's amazing. They're built in 1986 and they are so solid. Bringing down the 5th one took weeks.
So, again, as he has done all day, he's asked questions of the batter. And nice first over back, and he's spelled by Michael Nisa with the brand new ball. So an opportunity for Queensland to have a little bit of success here towards the end of the day. And they'd love it, Christina, I'm sure. What are we looking at now? 5:24, so probably 36 minutes to go. 9 or 15 overs to go, so they won't get through that. But opportunity maybe to pick up a couple of wickets with this second new ball.
Yeah, there is an opportunity. We saw there Michael Nessa coming back on to bowl, and immediately you can see the pressure lift on the batters. We've got Whiteman sitting on 97, facing up to Steckety coming on to bowl.
Matt Renshaw not required after his 2 overs, 1 for 7. All well down leg side.
Yeah.
Cooper Connolly, only his 2nd Shield game. Memorable debut in the final. Makes his performance all the more remarkable, scoring 90 and 18.
Yeah, he probably would have debuted in round 1 last season had it not been for a boating accident leading up to it, where he sliced his foot very badly, but he was online to be selected for that, and it took him the rest of the season to make his debut.
Full delivery, punched down the ground well by Whiteman. This could go all the way.
Yeah.
And there it is, that's his 100.
Well deserved by Sam Whiteman. And look at him raise the bat and the helmet to his team. He'd be very proud of that, kissing the emblem and shaking hands with Cooper Connolly. Absolutely outstanding captain's innings. I can't tell you how much he's grown as a cricketer as he's taken on more leadership duties. He's also become a father, which matures you fairly quickly, I would imagine, David. You've got more experience than that than I have.
Oh, yes. Teaches you some responsibility.
But
yeah, an outstanding captain's innings, and just the composure. Let's have a look at the moment again, but the composure to be so patient all day. He was only 14 not out at lunch. He watched his partner Josh Inglis overtake him, but he was quite prepared just to give him the strike, play the single, and just reward for a magnificent display of concentration.
Yeah, and look, I think people forget the amount of time he missed with his finger injury. Had him out of the game for quite a while. An injury sustained when he was wicket keeping, and it does allow you to sit back and think about how easily things can be over, and he's made the most of his opportunities since he came back from that injury and was given leadership responsibility.
Yeah, Yeah, let's not forget when he was keeping, he was batting down at 6 and 7.
Yeah.
Made the transition to an opener remarkably well. On a leading edge.
Do you remember, was he opening in one-day cricket at the time?
Certainly there was that Big Bash League final. I think it was one of the Scorchers' first victories here at the WACA, where he opened the innings and made a very quick fire 40-odd.
As he's built himself a name as a four-day player, his form in the 20-over format has waned.
Flays at that one outside off stump, not getting the edge. Steckity just getting a little movement away from the left-hander. And Connolly, he relies a lot on his eye, but just not quite moving his feet there out to that one. Let's have a look at some of the highlights of Sam Whiteman's superb knock today. Just leaning on, well, not doing anything too outrageous early in his innings. Made that sweep off. Swept some to good effect today. His driving's been a feature of his innings, Christina.
Yeah, he's driven very well today, and particularly early, just letting the pace of the ball do the work. And you see as the innings gone on.
Is it to resume? Beautiful caught behind, and he's got him finally. Sam Whiteman has been dismissed, and Michael Neser continues to pose challenges for the West Australians. Picked up his 4th wicket for just 31, but a superb length. Whiteman just playing defensively at that, and his magnificent innings finally comes to a close.
And you can see how disappointed Sam Whiteman is, and how often does it happen? You get through the 3 figures, and you're then on your way. But you can't deny Michael Neser today. He has bowled superbly. New ball coming back, and he started where he left off earlier today. But outstanding performance. With Josh Inglis, Sam Whiteman has got WA back into the game, and on the front foot, I would say, at this point in time, at 5 for 286, with around about half an hour left to play.
Getting some well-deserved applause from the WACA crowd here today.
Yeah, I mean, we get, you know, quite good crowds here for Sheffield Shield compared to other states. And the members always show their appreciation for the performances of the WA side.
Looks exhausted, Sam Whiteman. But what a job he's done for his side.
Yeah.
And I'm sure it's not a great day, is it? If you get out for a golden duck, as has Cam Bancroft and Jaden Goodwin today, a long day in the change rooms, but to see their teammate resurrect the position for their side, I'm sure it helps them rest a bit easier tonight.
Yeah, long day in the change room, and far too many temptations to keep going back to the food bar. Matt Kelly's come in to partner with Cooper Connolly. Matt missing all of last season.
Lovely shot off his pads. First ball, wide of fine legs, so there could be 2 here for Kelly. Steckity comes round.
Yes, Matt Kelly last year suffering 2 or 3 injuries, having had a career up to that point where he'd hardly missed a game. And last year it was just one thing after the other, having at the back of the previous season got selected for Australia in short form for the first time.
Oh, I think he's bowled him. He's left that one alone. And Neser collects 5 wickets on this day 1 of the Shield season, and thoroughly deserved. But Matt Kelly misjudging that one, and it did come back a fair way and cleaning up the off stump.
Well, 5 wickets for Michael Neser, well deserved. He has been absolutely outstanding today. Matt Kelly, the second player today to leave a ball and get bowled. Absolutely quality delivery, nipping back in, and maybe a year out of playing, it might take Matt a while to get comfortable again.
Well, the second new ball and the reintroduction of Michael Neser has done the trick for Queensland. They've taken 3 quick wickets, and the 2 big wickets of Josh Inglis and Sam Whiteman, as we see Cameron Gannon coming to the crease.
It was interesting there. Matt Kelly's front foot came straight down the wicket. He didn't come across at all to try and protect his stumps. You know, so it just shows how difficult it is to sit out a season and come back in and try to take up where you left off. Cameron Gannon coming in, and no bunny with the bat. He's had some good lower order partnership in the past for Western Australia, but the momentum shifts again. You know, it wasn't too many overs ago they were 4 for, now 7 for, wanting to make sure that they see out the day.
Yeah, it's been an interesting turn of events. Michael Neser. That one just bobbing along the crease there.
It's the beauty of long-form cricket, isn't it? The ebbs and flows of the game, and not really knowing until you get to the latter parts of the game how the game is going to play out.
Yeah, you know, it's just intriguing knowing whether this is a good score in the context of the entire game. You don't find out really till day 3 or 4. Oh, he accidentally hits that one. Well picked up in the gully.
That's well fielded there. There's a bit more life in the Queensland side now. They had been a little down in the dumps for a great part of the afternoon. That's very well fielded there.
Wildermuth there in the gully.
Yeah.
4 slips in the gully. Labuschagne's joined them at 4th slip. Oh, flashing cover drive, but straight to the field. He'd be disappointed, Gannon. He absolutely nailed that one. Anyway, ever successful over from Michael Neser. Picked up 2 wickets, and he has 5 for 33 at the end of the overs. WA 7 for 288.
You know, we talk a lot about the batting in the Australian side and who are the next ones through. You know, Michael Neser has been plugging away, and it hasn't seemed to be kind of called up for duty. And you know, maybe he is someone that they really should start looking at again.
Here's all his wickets today. First ball of the innings, Cameron Bancroft. And Nick there, second ball of the innings, trying to leave that one good one. Played back onto his stumps. So he had 2 for 0 at that stage. And a nice ball getting outside edge of Mitch Marsh's bat. That last over, getting the outside edge for Sam Whiteman. And then finally bowling Matt Kelly.
Such wonderful consistency by Neser all through the day. And, you know, 15 overs he's bowled.
Well, he's basically got, he's bowled Goodwin and Kelly.
Bancroft.
Two caught behind and 1 caught in the cordon. So, classic.
That's
bowling
fine line and length.
Absolutely. Drive from Connolly. Past Labuschagne at cover. Wow, that was a close run thing, but Cameron Gannon getting there in time. So Connolly with 2. Interesting challenge here for Cooper Connolly. He's all of a sudden, Christina, found himself batting with the tail somewhat. So it'll be interesting to see how he plays this.
Yeah, and a bit more responsibility on his shoulders with the way the game has turned around in the last few overs. They want to come back a bat again tomorrow. Really wear Queensland down and not have to start off in the field in the morning. WA will be buoyed by the fact that Corey Roccacelli is known for strong tail end batting.
Here's the debutant Couch next, and Roccacelli, a very, very handy number 11. So I suppose the umpire's called for the lights to be turned on with these extending shadows. Christina, certainly plenty of sun out at the moment, but you can see the shadows emanating from the city in Queen's Gardens, stretching across the ground, particularly here in October.
Yeah. Luckily, the crane is not a shadow across the ground, because that happened a couple of times last year, which
when it was moving
caused some grief.
Oh, he just keeps that down on the ground, and that's past the cordon between third and fourth slip, all the way down to the boundary. Well, he did well to adjust late and just keep it down. Awkward one for McDermott and Nita. Valuable 4 runs. Almost just played that late and with soft hands.
Just see that here.
Just jumped on him a bit.
It did jump on him a bit. I think Usman Khawaja was never going to stop that.
Drives fluently through mid-off. That'll be 4. Appreciating the full length there, Cooper Connolly. And he's not going to waste a delivery like that. So
no, when the ball's there to be hit, he doesn't let it go past, that's for sure. He's so exciting to watch.
7 for 298, Western Australia. So the scoring rate's really picked up.
Yes, when you consider what the score was at lunch, you couldn't have imagined where we are now.
I think 47 at lunch, 3 for 47. 108 runs in the middle session, and we've had 143 runs, remarkably, in this last session. Well,
former teammates, Nessa and Gannon, facing each other.
Would know each other very well, I'm sure. Cameron Gannon, well, almost recaptured the form he had in his last year at Queensland last season, Christina. He performed superbly in that latter half of the year. Seemed to be got his control and his outswing going nicely. But he's got to do the job with the bat at the moment. Yeah. Keeps this one down nicely, guides it past Wildermuth in the gully. Long chase for Labuschagne, but he's not going to get there. The 300 up for Western Australia.
Well, as I said earlier, you wouldn't have expected 300 today when we looked at the lunchtime score, but great batting from Inglis, Whiteman, got a WA to this decent score, and now we've got Conley in only his second Shield game out trying to get them to a bigger score, and Cameron Gannon, who has dug WA out of plenty of holes, out there with him.
What's a nasty one that bounces off a length, but catches him on the glove.
Yeah. Yeah, Gannon getting 5 for in the Shield final. Proud moment for him. He was brought over here after a number of good seasons in Queensland. Yep, again, just cuts back in. He's been amazing today, Michael Nessa.
Yep. That one bouncing again off a length, but just manages to get more bat on it here this time and gets off strike.
Actually, should I be saying Nessa or Nisa?
Well, there was much conjecture about this, I think, for some time, and I think he finally said that it's Nisa.
Okay.
But born in South Africa, there was some...
I did not know that.
Yes, different versions of his people. But I know that they interviewed the whole Australian men's cricket team, and it was sort of mixed about what they thought it was.
Well, Labuschagne's the other one.
Yes.
Ashnagar's always telling me people say his name wrong.
Oh, look at that shot. A classic cover drive. But he's picked out the field so far, Connolly. full of confidence, that shot. Yes. Is it supposed to be Labuschagne or something?
Yeah, yeah. When he was trying to teach me how to say it, I was hopeless. Language is not my thing, even the English language.
Oh, you do pretty well, Chris, I think. And sliced away through point here.
Oh, lovely shot.
By Cooper Connolly. Superb shot, taking on the bowler. Wasn't that wide, but he finishes off with a flurry. So at the end of the 85th over, 7 for 307. Well, Christina, thanks very much for your insights today.
You're kicking me out, DC?
Well, I'm just politely inviting a changeover.
Thank you very much.
Call it.
Lovely to chat with you again.
Well, we seem to have got full overcast now. The sun seems to have gone down behind the trees. Steckity continues. It's quite fortunate we have the lights on, I think. But anyway, we welcome back Wayne Clark for this last little stint. 15 minutes to go, approximately, but certainly be well short of their 96 overs, which is, I'm sure, no surprise to you, Wayne.
Don't start me, David, please.
Thought I might trigger something for you.
Yes. Yeah, it's something I've spoken about and we've all spoken about for some time, but it'll be up there tomorrow. It'll be -2 or something like that. They'll come up, but anyway, it's disappointing.
No.
Love to see it revisited to see what can be done, but we've been talking about it for some time now. But who would have thought we'd be in this position at the moment? 7 for 307.
3 for 47 at lunch.
Absolutely. And then even at the tea break, and then this the way this game has just been turned upside down.
All past the outside edge. That's just the line of length that Steckity will be looking for, I'm sure. But a couple of pullovers been put on out there. Usman Khawaja at first slip and Matthew Renshaw at second.
Yeah, it's been an amazing day's cricket, and from ball 1, ball 2, I would have thought that we thought, gee, how much is in this wicket when WA were 2 for 0? It's been extraordinary.
It's interesting, just the pace of the pitch. Nisa seems to be extracting. I don't know whether he just hits the seam all the time, but it really seems to zip off when he's bowling.
Well, that one just died to the keeper, didn't it? You know, and that's what you're alluding to, yeah. And then we see in others that suddenly are taking off on a length. And I think the WA bowlers would still be pretty keen. They just realise they've just got to be consistent and patient.
This ball left alone again by the tall Cameron Gannon. Got an imposing figure at the crease. He can hit a very long ball, Cameron Gannon. So he's hit some big sixes here at the WACA, particularly straight.
Made first-class 50s, and he's been a very good player for WA since he came across from Queensland. He's been in nearly 4 years now, 4 or 5 years, I think, and been a vital player in the squad.
Well, let's put it on repeat. End of the over, 7 for 307. More comments from Wayne Clark, and I'll leave you with Laurie Colliver.
Yeah, good steady over there from Steckity, but as David's saying, it just hasn't got the same fear, I suppose, that we've seen Michael Nisa. His performance today has been extraordinary. He's stood out like a beacon for Queensland. right from the very first delivery of the day. Every time he's had the ball in the hand, he looks as though that he's the one that may get the breakthrough. He just unfortunately really didn't get the full assistance of the others. They were just a little bit too erratic, but they've been able to get themselves back, and if they're able to get another couple of quick wickets, the day won't be so bad.
Yeah, bounce and carry for Neza in the latter stages of the day. He's toiled hard, 5 for 42. He's picked up a 5-wicket haul for the 8th time. He's made a little bit of movement in the top 10 wicket takers for WA, for Queensland, I should say. He was on 237 wickets at the start of the day, past Joey Dawes, who's on 238 to get into 10th spot, and he's equal to Ashley Nofke on 242. So he's working his way up that long list of great bowlers.
Yeah. Push.
Connolly prepares and faces, and he'll come back for 2. Good running late in the day. Good stuff. Testing the Tide fielders, and he's back quickly for a couple.
He's come out with good intent, hasn't he, Connolly? And, well, his aim now would be to try and get through tomorrow, till tomorrow. And if both of these players are there, WA had been very, very pleased to see such a recovery.
An entertaining first hour or so with Connolly in tomorrow. 7 down and batting at 7, which seems ridiculous, but I guess with the WA lineup as it is with Whiteman, Bancroft, Goodwin, Mitch Marsh, Cartwright, English, you can't put him any higher.
It's not a bad way to get introduced into Shield cricket. And we used to see that a bit, you know, you'd bring a young bloke in and bat him down at 5 or 6 and give him that sort of turn there, and then the following season see him move up the list, and I'm sure at some stage he'll be in that top 4.
Lower delivery there. Yeah, no, looking forward to seeing his career develop this season, not just in the 4-day cricket, but certainly in the white ball formats as well.
Well, he's made his name there, hasn't he, in the shorter form, and then, of course, in the Shield final last year, he came in and played a little cameo, you know, 90-odd, and he's such a good striker of the ball first up. You know what I mean? He seems to middle it and have that ability, and he's got plenty of talent.
Yeah.
And that, well, was in the slot, and he's done it again. 4 more. 4 boundaries already, up to 21 in quick style.
He's got such a good eye as well. Sometimes he might not get the foot to the ball, but he just seems to be able to middle it. He just reached at that one again.
A name that I mentioned in last year's Shield final when we were covering the match, David Hooks.
Yep.
And you played against
the
great
against
man.
Yeah, that's a good comparison. Hooks, he just to stand and deliver sometimes, but he just kept middling the ball.
That's what this lad's
Even
doing.
Buff's a bit like that outside off stump, you know.
Well, more the blonde hair and the good looks too. Not that Darren's not a good-looking bloke.
No, I wouldn't. Let's not put Buff in there, please.
7 for 313. So time for a couple more overs. But no, just with the blonde hair and the not major foot movement, but gee, just got that free-flowing swing of the bat. And well, what a good start to his career with 90 in a Shield final. And
that big bash innings, you know, we became a hero overnight. You know, with him and Hobson, when they turned the game around there at Optus Stadium, an absolute packed Optus Stadium.
It was a hell of a night, wasn't it?
Oh, absolutely.
It was funny talking to a few of the Brisbane Heat guys after the game. We were having a few adult beverages, and I spoke to Ryan Harris. I said, "Did you know the kid was any good?" And they said, "Yeah, we knew he was capable." And sure enough, he came up with the goods when they were needed. So just under 8 minutes left here. The light's in full bloom. Sun setting in the west. 7 for 313. So we're going to be a few overs short today. Steckity whips that one away nicely. And we'll see a bit more of Connolly in action.
And there'll be a bit of action, of course, tomorrow, because 100 overs is where the bonus points are still there. So WA want to bat those, because we've seen as the season gets on, they become very, very important late in the year for positions.
No, indeed. Well, if you look at last year's table, going into the last round, Tasmania were ahead.
Yes.
And looked, well, dare I say it, almost certainties to host because they were playing South Australia at home in the last game. More of that in a sec. Watched by Connolly, and in that last game, Tasmania won the toss, sent South Australia into bat. Nathan McSweeney got 100. South Australia won in 3 days. Western Australia won in Melbourne and finished .57 ahead on the table and clinched the home final. And dare I say it, their third Shield final win.
Absolutely.
In a row.
Yeah, it was an amazing day. They were playing Victoria, and of course that Victoria needed to win. That had a nice spicy wicket.
Yep.
I was surprised that Tassie's prepared such a spicy wicket.
Had their inside edge though I fancy on this occasion. Umpire Sam Nagoski.
What I love about the game is the way that it can change, and we've seen a prime example. It's done, but just looking at that one, just a tight little inside edge, angled in. But yeah, that's why we love the game so much.
Off the middle there again from Connolly. It's getting a little bit darker here in the west.
Those lights starting to take over.
Of course, those of us east of Eucla have opted to go for a bit of daylight saving, Wayne.
Yeah, would be nice. Don't start it here.
Oh, that's a good leave. Late in swing from Steckett in a bit of angle, and the bowler slightly dismayed, but a good leave from Connolly there.
Yes, it's a topic you just have to look around who's around before you bring it up, because it can create some angst amongst people.
Bit of late swing here, Wayne.
He came in with the angle and then went after it pitched, didn't it? Left on length.
Deep square leg comes in towards a bit closer to the umpire. This last ball. And he'll take the single to keep the strike. So good batting there from Connolly. A couple off the over. And WA now 7 for 3, 14. Still a bit over 4 minutes to go. Might get 2 in, but more likely perhaps just 1 to go.
I just thought might be an idea now from a Gannon point of view is to say, look, you get up the other end and I'll take it, because it'll be pretty important that Connolly's there tomorrow if they're going to chase some bonus points. So maybe Gannon can play like a night watchman from here on in.
Well, there will be a bowling change for the, what I reckon will be the last over now. It'll take a little time to get things going here, but Michael Nees at that spell there with the second new ball, 4 overs, 2 for 17. He's going to finish the day with 22 overs, 10 maidens, 5 for 48. Jack Wildermuth's going to take the ball.
It's interesting, isn't it? You know, giving him just the 1 over. I think Nees a spell of 4 might have been able to keep going, just that extra 1, but
Nees might be cooked too.
Yeah, but tough on Wildermuth. Yep, hit the single.
Yeah, good tactics there. Get up the other end and make sure you're not out at the close of play from Cooper Connolly there.
Yeah, I think that'd be the discussion. Cameron Gannon's been in the game long enough to know that, yeah, that's important from a team point of view. And as I said, I mean, his contribution to WA cricket since he's been over here has been terrific. It's not as if he's been a front liner a lot of the times. It's been fill-in because of the depth in WA bowling. But over the last couple of years, he's had plenty of opportunities and done extremely well.
5th season.
Yeah.
For the West Aussies. 3 slips in the gully. No! Looks everything better than a number 9 with that defensive shot.
Makes a lot of runs in grade cricket over here. Yeah, he bats, top 5.
Who's he play for?
South Perth now. Yep. Yeah, he's been a very, very good player.
Another field change from Labuschagne here late in the day. He's taking the gully out.
I think he may have changed clubs this year. I've got to be careful there. He may have made a move, but he has been at South Perth.
Man back on the hook there, just top right of your screen. Well, Gannon there doing well and deciding he'll take a single.
Blew my theories out of the water. Thanks very much.
Well, Cooper Connolly's going, I don't need a night watchman. I'm just going to play every ball I can before the stump. So I could be 35 not out at close of play. Takes a bit of pad this time. Another extra to the total. Umpire just taking his time there to raise the leg. Jared Abood.
They've had a good day, the umpires.
Too right.
Very good day.
Yep.
You know, there's been a couple of close decisions, and when we've seen them, you know, we've said, no, excellent decisions, ball just drifting down leg side, or so they've controlled the game with good authority.
Obviously clipped away to that man in the deep on the leg side. So the clock is on 5:59. And how many seconds? 50 seconds, so this probably will be it, I think. Last ball of the day. We're going to lose 7 overs. We have been entertained today in various ways. It was a grind early for WA. 3 for 47 at lunch, and then the runs started to flow. Basically, once Josh Inglis got in and played one of the best innings in his Shield career, I'd imagine.
Yeah, and I just thought it was one of the best partnerships I've seen, with blokes appreciating what their roles were.
Here we go. Last ball of the day. And it is worked to the leg side, and the umpires are going to lift the bails. There's Jared Abood doing the honours. So an excellent day of cricket here in Perth. The clock ticks over to 6 o'clock, and Western Australia finish proceedings at 7 for 319. The last session losing 3 wickets for 165 in 35 overs. So the run rate after lunch was outstanding. And these two will be pretty pleased to get through. Cooper Connolly, 23, and Michael Neser, a well hard-earned 5 for Wayne Clark.
Yeah, been an excellent effort on his part, but a great day's cricket. You know, as we've said, it just it's just fluctuated. At one stage, we just thought, well, how far Queensland to win the day, and then it just completely turned around with a magnificent partnership between Whiteman and Josh Inglis, both making hundreds, well-deserved hundreds, and they've put WA in a very good position.
There's a batting card, Wayne. Some good numbers there. Not early, though. Bancroft and Goodwin out first ball. It was 2 for none off 2, but then things settled down a bit after that. Yeah,
and as I said, the innings of Inglis and Whiteman were the key, and Cooper Connolly being at the crease now leaves them in a very good position to try and build as many bonus points as they possibly can tomorrow.
So we'll have a look at the bowling figures, and the standout of the 8 bowlers used, Michael Neser, his 8th 5 for Queensland in Shield cricket.
Yeah, he was by far an absolute beacon in that bowling lineup. The others struggled a little bit. The young fella Straker, pretty tough initiation. Swepson at times bowled well, but he became expensive as the further the game came on. But yeah, they've just battled hard.
So the day started in dramatic fashion. 2 wickets off the first 2 balls, and it was Cameron Bancroft, who's been playing county cricket. He's been pretty good form over there, out to the first ball of the season. And Jaden Goodwin just decided he thought he'd let one go, and it hit the stumps there. And, well, a great first spell. 6 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 8, and then Mitch Marsh edged the third slip one.
Yeah, big thick edge there, and then we've seen Whiteman, after that his innings finished. Matt Kelly just misjudged a line there, and Neser picked up his 5th wicket, and a well-deserved 5 on his part. And it's amazing how the game has changed, but he has really stood high and strong for Queensland.
Straight into the press conference too, post-play, Michael Neser. He'll be looking forward to putting his feet up. And it was the Josh Inglis show for much of the day. He was 46 at tee. And it was 4 for 155, and he hopped into Mitch Webster, hitting from boundaries all around the ground. Played absolutely fantastically well to register his sixth Sheffield Shield century in some real style, better than a run of ball, Wayne.
Oh, very much. And the thing was, it's from ball one. He was very, very positive. and he played some brilliant shots, and he was just ably supported by Sam Whiteman. But yeah, he was so quick on his feet, Inglis, and this is one of the better partnerships I've seen at the WACA for some time.
And out in the end to a pretty rough sort of delivery outside off stump. It was in the 80th over, and the captain Sam Whiteman was outstanding as well. His 13th 100 in Shield cricket, 8th at the WACA. So we've got those last couple of wickets from Neza there as well, who had a good day. So good day's cricket, 200s and a fifer. Plenty of entertainment all round. And he's having a good old chat to the journos down there. Good to see. Explaining the day. It was a good day with a new ball for him. A little bit more of Inglis here coming. Some good pull shots. He's such a good player off the back foot, isn't he, Wayne?
Yes, and he played well square of the wicket. But the thing that he does, it's not only the boundaries he hits, it's the way that he rotates the strike and constantly puts the pressure back on the bowlers. But anything that was short or wide, he put it away. He was strong on the spin if they dropped short. And I just thought it was just a well-constructed innings, a brilliant piece of work by Josh Inglis to get WA back in the game.
So the cover's going on here at the WACA. The Hessian has gone on, and we've got one little more package to show before the day's out. Sam Whiteman, as we said, 13th Shield 100 and 9th at the WACA, and another as captain. He's got 6 as WA captain in 23 games now, which is a good strike rate for hundreds per matches.
Absolutely, and it was the way he went about it. After losing those early wickets, he set himself to try and bat the day. He didn't get carried away when Inglis was going. He knew what his role was to do. He wanted to be there right at the end, and he just batted so well. He had little deft touch, but overall it was his concentration and his determination that got his side through into a position where they've turned the game around.
So an entertaining day. Hope you've enjoyed it on Fox Sports and also KO and anywhere else that you've been catching the action. West Australia 7 for 319. We'll be back live from the WACA at 10:25 local time, 1:25 Eastern. Hope you can join us then for day 2 of the match here at the WACA between West Australia and Queensland.